says, hi guys. Sheesh fam. Sheesh fam. Sheesh fam. Can I get a sheesh fam? All right, let me review some of this stuff and we will, while TikTok's getting warmed up. So if you guys need coffee, go get it. Good morning from Kentucky. What's going on, Christy? Good morning, Ryan. What's up? Hello, hello. Elise, hello. I got my C4. Good morning. Are you drinking the pre-workout? Is that what you're talking about, Melissa? Good morning, Bridget. Hello. How are you doing? What is going on, Elise? Thanks for asking people to do that. That is very kind. Thank you so much. What's up, Cherubim Chosen One? How are you? What's up, Mary Beth? Good morning from Louisiana. Oof. I was literally just watching you on YouTube when it invited me to TikTok. That's hilarious. Let's go. What's up, Dustin? Good morning. Good morning. What's up, Nancy? All right, I think I caught up. Hello, Christy Beal. I got protein coffee. Let's go. Good morning, Yumi QQ. Hello. All right. Hey, can you give me a Bible verse? Yeah, John 3:16. Boom. Easy one, man. Hey, dude. Hey, dude, Ryan. Hey, dude, Ryan. What's up, Jeff? How you doing, man? How are you doing? We need that energy. Yeah, no kidding. What's up, Philana? Hello? Yes, okay, you're rocking the C4. Oof, man, oh man. So good luck with that because that stuff gets you all itchy. I haven't had that in a long time. Good morning, Mimi66. Hello. What's up, Jessica Ford? How you doing? All right. Hello, Michelle. Hello. Good morning. Good morning. So I was thinking about like how long these and I figured I could ask your guys' opinion. But since we're going to be progressing throughout Genesis, and since it's going to be so long, what do you guys think about like every time we hit 10 chapters, we kind of like reset the review and we go back. And so for example, like how we just did chapters 1 through 11. And what about now? Instead of going all the way back to chapter 1 and starting at chapter 1 during the review, what do you guys think about just going to chapter 5 and starting the review from there? And then when we get to chapter 20 or 25 or something like that, we start the review at chapter 10 and then we go from there, and then we just kind of stop going so far back, but we continue to go a little bit back that way. It's not terrible, but there's still a decent review. Christy says skip the review. What? Yeah, absolutely. I think that's an excellent idea. Okay, that's good. That works. Very cool. Hopefully that'll be okay. Yeah, I was thinking that. I know some people don't really like the review, and that's okay. Christy, if you want to, if you wanted to come back in like 45 minutes, you definitely can feel free to do that. I just think it's very helpful for those younger in the faith for repetition, and not even for the younger ones. I mean, for myself as well. Hello, Sherry. Hello, Kimberly. No, those are with us with ADHD. We need the review. That makes sense, Christy. Yeah. As a retired teacher, the reviews are so important. All right. Well, I have seen the review so much. Yeah, I totally get it. Hey, Holly Lou, thank you so much for that heart. Thank you so much for that heart. Yes, I do that. Sorry, sorry, that sounded selfish. It's completely fine. I was just trying to accommodate as much as I possibly can. I love the reviews. Yeah, Melissa, I think they're really good. Love the reviews. Sounds good. Very cool. Okay, cool. I missed chapter 11. I was at work. Oh, man. That was a big one. Hey, Holly Lou, thank you so much for that. Cake, level up Sparks. Thank you so much. What's up, Ed King? Hey, thank you, Jeff. I appreciate that. Good to see you. Full send Ed. Good morning, Ryan and everyone. What's up, Tess? How are you? Good morning. Good morning. Hello, Melissa Dottie. I love the review. Very cool. Thank you, Jen. I appreciate that. I enjoy your reviews because I always hear something new each time. Awesome. Hey, thank you, Ed. All right. Cool. I look forward to the review. Maybe you don't want to join. Yeah, there you go. Always an option. You got options. You got options. I was just thinking about, I just think it helps. I just think it helps so much. Really drilling it in the brain, in a sense. Can you cut a separate video of the last review and make it its own video that people can go to? Just do a video of just a review. I don't know. Maybe I could totally do that for the last one. I just think that if we, 2 hours on a review, that's a lot. That's a long time. And so, I know it's helpful. Sometimes people enjoy it, sometimes people don't. And so that's why I was like, what's a halfway point? And so I was like, okay, well, let's bypass chapters 1 through 4. Let's hit chapters 5 through 11. That'll, cut off probably like 45 minutes of a review right there. Good morning, sweet Barb. Hello. Hi, Ryan and Shoosh family. What's up, Belinda? How are you doing? All right. Yeah, okay. So anyways, going to just kind of touching on some things that have happened recently in case you guys didn't see it. But Trump is over there in the Middle East right now, which I think is, I'm just like tuning in. I just got like my popcorn. I'm like, what's going to happen next? And I think I like the reviews, just shorten them. Okay. Yeah, that's the whole idea, is what we were going for there. The chapter 5 through 11 is going to be what we're going to focus. We'll try it out, and I'll ask you guys, see what you guys thought. And, I'm here to kind of tweak it in a sense if we need to. But just remember, like, I just want you to always remember that the people that I'm really trying to, I'm thinking of the most are the ones who are, the youngest in the faith, I think. Or, oh, wow, that was very loud. Thank you so much for those flowers, Mama Bear. Thank you so much. That's me. If it isn't broken, yeah, don't fix it if it isn't broken. Lots of stuff going on. Yes. So, prayer and popcorn. There you go. But yeah, so Trump's over there. He is having he's having these meetings, and he's meeting with Saudi Arabia, and the whole plane, the whole jet thing that Qatar gifted him. I just saw a picture of it, of what the inside looks like, and I actually just posted a video on that just so you can see it, and it just is extremely golden in there. It's very gold, all gold, super goldy. So that's, something to think about. Anyways, you have that going on. You have Putin and Zelensky meeting, and apparently Trump might make his way over there after he deals with what's going on over in Saudi Arabia and whatever deals he makes there. And I just think it's fascinating because Trump just recently made the statement that it was because of us, America, that stopped a nuclear war. At least that's what he's taking credit for. And not only that, but you also have him probably going to broker a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. So that is something to pay attention to. Lots of stuff going on. It is crazy. It's absolutely crazy. It's absolutely crazy. It's so crazy. What is going on, Lisa? Hello. How are you doing? We're so tired. I know. Just like let's just get this thing going already. Like holy smokes, so many things to keep on the forefront of your mind. You can't even do it all because it just keeps on popping off. And so I just think that this week may be very, very revealing. I think I was, me personally, I don't know for you guys, but I was personally looking forward to this week because I think it's going to be, we'll get a little bit of an insight as what's going on. A lot of questions were asked. A lot of people were like, what's going on? What are they going to be talking about? And so I think we'll have some of those answers here this week. So that'll be kind of good to look forward to. Melissa, thank you so much for that gift. I appreciate that so much. That is awesome. Thank you for that. Hiya. Hiya. Thank you. Oh, the C4 is kicking in. No, I'm totally kidding. Thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate that. Thank you, Christina. Man, how do I turn that down? That's very loud. I don't know why it does that sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't. Christina, thank you so much for the rose. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. Yeah. Okay, Soapy, that's some of the things that are going on. I also, I forgot to tag Mr. Mark in the video. I don't know if you guys watched the video I just put out like an hour ago, but it was something. It was an older concept. It was about a giant. I don't know. It's a giant. Like the concept is that they want to bring into like 21 cities these giants, and they will be AI, but it will be a giant that can move its arms and move its heads back and forth, and it can take on the form of your image. And so that's really interesting to pay attention to. I think that's pretty significant. And so who knows, but one way or the other, it does seem like AI will be used in the future in the third temple. Who knows? That is speculation, obviously, but that is also. Anyways, you just have a lot of pieces that seem to be kind of coming together, and it's definitely something to try to be sensitive to and to track. Thank you so much for that heart there, Rachel. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. All right, 95% excited for Rapture, 5% curious. What will it be like? I don't know. I know it is so wild to try to figure all of this stuff out. I'm so excited. I'm here for it. Like, I want it so badly, but at the same time, I just am so appreciative of God and his long suffering. It's like we're in a tug of war match, and I know we all can probably relate to that because we're so thankful he waited for us. But since we're on the boat, we're like, come on, but he's looking at everybody else, and so praise God for that. What's up, Meat Wagon? How you doing, brother? Good to see you. Currently driving. Keep your eyes on the road, Dankus Bagel. You're crazy. I'm going to work and deciding to tune in to say hi. Well, good to have you. Will I be able to play Fortnite in the Rapture? Oh, gosh. There you go. I have to say I had to grow up a bit before I could watch your Bible study. Too much info fast. Awesome, Christy. Well, you know what? It's like drinking from a fire hose. I know. And so that's what I had. Where is that comment? I watched the one about the birth pains of the world. Yeah. It is like drinking from a fire hose. What's up, Flipside? Good morning. I just love it. Yeah, I was actually thinking about that today because we're going to be doing Genesis chapter 12 through 15. So that is 12, 13, 14, 15. We're going to be doing 4 chapters. Oh no. And so while I was doing this, I'm like, am I taking too much time? Because there's times where I'm like, I just am lost here. I'm like, not lost, but I'm getting lost in these, because you can take it however you want to. Thank you, Christina. You can take this stuff out however you would like to, there's all kinds of different paths and stuff like that. But when you kind of latch on to a certain word, next thing you know, you're just being pulled all certain ways, and it's kind of fun, and you're just like, where am I going next? Because you honestly don't know where you're going next. That's how it is. As I'm taking notes, and I'm like, oh, I don't know where I'm going now. Where am I going now? Oh man, I'm going over here. What am I doing over here? I didn't even know this book existed. And so it's kind of kind of fun, but it's an adventure. Just trying to get my extended family to work on relationship with Jesus. Yeah. There you go, Jackie. My son is now doing Bible study and working in his relationship with God. Well, praise God for that, Jackie. That's super awesome. I'm sure that is huge credit to you because, as parents, parents have a very, very important role. And it is to try to pour into them as much as we possibly can because they're with us for 18 years and then they're gone. And so the question is, how are you doing? And, yeah, it's never too late. It's never too late. And so that's one of the things I encourage fathers to just sit down while your family is eating. And thank you, Dee Dee, for that gift. And read them the Bible. You don't have to understand it all, but read it. The Word of God will not return void. Like if you read, just open Psalms or read the Gospel of John, and it will provoke certain kind of conversations. And then you will probably be amazed what happens. You will just you'll kind of get stirred up. It's just going to happen. You'll read if you continue with it. You will get stirred up, and it is going to happen. It can't not happen. And so the more you read, the more you learn, the more questions you have. The more questions you have, the more answers you search for, and the more you search for, the more you are in the Word, and then that becomes fundamental in your life. And thank you, Leah. Thank you so much for that gift. I appreciate that. All right. All right. So there's some of that seems to talk about some of the things that way to go. All right. So we can go ahead and do this thing. If you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We are going through the Bible book by book, chapter by chapter, verse by verse. And it has been an adventure. We are in the book of Genesis. We just finished the book of Revelation. And if you guys are new, all of these are uploaded to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up here in my TikTok profile if you would like to go check it out. We are live streaming on YouTube and on TikTok at the same time. So thank you guys for all being here. I'm encouraged by you guys being here. I really am. You guys keep coming back, and it puts pressure on me because I'm like, I gotta. And so it's kind of like it works both ways. And so I just am encouraged by you guys keep coming back. It's truly humbling. So thank you. I think that this Bible study is extremely, extremely important right now. I was talking to somebody yesterday, and I was telling them, I was like, it's very real. Like the world is changing, and things are being able to be relayed. Information is being able to be relayed in different ways than what it once used to be. And so one of the ways to kind of adjust to our world is by using social media, because social media is used to spread all kinds of information, whether it's real or fake. And I'm just trying to be a light. That's the hope of this Bible study, or one of the hopes of this Bible study. And so I want you guys to understand that, like, I'm sure you guys recognize it, that social media is a battleground. It is an absolute battleground. You go out there and you start scrolling, and you're just getting bombarded with all kinds of information, and it's coming from all over the place. And you're like, which one's right? Which one's wrong? You hear a video, you see this video, they're all saying different things. And so you're trying to sift through it. And this is why we are told to study to show ourselves approved, because there's a lot of videos that you can watch, but you are to study for yourself. And so we need to be like the Bereans in that they receive the word with all readiness, but they search the scriptures daily to find out whether these things were so. So we need to receive it and then search. You hear and then you search. If you did not know where your car keys were, you would naturally search for them. And so that is what we are doing here. You know that they're in the room somewhere. You're just like, okay, they're in here. Where are they at? And then you start methodically, you go by it, you search, and then you find it. And when you find it, you are excited because you can now drive your car. And so that's the kind of same concept that we are trying to do here. But the main thing is always going to be the main thing. The main thing is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. If you do not know how to get to heaven, then what we're going to be talking about here is not really going to be helping much. But the main thing is to know how to know for sure you can get to heaven. In order to get to heaven, there's a couple things that you first need to understand. You need to understand the bad news before you can appreciate the good news. The bad news is given to us in Romans 3:23, where Paul says, "For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God." So you are a sinner and you have fallen short of the glory of God. Romans 6:23, Paul continues on and he says, "For the wages of sin is death." So not only are you a sinner, and not only are we fallen short, but we also are under the death penalty. So there's a lot of bad stuff that is applied to every single one of us. But it doesn't end there. It continues on and it says, "But the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord." Period. There is a period at the end of that statement, and that is so huge. It's monumental. We need to really be sensitive to that. It is for by grace you have been saved through faith. It is through faith. And we're going to be talking about that here as we get to Genesis chapter 14, and so, or no, Genesis chapter 15, and so it is just so important. That is the most important thing ever. I need you to understand how important it is, because these are souls that we are talking about. TikTok says it's fiction. Hey, welcome back. I know you keep coming back, so I'm just thankful that you're here. If you wouldn't mind just being kind to everybody else, like I'm sure they're going to be kind to you. But anyways, just one of the things that I also wanted to share with you guys is, so, my kids love. There's a park like a mile away from my house, and so my kids love going down there, and so I take them there. And I have been like looking at the park as a mission field, because now when I go there, I'm not just going to sit there and just not do anything. I am looking for other parents, and I'm going to be like, I'm going up to you, I'm going up to you, I'm going up to you. And so I'm going to try to use that, try to find some kind of conversation starter so that I can try to tell somebody about Jesus. And so far, within the past 2 weeks, I'd say, I was able to tell people about Jesus 3 different times, or 3 different people. So that was a huge blessing, but that's just a little thing, that's just a little thing. But my point is, I'm just one person. You guys are all out there. All the other Christians are out there doing and if everybody did what we were supposed to be doing, can you imagine how many people would be told the gospel? And so it's kind of a beautiful picture when you see the teamwork. We are one body, one body, one body. And so even though there's different parts of the body, we are all doing something to further the kingdom, further the message. And so we need to be sensitive to that. And it doesn't mean that you need to go sell your stuff and go live in a jungle somewhere, but you can, you can support those who are doing it. You can pray for those who are doing it. You can serve in your church and like minister that kind of fashion. There's a lot of different ways to benefit the body, and so I just would encourage you to find your niche. There's something that is designed for you. You can't do what that person does, and I can't do what you do, and you can't do what I do, but you can do something. And so I would just like to encourage you to do something. Also, something that is important to be sensitive to is, I made a video. The video that this is fresh on my mind, but the video of the giant taking the form of any image, and that's the video that I just put out. This is a concept that was introduced a couple years ago, but it seems like it might be coming out in 2025 or 2026. Who knows? This is all based in Ireland, by the way. So if you see Henry, make sure you just yell at him, be like, what are you doing, Henry? But it's just interesting, just watching this come to be. But the thing that really stuck out to me in that video is people want it to be all about them. They want it to be all about them. I want it to be all about me. You want it to be all about you. That is a natural thing. But the closer we draw towards God, the closer that we are to Jesus, the more we recognize how he must increase and I must decrease. And so this pride, we drop it off of our backs, the thing that we've been carrying around, and we lower ourselves and we clothe ourselves with humility, and we recognize it has nothing to do with me and it has everything to do with him. And so I want to always, always, always direct your attention back to the one and to the place to where it belongs. It is never going to be about anything else. It is always going to be about Jesus and him crucified. That's why Paul says in 1 Corinthians 2, he says, "For I determined to know nothing." This is Paul. I determined to know nothing. You want to have a conversation with me? I don't know anything, but what I do know is Christ and him crucified. Take away everything else. I have nothing else. That is what I have to give. And so that is what we need to keep the main thing. And so I would encourage you to try to do that if you are able to. All right, so that's kind of like a little bit of a little catching up as far as what's going on in the world. There's a lot of things popping off, so I'm sure there's going to be things coming out. Another thing to be sensitive to is that Benjamin Netanyahu, right before I went live, actually, I saw this and I was like, I'll just post this real fast. But he made the statement that they are going to be going into Gaza and basically utterly destroying Hamas. That's what they said. And so I think that's really fascinating because this is going to provoke a lot of people in the world. Israel is already under the microscope. And so if Israel goes in there and unleashes Gideon's chariot, which is the operation that they are, labeling that operation, if they unleash that, then it's going to just it's just going to provoke a response across the globe. This is already getting a global attention, right? Have you guys noticed how little the media cares, like how little they care about what's going on in Ukraine, Russia anymore? Like nobody even really talks about it, but what everybody is focused on now is what's going on in a little piece of the world, and it's over there in Israel. And so that is, I think that's very fascinating. And so if Israel goes in there and does that, it's going to be just complete, the rise of anti-Semitism is going to grow exponentially from that point on, because the media, which is ran by, the powers that be, not the good guys, are going to word it and label that whole situation in a way to win the hearts and minds in a negative kind of way against Israel. And so we need to be very sensitive about how Israel is viewed. That's also going to be something that we talk about here today, because we're just going to be forced to. And so this is going to be fun. All right, so that's a little bit of a little heads up on what's going on right now. But yeah, if you guys are new here, if you haven't followed me over on YouTube, I'm live streaming on YouTube. If you want to go follow me over there, I'd appreciate it, just in case they get rid of TikTok, or if they get rid of me on TikTok. We will still continue live streaming on YouTube. And also sometimes people enjoy YouTube a little bit more because it's a little bit quieter. You don't have to deal with all the distractions, or there's less trolls on YouTube. And so that's a benefit as well. Anyways, there's that. And also, if you guys would like to support this ministry, all of these, get a Rumble account. I have thought about that. Hey, thank you, Chasen Workouts. Thank you so much for that heart. If you guys would like to support this ministry in any kind of way, I'm taking this very serious because of how emergent everything seems to be. I was recently thinking about taking this other job, and I turned that down, and I was like, I think this is where I'm called to be right now. And I think it's very important. I don't understand all the reasons why, but if you would like to support this ministry, because it is what I'm doing right now, if you would like to support this in any kind of way, there's ways to do that in my TikTok profile, my YouTube profile. If you wanted to support it, there's ways to do that. Also, if you wanted to throw this ministry out to your church, that's something that I say every now and then. But if you go to a church and you wanted to be like, hey, there is this evangelist, because that's pretty much how I just view myself, just telling people about Jesus. And if you would like to throw it out to them, because I know some churches support people out there, and so people like me. And so if they would do that, or if they would even consider it, if they find it worthy, then that would be extremely humbling and such a blessing. And so at the very least, I would covet your prayers in this arena, because there's a lot going on. This is delicate. Like when you open the Bible and you talk about certain concepts, you are handling a sword. And it's a big deal. And so I'm very aware of that. I'm very cautious of that. And it kind of breaks my heart, because I know I'm not doing it right all the time. And so I want so badly to get it right all the time. And I know that I don't. And so this is why I always put the disclaimer out there, to test all things and hold fast to that which is good. I have changed my mind on a couple things, secondary issues, obviously. But, sometimes as I'm growing myself, because I'm growing just right along with you guys, I start to see things differently. And so one of the things, as we dive into this review, the one thing that I would like for you guys to hold on to is Romans chapter 15, verse 4. I think that is a key verse when we are in the Old Testament. When you are in the Old Testament, when I am in the Old Testament, thank you, Jackie. Thank you so much for that gift. I appreciate that on YouTube. Thank you so much. That is very kind. But when you guys dive into the Old Testament, I need you to remember what Paul says in Romans chapter 15, verse 4. And what Romans 15:4 says, basically, is that the things that were written before were written for our learning. So when you are in the Old Testament, the things that Paul is alluding to, the things that were written before, he's talking about the Old Testament. And so when you think about that verse and you apply to where we are here today in the book of Genesis, we need to remember that this was for our learning. This was for our learning during our time, which is unique to the church age. And so that's crazy. Paul is letting us know, be like, hey, the Old Testament, that is written for your learning. That is a big deal. And so when you start diving through the Old Testament, don't think of it as boring and be like, oh, blah, 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 or whatever. No, there is so much here that instructs us on certain concepts and things that are revealed in the New Testament. And so that is really, really important, and it's a beautiful thing. Okay, so let's go ahead and get on into this review. If you guys are new here, we are going to be diving into Genesis. We just finished the book of Revelation. That was the last one. All of those are uploaded to YouTube. If you're looking for a deep dive Bible study, a verse-by-verse Bible study, you can consider this one. We've done Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John, Acts, Romans, all the Pauline epistles, Isaiah, Zechariah, Matthew, 1 Peter, 2 Peter. And we just finished the book of Revelation for the second time, which was amazing. And now we are going through the book of Genesis. We are going to start this review in Genesis chapter 5. That is where we are going to start the review, and that is to save time. So we're going to start from Genesis chapter 5 and go to Genesis chapter 11, and that will be our review. And then as we progress throughout Genesis, like when we get to verse or chapter 30, we'll probably start the review at like chapter 20 or something like that, just to kind of like, save some time on, because the book of Genesis is crazy long. Thank you, Philana. Thank you so much for that gift. All right, Henry, I was just talking about you, man. Y'all over there in Ireland getting wild, but it's good to see you, man. All right, so let's go ahead and dive on into Genesis chapter 5. This is where we're going to start the review, but in case you guys, just a little touch on what had happened before up until chapter 5, just to kind of touch on it a little. Obviously, that's when God created the heavens and the earth. That's a big deal, but you have Adam and Eve in the garden. They sinned, and then that brings us all the way to they're walking closer and closer to the flood. There was a judgment that was needed because of sin. Sin was getting crazy, crazy, crazy. And so here in Genesis chapter 5, they are one day closer to a judgment. And that judgment is going to be in the form of a flood. They back then looked forward, not forward, like as like, oh, I'm so excited. No, what they were looking, that was looming right ahead from where they were, was the water, the flood. What you and I know that is looming right around the corner is the tribulation. And so they had the flood. We are looking to that tribulation. And so that's the judgment that is looming around the corner. That was their age. Tribulation is our age. So it seems. But anyways, in Genesis chapter 5, you have this genealogy that is given, and there are 10 people in this genealogy. And the 10 people that are listed here is Adam, Seth, Enosh, Canaan, Mahalalel, Jared, Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, and Noah. Those are 10 names that are given to us in Genesis chapter 5. Now, when you read a chapter that has nothing but genealogies in it, you kind of skim on over it because it's not that big of a deal. But it's very important to understand what is kind of hidden within this genealogy. And so in Genesis chapter 5, if you translate those names over, they tell you a story. They tell us a story. Hello, Cindy. Good to see you. And the story that they tell us is this. Those 10 names, it means this. Man is appointed mortal sorrow, but the blessed God shall come down, teaching. His death shall bring the despairing comfort and rest. That's incredible. The reason why that's incredible is because that is the gospel in the Old Testament. That is the gospel in the Old Testament. It talks about his death shall bring. Well, the question on the table is who? Whose death shall bring? There's a lot of people who has died before, but whose death shall bring? And so the person that this genealogy is pointing a neon flashing sign to is none other than Jesus. Jesus, his death shall bring the despairing comfort and rest. And so it's really, really beautiful here. And so what I want you to really also recognize is what is lacking here. What is lacking is that there is no water introduced in this genealogy. If water baptism had anything to do with your salvation, don't you think it would have been mentioned in this amazing story, the gospel that is given here? And it's all about what Jesus did on the cross. It is all about what Jesus did on the cross. John 3:16, right? For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. And so his death shall bring. It always points back to the cross and what was accomplished on the cross. And so it is, for by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. And so this is really, really cool. Anyways, this chapter also introduces us to a guy named Enoch. Now, Enoch is neat. He's a neat character. I would caution you not to fall into all of those extra biblical books like the Book of Enoch and whatnot, because you kind of fall in and you kind of start focusing on things that are not the main thing. And so there's a lot of people who dive into those extra biblical books, and then next thing you know, that's all they want to talk about. And I'm like, we need to not be talking about things that were created. We need to be talking about the Creator. Hello, Tammy Young. Good to see you. Anyways, in Genesis chapter 5, we're introduced to a guy named Enoch. What's interesting about him is that he lived for 65 years, and it was at that point that he first began his walk with God, because Enoch lived 365 years, but the Bible says that he walked with God for 300 years, which means he did not walk with God for 65 years. Thank you, Leah. And so thank you so much for that confetti. I appreciate that so much, Leah. And so that's really interesting, because the question on the table is like, what happened? Like, how come he didn't walk with God his whole life? How dare he? Well, no, I just think that something obviously clearly happened here, because it made Enoch change how his life was, and his life changed when he had his son, and his son's name was Methuselah. Methuselah means his death shall bring. And so Enoch, right when he had his son, something happened there, and from right when he had his son, he recognized that there was a judgment that was going to come. And that was when his walk with God began, because he walked with God for 300 years. Now, what's fascinating about Enoch is that Enoch, we are told that he walked with God and he was not. He was not. He walked with God and he was not, which means this seems to be a very clear picture, at least to me, for a pre-tribulation rapture. I view Enoch here as a type of the flood. Remember, all things that were written before were written for our learning. And so when you think about this kind of stuff being written for our learning, you're like, okay, well, what am I supposed to learn from this? How does this benefit me? What am I learning? Well, what I would propose to you is I would propose that Enoch is a type of the church, and I believe that this is very important for our eschatological kind of conversations that we have here today in 2025. Eschatology is the study of end times, eschatos, the end times, ology, the study of end times is what eschatology means. But in regards to Enoch, you have him walking with God, and then it says he was not, for God took him. Now, why this is so significant is because we are not told about a lot of other people just this happening to. This is not mentioned at other places. And so when you see this kind of detail introduced into the Bible, it's there for a reason. We need to understand that everything that we are reading is there for a reason. There are no filler words. There are no filler words. The Holy Spirit, this is God-breathed. He did not waste any breath here. This is insane. And so when we read this Bible, we need to understand that every single thing there, every number, the order of the names that are given, the names that are there, the detail of what they're wearing, what time of day it was, how old they are, what color the grass was, there is a reason for all of that. And so when we apply that principle to Enoch here, it's really fascinating, because what we learn, thank you, Leah, is that Enoch walked with God and then God took him. It says Enoch walked with God and he was not. And so I would propose to you that this is a picture of the church being removed before the judgment. So Enoch, the church, was removed before the flood. And so I think that's very instructive. And so Enoch was not removed middle of the flood. He was not removed after the flood. He was removed before the flood. And so I think that is incredible. And so you can take that how you will. But anyways, moving on to Genesis chapter 6. Genesis chapter 6 is yeah, right, I think so. Rachel, I think Genesis chapter 6 is a chapter that is very, very provocative in many different levels. But Genesis chapter 6 is really, really fascinating. There's all kinds of different ideas that are going on here, but basically Genesis chapter 6, you are introduced to the sons of God. Now, it's important to understand and to remember that the sons of God is a title or a label that is given only to or only given to angels in the Old Testament. Just using the Old Testament alone, sons of God is applied to only the angels. You can read it. It's like mentioned like 6 or 7 times in the Old Testament. Whereas if you apply the sons of God to the New Testament, it encapsulates not only the angels, but it also talks about you and I. If you're a born-again believer, you and I are referred to as sons of God. Now, what were you before you became a son of God? Well, you were a son of Adam. If you do not know Jesus, if you have not put your faith in Jesus and repented of your sins, you are referred to as what the Bible refers to as a son of Adam. If you put your faith in Jesus, you have gone from being a son of Adam to becoming a son of God. So you go from being something to something different, and that is why you are referred to as becoming a new creation. And so that is really, really cool. And so anyways, in Genesis chapter 6, verse 2, hey, thank you, Joy, I appreciate that. In Genesis chapter 6, verse 2, you're introduced to the sons of God here. These sons of God are referred to as the Beni Ha Elohim. And so these sons of God, I would propose to you, are fallen angels who came down and they mixed with the daughters of men. This is incredible because you're like, wait a second, hold on. I thought that that angels could not be given in marriage and they could not partake of all that kind of stuff because that's what Jesus says in the Gospels. But Jesus says in the Gospels, the angels in heaven, the angels in heaven, the angels in heaven. And so he's focusing on a specific group of angels where a rule applies to them, as it seems. Thank you, Christina. And the rule that applies to them, to the angels in heaven, it seems that Jesus is speaking of the good angels, the law-abiding angels, the rule-following angels, the obedient angels, the angels who chose to worship God and to stay there. So that's what Jesus seems to be talking about there in the Gospels. And so here in Genesis chapter 6, when you read about the Beni Ha Elohim, or the sons of God, we read that they mixed with these women. And so you have two different kinds of angels. You have the ones in heaven and you have the ones on earth, and the ones on earth do not listen to the rules. The ones in heaven, they do. And they worship God and they recognize his authority. And so you have two different people two different angels thinking differently. So anyways, these angels mixed with the women and they created Nephilim. Now what's so interesting about these angels is that if you read Jude chapter 1, there's only one chapter, but if you read Jude chapter 1, verse 6 and 7, you see that Jude talks about these angels and how they are reserved in everlasting chains that are reserved for punishment. They are reserved for punishment. Now, why that's fascinating is because the very next verse in Jude verse 7, it talks about Sodom and Gomorrah. And so Jude, the brother of Jesus, draws a connection, a very straight line connection, a very direct connection from what happened and the judgment that took place between the angels mixing improperly with humans, and he draws a connection to Sodom and Gomorrah. There is improper mixing, and there is a huge judgment that was placed on both of those events. And so that is a big deal. That is something to pay attention to, because if you see God doing something highly unusual on a certain type of people, we need to be sensitive to what was going on during that time so that we can be like, well, I don't want to do that because that really was a big deal to God. And so obviously he reacted accordingly, and he reacted accordingly in the form of a flood, and the other form was in Sodom and Gomorrah, where it was absolutely destroyed. And so this is very, very fascinating. I like how you said judgment placed on those events. Interesting. Yeah, very interesting. I mean, that might be one of my most used words. Interesting. Very interesting. So anyways, you get a picture there of what's going on between Sodom and Gomorrah, and it's a direct connection, and Jude is the one who gives us that connection here. Hey, thank you, Ryan Graham. Thank you so much for those roses. I appreciate that so much. I love doggies, says Tammy Young. I know, right? Dogs are the best. So going back to Genesis chapter 6, in Genesis chapter 6, verse 4, it says, there were giants on the earth in those days and also afterward. Thank you, Henry. I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. Genesis chapter 6, verse 4. Thank you, Ryan. It says, there were giants on the earth in those days and also afterward. So or provocative. Absolutely. Yogi's making fun of me already. Blocked. But you have these giants that are introduced here, and these giants here is what my Bible says. I don't know what your Bible says, but it shouldn't say giants. A more accurate word would be Nephilim. It should say there were Nephilim on the earth in those days and also afterward. And so the question on the table is, what is Nephilim? And so Nephilim were the offspring of what the human women gave birth. So after the fallen angels mixed with the daughters of men, just normal women, just like what we have here today on the earth, they gave birth, and what they gave birth to is referred to as Nephilim. Now, Nephilim, the word there is Nephal. Nephal means the fallen ones, the fallen ones, the fallen ones. And so these Nephilim were half angels and they were half man. It's kind of like the Titans. Remember the Titans in Greek mythology? Basically, they were half God, half man. Kind of like Hercules. Remember Hercules? Hercules. He was half God, half man. That's why he could pick up all these rocks and throw them real far and, destroy all the beasts out there. He was half God, half man. And so the similar principle is applied to the Nephilim, except instead of being half God, half man, it was half angel, half man. And so this is improper mixing. We talked about that too. We talked about Daniel chapter 2, the whole clay and iron and clay mixing together and how they will not adhere to one another. Obviously, things that mix improperly is it's not going to last. It's not going to stand. Anyways, there are people who believe that these Nephilim are still on the earth to this day. You can have a whole conversation about that. That's kind of stuff that I try not to get lost in because it takes away from the cross. It takes away from the cross. But what I will say in regards to how they were on the earth in those days and also afterward, how they were on the earth in those days and also afterward, what I will say is that an idea that you can at least consider is that before the flood, Satan basically threw some of his angels at the women and they mixed with them, and then there was Nephilim all over the place. But then the flood came, destroyed everything, which we know because Genesis tells us it destroyed everything with breath in its nostrils. And then after the waters went away, it seems like Satan again threw another army of angels, in a sense, maybe a smaller one, at the women, and they mixed again. So there could be two different mixings, one before the flood and one after the flood, which would explain why it says, and also afterward. I do not know if that is right. That is just where I kind of out of reading some of the things, I'm like, this seems to make the most sense. And so that's why I proposed it to you, but you can dive into it if you would like to. I just try to stay away from it. But what I want you to really understand is the reason why. The reason why did Satan want to mix with the seed of men? Why did he want to do that? Why did Satan, with all of his wisdom, remember Ezekiel chapter 28 says he is full of beauty and full of wisdom. Why does Satan want to do that? Think about it. Satan's not out there just kind of kicking his feet up, just relaxing on a beach, drinking Mai Tais somewhere out there. No, he's doing stuff. And so when he's doing something, you have to ask the question, why? And when you think about the question why, there is an answer for it, and it goes all the way back to Genesis chapter 3. In Genesis chapter 3, this is where you have the curse that God put on the serpent, on Eve, and on the man. And so the curse that he puts on the serpent is very important to understand because that curse is what Satan was paying attention to. The curse says the seed of the woman and the seed of the serpent. So there's two different things there. And so Satan hears about the seed of the woman, and he's like, why does he say the seed of the woman? He didn't say the seed of the man. It would make more sense for the seed of the man because Satan knew that the seed came from the man, but God didn't say the seed of the man. He said the seed of the woman. So why did he say the seed of the woman? So Satan's over there taking notes, and he's just like, okay, the seed of the woman, got you. And so he remembers what God says, and he's like, I'm gonna unpack that. I'm gonna figure that out. And so Satan figures it out, and he finds out that it's going to be a virgin birth. And that is important to understand when you get to Genesis chapter 11, because that introduces you to the whole conversation of Nimrod, Semiramis, and Tammuz, which is important to understand because that has very that is rooted very deeply in Babylonian kind of conversations, and we'll talk about that here in a little bit. But the idea is that, thank you, Diana, for that, Rose, but the idea is to understand that Satan is trying to was trying to mess up the messianic line, because Satan figured out that there was going to be a virgin birth. And when he figured out that there was going to be a virgin birth, he did everything he could to eliminate that scarlet thread, if you would like to use that scarlet thread that is woven all throughout the scriptures. That's basically what he was trying to do. He's trying to eliminate it. He's like, I figured out that there's going to be a virgin birth. He's like, I'm going after that seed of the woman. He's like, whoever that is, he's like, I don't know who it is, but whatever it is, whoever he is, I'm going after him. And so that is why he went after the woman. And he was trying to corrupt everything. But obviously, in Genesis chapter 6, verse 8, it says, but Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord. That is incredible because God was preserving. There was a remnant here. I want you to be sensitive to that. The remnant is something to kind of do a study on, if you would like to, on yourself, of just the remnant. There is always going to be a remnant. There's not many. Only 8 people got onto the ark. And so this is one of the things that I'm really interested about when the rapture, if the rapture does happen during our lifetime, I'm always curious to see how many people are actually going to be raptured, because I don't think it's as many as what many people think. I don't think it's going to be like as many as however many, there's a lot of people out there. I just don't know how many. And, that breaks my heart thinking about it, or even saying that. I wonder so much when I watch these videos about hey, thank you so much for that, Shashagushi. Shashagushi, I don't know. Can you change your name? I'm messing. Thank you so much for that, heart. But when I see these videos of revivals and these things and these churches just packed and concerts, and you like all the comments saying revival, I try not to be too critical, but I'm just viewing it and I'm just like, I really wonder. I wonder. And so I would like to witness to those people, because there's a lot of lost people who go to church. There's a lot of lost people who sing praise and worship songs. Have you ever considered that praise and worship songs? Do you guys remember who the chief musician is? Have you guys ever thought about that? Who is the chief musician in the Bible? Well, that title is given to Lucifer. And so when you think about that, you're like, okay, well, hold up a little bit, because now all of a sudden everything gets to, now you're opening up a can of worms, and you're like, well, wait a second. I'm like, well, no, we need to be so sensitive to how many people choose a church based upon their praise and worship. We even titled it Praise and Worship. And it breaks my heart because thank you, Leslie. It breaks my heart because this is what the world wants right now. The world wants praise and worship. It wants nothing but smoke and cameras and lasers and, fire coming up off of the stage and people swinging from the rafters. And I'm like, it's become something. And so, a pastor can't compete against something like that. A pastor seems very boring when it goes after that kind of act. You know how people, thank you, Kingdom, thank you so much for that. When people say, I wish I went before you, if you give a speech and you crush it and then I'm after you and I'm like, oh man, I wish I went before him because now I'm going to look even worse. Well, the point is that a pastor can't compete against something that takes, it's a whole concert. And so the people end up choosing a church based upon praise and worship, and that is what they are rooted in, and that is heartbreaking. If you read the book of Isaiah, in the first chapter, you see God addressing that, because the Israelites were also offering sacrifices. The Israel was also they were also singing and raising their hands and praying, and God's like, I've had enough of this. And so it really makes you wonder, how many people are actually born again, and when you couple that with what Jesus says in Matthew chapter 7, where he says, broad is the way that leads to destruction, and narrow is the gate. Broad is the way, narrow. And so you have two different ways. And the majority of people, according to what Jesus says, is that the majority are going to go towards the broad way. And that is heartbreaking. And, it just makes me wonder. Anyways, we don't need to talk on that much. But anyways, that's Genesis chapter 6. In Genesis chapter 7, moving on to Genesis chapter 7, it says in verse 1, it says, then the Lord said to Noah, come into the ark, you and all your household. Now, this is something that is still offered to you and I right now. God is saying to Noah, come into the ark. I need you to understand how important that is. That's huge. Why? Because that was an invitation to Noah, come on in. Now I need you to understand where God was when God said that. Where was God when God said, come into the ark? Was he outside the ark or was he inside the ark? He was inside the ark because he said, come into the ark. If he was outside the ark, he would have said, go into the ark. My point is that God had him. God had him. And if you go to Genesis chapter 8, what you have there is that at the end of the flood, when the waters went away, the doors open and God says, go out of the ark. So God says, come into the ark. Then he says, go out of the ark, which means that God was with him the entire time. That is incredible. But that offer that God gave to Noah is the same offer that is given to you and I right now. If you do not know Jesus as your Lord and Savior, he is saying, come. In Revelation chapter 22, it says the Spirit and the church, you and I and the Holy Spirit together are a dynamic duo. We are working on the hearts and minds. We're in the same field. We're working together, co-laborers. If you read 1 Corinthians chapter 3, I think it is, you just see this picture of us working together to win the other people out there who are lost. And that's what you see in Revelation chapter 22, where it says the Spirit and the church say, come. And he who hears says, come. And he who is thirsty says, come. And you just see this picture of like trying to be like, come on, guys, let's go. Come on, come on, come on. And you just like, you get a picture of like a war scene in a sense of like the doors are closing and you just like see that dude that's always just like, he's like, this is my only role in this entire movie, but I'm going to crush it. He's like, come on, guys, get in here. And he's just trying to get as many people as they possibly can. And that is that's what we need to be doing right now. And it's just absolutely incredible to see what he's doing here. He says, come into the ark. And so that offer, that invitation is given to you and I today. It says, for God so loved the world. It's not the elect. It doesn't mean just the good people, if in our estimation of what good is, because our definition of good is as filthy rags. Anyways, moving on to Genesis chapter 8, you have a pretty interesting word there. In Genesis chapter 8, I always love talking about verse 2 because it says in Genesis 8 verse 2, it says, the fountains of the deep and the windows of heaven were also stopped, and the rain from heaven was restrained. Every time I see the word restrained, I just pause and I'm just like, that's interesting, because I think it was maybe Yogi looked it up for me last time perhaps, but I was like, where's the storehouses that it talks about in the book of Job? And it was Job 38, but it was just interesting to recognize that in heaven, there is storehouses that are holding water. And then there's storehouses. It's like, you know how there's a whole bunch of people out there in the world who prep and they're like doomsday prepper. They're like, man, I got everything you need. What do you need? You know, like I got this. And like, if you go in their basement or whatever, it is just nothing but supplies. And so that's kind of like a picture of what God has in regards to rain. There are storehouses of rain up in the heavens. What's up, Holly? Good to see you. And I think that that's incredible. But he restrained the rain from heaven. Think about restraining rain. Can you restrain rain? I just think that's fascinating. But here it says that the rain from heaven was restrained. He restrained it, which means he could have allowed it to continue. And so just like how God in Zechariah chapter 11, you have this picture of a good shepherd. There's two shepherds in Zechariah chapter 11. There's the good shepherd who has a rod and a staff. You know, the rod is to basically defeat all the creatures that are coming after the sheep, and the staff is to guide the sheep and to basically navigate them, kind of like what Moses was doing for the 40 years in the wilderness. He was shepherding his people. He's like, okay, but that's what he was doing. And so in Zechariah chapter 11, you have this picture of two different shepherds. You have the good shepherd, but then you have the bad shepherd or the idol shepherd. But what's interesting in Zechariah chapter 11 is that God breaks his rod and his staff. Now that's fascinating, because what he's doing there is, up until that point, he was holding back all of the things that wanted to get in. All of these terrible things wanted to get in, but the good shepherd was withholding it. He was covering it. He's like, nope, I got you. You are in here. I'm just holding all these things off. All these things want to come in after you. I'm just letting you know. They want to come in after you. And then after a minute, God removes his hand, and then all of the things got in that God allowed to get in. And that's crazy, because if you read the book of Job, what you find in the book of Job is what Satan wanted to do. He wanted to end Job's life, but God's like, hey, you can do whatever you want to Job, just don't take his life. Now, what's so fascinating about that is what we should learn from that story, because what you learn from that story is what Satan would do to you and to me if it wasn't for God. Think about it. Satan goes before the Lord. He's like, hey, he deserves a whole bunch of bad stuff. And God's like, you can do whatever you want to him, just don't take his life. Just think about that. Because what would be done to us is exactly what happened to Job if God wasn't in control. God, whatever happens to you and I is first Father filtered. In the Gospels, you see that Jesus goes up to Peter and he's like, Peter, Satan has asked to sift you as wheat. And he's like, but I have prayed for you. This is incredible, because what you have there is Satan. Even though nobody knew what was going on, Jesus is just casually walking with Peter and Jesus having a conversation. And then Jesus was like, Peter, Satan has asked to sift you, meaning end you, cut you down. And so it's just incredible, because that's what he's doing. He's asking for you. He's asking for me, but praise God, because he is restraining. He is the one holding these things back. And that is incredible. What an incredible picture. And so that's why I like Genesis chapter 8, verse 2. What's up, Boab Rob? Good to see you, man. But Genesis chapter 8, verse 2 is amazing. And so that's why I like focusing on that, because of the word restrained. I mean, that's what I'm saying. You see one word and then you're just like, I'm all over the place all of a sudden. And so it's bad, but it's kind of fun. Anyways, moving on, Genesis chapter 8, verse 16. In Genesis chapter 8, verse 16, this is where you get God saying, go out of the ark. Whereas before he said, come into the ark. Here in Genesis chapter 8, verse 16, he says, go out of the ark. And so that's really neat. But anyways, in Genesis chapter 8, verse 22, this is after the floods go away. In Genesis chapter 8, verse 22, you're introduced to basically a different climate that was new to them, because before the flood, it seems that the entire world was in a greenhouse type of environment. It seems that they lived in like a hyperbaric kind of chamber. But here in Genesis chapter 8, verse 22, this is the first time where you are introduced to the word cold. This is the first time you see the word cold. And so this is where we learn that something different happened because of the flood. Thank you, Sleepy Dolphin. But in Genesis chapter 8, verse 22, it says cold. And so it's interesting, because what we learn is that before the flood, everybody lived like 900 years. 900 years long. I mean, Methuselah was 969 years old. He was the oldest, or the oldest person that ever lived. But it was common for everybody to be 900 years old. That's crazy to think about, right? And so it makes a little bit more sense when you think about the millennial kingdom, because the people who are born again, if they make it through the tribulation, they walk into the millennial kingdom, they're going to live the entire millennial kingdom. That's 1,000 years right there. Hey, thank you so much, Who Bought God and Laura. Thank you guys for those gifts. And Spyro, thank you so much for that. I just think I feel 900 today. That's facts, but it is crazy to see this, but 900 years old. But the question on the table is, how come we're not living that long today? And so I would propose to you that something happened because of the flood. The flood literally changed everything. Everything. The fountains of the great deep opened up. The hyperbaric chamber greenhouse effect that we had before the flood was now broken. It shattered. And so now everything is getting in that never used to get in. And so now we went from being 900 years old, and now we are devolving in a sense. You know, the science book says that we are evolving. I would say, no. We are trending downward in a bad way. And so, it just depends on how your perspective is, I suppose. But something obviously changed, and that seems to be very apparent, because now it's just like, man, Spyro, thank you so much for that gift. Yeah, Melanie, probably a big part of that, which is heartbreaking in of itself. But anyways, moving on to Genesis chapter 9. In Genesis chapter 9, you see, you basically are given God is the one who basically, so Noah gets off the ark, and this is where the capital punishment is basically given to the people who are around during that time. So the people who are alive at this time in Genesis chapter 9 are 8 people. In Genesis chapter 9, God talks to Noah and his sons, and he gives them the instructions. He's like, here's how you are going to operate from here on out, at least until I give you more information. And the information that God gave them was about capital punishment. This is crazy, because what God is saying is that if anybody sheds innocent blood, or if it's a man or if it's a beast, their life is going to be required. So this is capital punishment, and this was instructions that was given to Noah and his sons by God himself. Think about that. Capital punishment from God himself. This is crazy. This is crazy. Absolutely. Kit Kat. I love Kit Kats, by the way. I had one the other day. My wife got some, like a gift from people at her. She's a nurse. She got some Kit Kats that they gave to the nurses for Mother's Day, and she brought them home, and I had one. But I put them in the freezer because I like my Kit Kats cold. Anyways, in Genesis chapter 9, you have this capital punishment that is being introduced to the world for the very first time. Now, this is fascinating, and it provokes a lot of conversations, because a lot of people are like, this is terrible, you shouldn't do this. But we need to remember that God first demonstrated that by instituting the flood. Think about it. God demonstrated capital punishment by bringing the flood. He ended everybody's life except for Noah and his family. And so God says, hey, I did it first, and now I'm giving you the responsibility. God is like, I'm giving you, mankind, the responsibility. And so you're seeing government, you're seeing the foundation for government. And so that's where it began here in Genesis chapter 9. And as time progressed throughout the years and centuries, the government idea has kind of grown, and it's completely broken today. Don't you get me started. Anyways, in Genesis chapter 9, one of the things that I think is really, really important to understand is in verse 7. In Genesis chapter 9, verse 7, it says this, and as for you, be fruitful and multiply. I want you to understand why this is important is because of what is not mentioned. What is not mentioned here? God says to Noah and his sons, be fruitful and multiply. Be fruitful and multiply. What he used to say, or what he said back in Genesis chapter 1, when he was talking to Adam and Eve, he told them to be fruitful, multiply, and to subdue the earth. And so before the flood, he gave Adam, be fruitful, multiply, and subdue the earth. But after the flood, he tells Noah and his sons to be fruitful and multiply. There is no subduing the earth. And so the subduing, the having dominion, was basically forfeited when Adam and Eve sinned. It was forfeited. And so if you read Revelation chapter 5, you see God the Father sitting on the throne, and he's holding a scroll. And that scroll there is written on the front and on the back. It's written on both sides. And the question is, what does that scroll represent? That scroll represents the title deed to the earth. And so the title deed to the earth, God's holding on to it. And that is what was forfeited back when Adam and Eve sinned. And so when Jesus came, when he died on the cross, he said, "Tetelestai," which means to be paid in full, completely redeemed. It is finished. He took it back, and it needed to be a kinsman, which speaks about the story of Ruth and Boaz, which is incredible. Anyways, that authority to subdue the earth was taken away, and that is why it's not mentioned here in Genesis chapter 9, verse 7. And so that is going to be given back to us at a future date. But right now, we need to understand that God's got it. He's got it. He's never not had it. He's always, he's everything, holding the power, everything by him, all things consist. We understand that. But this is just a really cool picture of what we see here. God gave it to man. Man forfeited it. It was usurped by Satan, which is why Satan is referred to as the god of this world, the prince of the power of the air. And so in the future, you obviously know that God's got it. He's got the scroll. One of the things I was thinking about is in regards to John seeing that scroll being taken, because that's what you have in Revelation chapter 5. The question on the table is Jesus just holding on to that scroll right now? Is he just literally just holding on to it? Just right now, is he holding on to that scroll? Think about that. Is he holding on to it right now? Because if he is holding on to it, I wonder how close he is just to be like, boop, just like we're opening the seals, because when he opens the seals, that is that happens before the seals can be opened. There needs to be a rapture of the church, which is this incredible. I believe in a pre-tribulation rapture. I know I just probably lost a lot of you people. You're like, nope, it's post-trib, it's mid-trib. Ow, we gonna fight. I would encourage you not to get in arguments about those types of things. I would encourage you to focus your energy about telling people about Jesus. I just want you guys to understand, I personally believe in a pre-tribulation rapture. Anyways, moving on, Genesis chapter 9. In Genesis chapter 9, verse 11, we are introduced to a covenant, and this is fascinating, because in Genesis chapter 9, verse 11 and through 13 or so, you are given a covenant that God tells mankind. He tells Noah, he's like, hey, Noah, I am never going to flood the earth again. And he promises that covenant by way of a sign, a symbol. And so this symbol is given to us in the form of a rainbow. And so you have a covenant being connected to a rainbow. And this is interesting because when you go to Revelation chapter 6, verse 2, you have, hey, what's up, Shelba? You have a white horse rider in Revelation chapter 6 that shows up and he holds a bow. Now, what I would propose to you is that the bow that the white horse rider is holding in Revelation chapter 6 is a covenant. So God promises a covenant, and his symbol was a rainbow, whereas the future Antichrist in Revelation chapter 6, verse 2, this white horse rider is going to be showing up, and he's also going to have a symbol of a covenant, which is probably going to be the covenant that Daniel 9:27 speaks of. With the covenant that he's going to confirm with many for 1 week. That 1 week equals 7 years. It's going to be a 7-year-long covenant that is going to be strengthened, and which basically implies that the existence of the covenant had existed prior to. So this Antichrist is going to come, show up sometime, and basically push the ball into the end zone. It's a covenant that had existed, and then when the Antichrist shows up, he's just going to be like, all right, let's do this thing, and it's gonna be a 7-year covenant, which I think is very, very provocative. Anyways, that's Genesis chapter 9. Which is wild. One of the things to pay attention to in Genesis chapter 9, verse 25. In Genesis chapter 9, verse 25, I think it's really fascinating to think about, because Noah, after the flood, Noah drinks a little bit too much wine. We could talk about that for days, but we're not going to focus on that right now. But in Genesis chapter 9, thank you, Who But God, I appreciate that. In Genesis chapter 9, verse 25, after Noah woke up, Noah ended up cursing not the person who was at fault. You guys remember who was the bad one? Was it Shem, Ham, or Japheth? Who was the bad one? And the way to remember who the bad one was because Ham is bad to the Jewish people. That's the way to remember. Ham, yes, Shelba, and Ham. Daggone it. But you have Ham. He was the one who went in there. He saw the nakedness of his father. And so basically after Noah woke up, Ham is bad. And so Ham was the bad one. But what's interesting is that after Noah woke up, he did not curse Ham. He cursed Ham's son, Canaan. And if you remember, Canaan is basically the proverbial enemies of Israel. We're going to talk about them when we get to Genesis chapter 14. Anyways, moving on to Genesis chapter 10. In Genesis chapter 10, you have the 70 nations. Remember, when you read the Bible, there is the nations, and then there is Israel. In the Bible, when you are reading, there is the nations, which is the Gentiles, you and I, and then there is the Jewish people, Israel. It's nations and Israel. The nations and Israel, nations and Israel, nations and Israel. From God's point of view, that's how it's viewed from God's point of view. God sees the world as there's two types of people in a sense, and he sees them as being the nations, and he sees the other people as being Israel. And so that's very important to understand. Anyways, in Genesis chapter 10, this is where we are introduced to the Gentiles. This is where we are introduced to the nations. Now, this is fascinating because if we read Luke chapter 21, Luke chapter 21 is one of those chapters that goes hand in hand with Matthew 24, Mark 13, Luke 21. They are all very end times related. But in Luke chapter 21, Jesus says something, and he uses a phrase that is kind of that we can coin in a sense, that he coined, that we can kind of steal. But it's the times of the Gentiles. And so when you think about the times of the Gentiles there, what's fascinating about that is, what is the times of the Gentiles? So what is that? What is that talking about? Well, I would propose to you that the times of the Gentiles is basically this period of time where Gentile power has been ruling over the Jewish people. Gentiles have been oppressing and ruling the Jewish people. And that's what's going on right now. And so Jesus says, until the times of the Gentiles has been fulfilled. This is one of the reasons why I believe that the Antichrist is going to be a Gentile. I have no idea. I don't want you to, I'm not being dogmatic about it, but I want you to understand, Daniel chapter 9 talks about the prince, the power that will come. Speaks to Roman speaks to Gentile. You have the Assyrian. You have all of these types of kind of things that you can kind of pull from. I do not know. I'm not going to be dogmatic about it because it's not that big of a deal. But I just, the times of the Gentiles. And so when you think about the times of the Gentiles, the ruler of the Gentiles that is going to oppress the Jewish people, the very last ruler is going to be what you are given in Genesis chapter 10. In Genesis chapter 10, you are given a guy named Nimrod. Nimrod is or was the first world Gentile ruler. He was the first king. That's given to you in Genesis chapter 10. Why this is so interesting is because the first world ruler is going to be a parallel, or the last world Gentile, the Antichrist, is going to be a parallel of Nimrod. Nimrod is paralleling the Antichrist. You're seeing the two, their kingdom. You're seeing the connections there. Babylon. Nimrod's kingdom was Babylon. You have this oneness where he wants to basically bring everybody together. God says in Genesis chapter 9 to scatter, but then in Genesis chapter 11, they all come together. And so they had a different way to kind of, they could listen to God's word or they could listen to man's word. And so it's really, really fascinating. Anyways, here in Genesis chapter 10, you're introduced to a guy named Nimrod, which opens the door for the Antichrist. And so this is really, really fascinating because one of the things that we need to be sensitive to is one of the things that is one of the attributes of the first world dictator. And the first world dictator, one of his attributes is he was a builder. Think about that. In Genesis chapter 10, verse 11, it says, from that land he went to Assyria and built Nineveh. Now that's fascinating because Nimrod, not only was he a mighty hunter, which again, he's also depicted as holding a bow, which is similar to the Antichrist holding a bow in Revelation chapter 6. You're seeing all these connections, but you also have this Nimrod being referred to as a builder. And so first off, you're a Nimrod, and I am not. I can't not. I'm so sorry. Every time I say Nimrod, I'm just like, hold it together. Like, what do we name it? Anyways, Nimrod means to rebel. That's what his name means. Rebellion. This is all about, thank you, Melinda. Thank you so much. Nimrod means to rebel. We will rebel. His whole being was all about rebelling against God. And so a mighty hunter before the Lord, which is what he's alluded to here, seems to be speaking about how he was in constant provocation, rebelling against the Lord. And so this is fascinating. Anyways, also in Genesis chapter 10, you are introduced to Magog in Genesis chapter 10, verse 2. Now, the reason why we're going back to Genesis chapter 10, verse 2 is because we're talking about Magog, but also not Magog, but I need you to understand how important Madai is in Genesis chapter 10, verse 2. So in Genesis chapter 10, verse 2, you are introduced to Magog. This opens the door for the whole conversation of Ezekiel 38, 39. We talked a ton about this when we went through our study of Revelation, specifically Revelation chapter 20. We spent like 13, 14 hours just on the first 6 verses of Revelation chapter 20. So if you want a deep dive in Revelation, I would encourage you to follow. There's a YouTube link up there, and it's all uploaded there. And it's the most recent Revelation study. But anyways, we are going to be talking about Madai here. In Genesis chapter 10, verse 2, the reason why we're going to be focusing on Madai is because I need you to understand some similarities that are here, and it's because of Madai. Now, what you have in Genesis 10 is, again, this is the nations. This is where the nations are being introduced to the world, right? The nations all over the place. But one of the nations that's introduced here, where it all began, is here in Genesis chapter 10, verse 2, and you are introduced to some person named Madai. This is an individual. This is a one person. This is a human being. His name is Madai. You also have a guy named Magog, Javan, Tubal, Meshach, and Tyrus, all in the same verse. But these are people. These are dudes. And so you have this guy named Madai. But what we understand about Madai is that he is the father, or this is where basically, thank you, Jing. This is where the Medes came from. And so this is significant. The reason why this is significant is because of who comes from the Medes. And so this is all, the whole Bible is pointing, it's just one big, just all over the place. Like, have you ever seen the picture of like the red string, like with the guy on the map, and he's like, and then this over here, this over here. It's all connected. And so here in Genesis chapter 10, you're given this guy named Madai, and from Madai comes the Medo-Persian Empire. And who was in charge of the Medo-Persian Empire? It's a guy named Cyrus. Cyrus is an incredible person. You need to understand who he is and what he represents, because of what, so in Daniel chapter 5 and Isaiah 45, you have two chapters that go hand in hand that are incredibly important to understand because of what they are forecasting. They are forecasting certain things that are going to take place in the future. Remember, Romans 15 verse 4 says all things that were written before were written for our learning. And so when we read the Old Testament, we are reading these things and we're like, okay, therefore our learning. There's some people who take some Old Testament verses and they apply them to themselves when they do not apply to themselves, to us. One of those verses that is widely taken out of context is no weapon formed against me shall prosper. That is not to the Gentiles, that is to the Jewish people. My point here is we need to be cautious when we need to dive into it. I can do all things with a verse taken out of context, right? Like I'm just going to apply this verse to me right here. And so that's what's going on in the world. Anyways, Genesis chapter 10, verse 2, you're introduced to Madai. Madai is the father of the Medo-Persian Empire. From the Medo-Persian Empire comes a dude named Cyrus. Now, the reason why Cyrus is important is because he was the one who goes into Babylon and frees the Jewish people. If you remember Daniel chapter 5, Daniel is in Babylon. He's just a captive. He's just like, I've been here for decades. I don't know, like how much longer. And so Daniel is under the king named Belshazzar. King Belshazzar was the successor of Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar was his grandfather. So now, years later, there's a new king in Babylon named Belshazzar. Well, Belshazzar, he's having a party. He's trying to impress all of his friends. And so he tells his servants to bring in these cups and these vessels that were stolen from the first temple that was destroyed by King Nebuchadnezzar. And they bring them in, they drink from them. And that's when a hand appeared and started writing on the wall. And so the handwriting on the wall is just like, huh. And so anyways, Belshazzar, like he poops his pants and he's like, what's being written on the wall? Anyways, long story short, he tells his mother comes up, his grandmother comes up to him and is like, hey, Daniel knows how to interpret these things. So Daniel comes in, he interprets it and he says, basically, it says, many, many tekel upharsin. That's what's written on the wall. And it says, you have been measured, you have been weighed, you've been found wanting. And so basically, Daniel told Belshazzar that his kingdom had fallen to the Medes. And so what was unbeknownst to King Belshazzar, the king of Babylon, is that they were under attack all the way up until this point. They were in Babylon having a party. Think about that. I want you to imagine being so confident and so cocky in how you can just like not be defeated, that you're under attack from outside, and you are so confident that you're just going to chill out inside your walls and have a party. And that's what Belshazzar ends up doing. Well, anyways, the reason why they were so confident was because the walls of Babylon were so massive and they were so thick, they were so wide that they could have chariot horses racing up on top of the walls because of how broad the walls were. Anyways, the water from the Euphrates came in through the city, and that's why they never needed to worry, because the way that people operated back then, they would surround the city because they would eventually starve the people out inside the city, and the people would starve inside. But the thing about Babylon is they couldn't be starved because they had an unlimited supply of water. So they were never going to starve because they had all the fish, they had all the water, they had food and water. There was no defeating Babylon. Well, here comes Cyrus, and this is why it's important to understand Cyrus. Cyrus comes up, and he goes up the water, and he diverts the water, which basically lowers the water, and the water that was going into Babylon, which allowed his troops to go into Babylon and to take it over without a battle. And so this is why it's important to understand that there's a difference between the fall of Babylon and the destruction of Babylon. And so this is all talked about in Daniel, not talked about. This is the conversations that is stimulated from diving into Genesis chapter 10 and 11. So anyways, in Genesis chapter 10, in regards to Cyrus, this is why Isaiah 45 is so important. And hello, Julie, good to see you. What's up, Felicia? What's up, Felicia? In in Isaiah chapter 45, you have Cyrus. Okay, so we finally have arrived at Cyrus. And here's why it's a connection from Nimrod to Cyrus, because Nimrod and Cyrus are two important players to really, really dive into because they are huge. And the connection between Nimrod and Cyrus is what I'm trying to propose to you right now. So in Isaiah chapter 45, verse 1, you are basically, Isaiah had written down what God told Isaiah to do, and God told Isaiah to write about Cyrus. That's what you read in Isaiah 45. So Isaiah writes about Cyrus, and he said, God tells him exactly what to write. And so Isaiah writes it down, and he writes down Cyrus's name like 150 years before Cyrus was even born. And so Isaiah is writing about a dude who has not been born yet, will not be born during his lifetime, and he's writing about everything that Cyrus would do. And so here's why it gets really cool, because when you go back to Daniel chapter 5, after the handwriting was on the wall, it was that night where Darius the Mede snuck into Babylon and basically ended the life of Belshazzar. And so now Babylon, that was ruled by Belshazzar, is now fallen, and there is now new management inside Babylon, and that new management was being ran by the Medo-Persian Empire, which is where we go back to Genesis chapter 10, verse 2, where you're introduced to Madai. This is where Cyrus comes into play. And so anyways, after Darius had taken over Babylon, Cyrus, the next day, walks through the doors of Babylon. The doors just open up. They never fought. They just took it over. And this is what is so incredible, because this is when Daniel shows up and he hands Cyrus a scroll. And the scroll that he hands Cyrus was what Isaiah had written before. And this is why it's so incredible. If you read Isaiah chapter 45, verse 1, what you find is that God refers to Cyrus as his anointed. Now, I need you to understand that this is incredible. This is significant. The reason why this is significant, thank you, Nicole. The reason why this is significant is because there is not another Gentile that is referred to as my anointed. Thank you, Huba God. I appreciate that. There's not another Gentile. I need you to understand, Cyrus is a Gentile. Cyrus is a Gentile. And so when God himself says, my anointed one, it's really provocative, because if you go to Zechariah chapter 11, in Zechariah chapter 11, God says that he will raise up a false idol, an idol shepherd. He's like, I'm going to raise up an idol shepherd. And so God raises somebody up, but Cyrus in many different areas is often viewed as a good person. Thank you, Laura. And this is where it gets a little dynamic, because if you look at Cyrus from the viewpoint of a Jewish mind, if you pretend you are a Jewish person, maybe you are, but the Jewish people over in Israel, they highly venerate this guy named Cyrus. And we need to be sensitive to that, because they even have a coin with Cyrus's image on it. And so for the Jewish people, they look at Cyrus as being a good guy, because back then Cyrus went into Babylon and he freed the Jewish people. And not only did he free the Jewish people, but he also helped them build a temple. Thank you, Vino. Thank you so much. And so Cyrus, who freed the Jewish people and helped them build a temple, is also what somebody could possibly be doing during our time here today. Huba God, thank you so much for that gift. And so what you have on that coin in connection to Cyrus, the other person that's on that coin is a guy named Donald Trump. And so you have a connection here. And so my point here is not to make any claims. I have no idea about anything. I'm just saying things that exist. But Cyrus helped free the Jewish people, and he also helped build their temple. And so they look at Cyrus as being a good guy. But what I would like for you to consider in a sense as why Cyrus is not a good guy here. One of them is to understand that he is a Gentile. He is an outsider. Another one is to understand that he was he's a masterful tactician. Like, he defeated people without them even knowing that they were defeated. Like, that's how good this guy was. Another thing is that's a connection to the Antichrist, because the Antichrist in Daniel chapter 11 talks about how he's going to be a god of fortresses, right? Anyways, another thing about Cyrus is that he was the king of Babylon. That's that's a big deal. Whenever you hear Babylon, you recognize that Babylon is an idiom for sin, and or the capital of Satan, in a sense. That's Babylon. So being a king of Babylon is never a good thing. You don't want to be a king of Babylon. I'm just telling you that. If somebody came up to you and were like, we're looking for volunteers to be kings of Babylon, anybody? Be like, nope, not doing it. I'm sitting on my hands. But my point here is to get you to understand what the Bible is saying in a roundabout way. And so Cyrus was the king of Babylon. That's very significant. But also in Daniel chapter 7, Daniel sees 4 beasts that come out of the sea. The first beast is like a lion. The second beast is like a bear. The third beast is like a leopard, and then the fourth beast was greater and different than all the other ones. And so the whole point there is to draw a connection that Cyrus is basically depicted as a beast. Now that is fascinating. Thank you, user. I appreciate that so much. Cyrus is depicted as a beast. He was one of the beasts. Would you like to be depicted as a beast? I don't think I would like that. Anyways, I just want you to, I'm just drawing some connections for you. And this is very significant. And the reason why it's significant is because of the connections, the parallels on how the Jewish people view Cyrus. And I want you to see the connections between Cyrus and Nimrod. And then I want you to apply what you know about Cyrus and Nimrod and understand all of those things and recognize that Cyrus and Nimrod are what the future Antichrist will basically embody. And so we need to also recognize that the Antichrist is not going to be a bad person. Like, he's going to be deceptive. We need to understand how tactful it is to be deceptive. A lot of people think it's going to be very obvious, like it's going to be a very clear bad person. Well, that's the thing about deception. We need to understand how deceptive it is. Deception is very deceptive. Crazy. I know, right? Weird. Anyways, but that's just fascinating. That's all given to you in Genesis chapter 10. That moves us to Genesis chapter 11. Yeah, many people see that Cyrus was a good king. And so this was new for me because when I was reading it, I was like, wait a second. So there's 2 different ways to view that. Obviously, test all things, hold fast to that, which is good. Moving on to Genesis chapter 11. This is remarkable. You're the first person I see that sees this stuff. Very cool. Red Dog, what's up, man? Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Genesis chapter 11, this is where you get into this whole chapter that we just did last time. If you guys weren't here for this, we spent a lot of time on Genesis chapter 11 because we talked about all things Babylon. It was Babylon all over the place. And so if you would like to really dive into that, I would encourage you to do it because it makes a lot of sense and it seems to be very clear. I love how I'm able to actually see things now. I want you guys to understand this Bible study is like a year and like 9 months old. And so I have learned an insane amount in a year and 9 months. And so it's just an absolute blessing. But I see things now that I didn't used to see, and that is awesome because light received brings forth more light, but light rejected brings forever night. And so if you're a born again believer and if you are searching for light, you're going to be given some. And when you are given some, you're going to look for more and you're going to be given more. But if you reject the light you have been given, it's what you have is going to be taken away. And so this is crazy. Anyways, my point in saying all that is to recognize or to explain that I'm now seeing a lot of things that I didn't used to see. And so this is my own walk with Christ. And so if you guys have been here, then you guys are probably in the same shoes as I am. Anyways, yeah, all of these are uploaded to YouTube if you're interested in that. But the Genesis chapter 11 was incredible because we spent so much time talking about Babylon. And so where do you begin here talking about Babylon just in regards to a review? There's so many things to talk about here, but the thing to really understand is that there is, in Genesis chapter 11, verse 4, these people wanted to make a city for themselves. They built a city and they built a tower, and they wanted to build it for themselves lest they were scattered. And so it's important to understand Chuck Taylor's, that's what I'm wearing right now. I can hear it right now. Oh, they're demonic. We can't get away from it. But it's crazy. Like everything, I just can't. I mean, Nike, Adidas, it's all bad. But you, in Genesis chapter 11, I'm sorry. But in Genesis chapter 11, you have Babylon. But the thing to really understand in Genesis chapter 11, verse 4 is where they came together. They wanted to come together. You need to understand so much that them coming together was an act of rebellion. This was an act of rebellion. This was an act of rebellion. Because in Genesis chapter 9, after the flood, God tells Noah and his sons to scatter. He's like, go out and fill the earth. So in Genesis 9, God tells them to fill the earth. In Genesis 11, Nimrod, or the king of Babel, or Shinar, says, don't scatter, come together. And so these people are left with the decision. Do we scatter, or do we fill the earth? Do we listen to the king of Babylon, or do we listen to God? And so what they ended up doing was they listened to the king of Babylon. And they came together and they wanted to make a name for themselves rather than making a name for God. And this is a video that I just put out just a little bit ago, and it was about this giant, the concept of the giant, how prideful we have become. My point is to recognize that these people here in Babylon, in Genesis chapter 11, verse 4, they wanted to make a name for themselves. It is not about you, and it's not about me, but this is the heart. We are, our heart is deceitful above all things. Like we are, it is all over the place. My point is to recognize how prideful we have all become. It is nothing, we want it to all be about me. Like our whole generation, it's all about selfies and filters and how pretty I can be and how good looking I can look. And we don't go outside unless we look a certain way. And it's all about me, 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 me. We spend more time focusing on ourselves than we do pointing other people to Jesus Christ. These bodies are going away, and I can't wait to get my new body. I cannot wait for the new one. We are going to get a glorified body. I'm so excited for that. And when we finally get that, we're going to look back to where we are right now at this point in time today in May 13th. We're going to be like, what was I doing? Why did I care so much about that? That is ridiculous. I mean, it's wild how we think. But the closer you grow to Jesus Christ, the more you're going to have a heart for other people. Because when you imagine Jesus, I want you to imagine this. I want you to imagine Jesus locking eyes with just you. I want you to imagine that when he was boots on the ground back during, when he was during his ministry, he would look at people, and every time he looked at people, can you just almost feel how much he loved whoever he was looking at? He was like, tell me, what do you have to say? He's like, you want to ask me something? Tell me, you want to talk to me? Yes, tell me, I am here. And so the love that you can feel just coming out of his eyes when he was looking at everybody else is what we need to strive to become. Because when we serve, when we start to love other people, that is when we're going to look most like Jesus. And that is what it's all about. It's not about how right you are. It's not about winning arguments. It's about winning souls. We need to win the souls. He came to seek and to save that which was lost. And so that is what we need to be doing, because that's what he did. And if he did it, I want to do it. And so this is the focus. But when you dive into Genesis chapter 11, you start talking about Babylon. And so there's a lot of concepts to understand. First off, to understand the difference between the fall of Babylon and the destruction of Babylon. There is something that is going to happen in the future, which is referred to as the destruction of Babylon. You can read about Isaiah 13, Jeremiah 50:51, Revelation 17 and 18. These all talk about the destruction of Babylon. The destruction of Babylon has not yet happened yet. That is a future event that is going to take place. Revelation chapter 16 talks about how all the cities of the nations fall, and then all of the cities of the nations become a dwelling place for these demons and these fallen angels and these spirits and these foul birds. That's given to you in Revelation chapter 18, verse 2. And so you have what has become Babylon, which I would propose to you is the entire world, all of the cities of the world, doesn't matter what country you are in, all the cities of the world are Babylon. If you look into cities, that is where sin multiplies and it thrives, and it's like a little cesspool, and it just keeps on multiplying, and it's like sin. And so if you look at if we would have listened to God, and we would have been more like the little house on the prairie, and we would have been living out in the woods somewhere by a field all by ourselves with the next door neighbors being 5 miles away, we wouldn't know what was going on in other parts of the world. We would just be focusing on, the father would be focusing on taking care of his family. The mother would be focusing on raising the children. The children would be focusing on their chores, and then they would get together and eat, and then they would talk about God, and they would be worshiping him. There would be a whole different picture. But that is not what is going on now. What is going on now is we live in cities, and then we live on top of each other in these huge buildings. And all of a sudden, sin is getting out of control. And so I would propose to you that the idea of Babylon, what is Babylon, is that it is everything now. It is everything that is in the part of the world. And all of the entire nations, all of the nations of the world are going to fall. It is going to fall. Those huge buildings that are in your city, that are in my city, the things that have been there forever, they are all going to collapse. And after they collapse, they're going to become a prison for all the foul spirits, all the evil birds, and mentioned in Revelation chapter 18, verse 2. And so that's incredible. But that's given to us in Genesis chapter 11. This obviously, God confuses their language, and that is Babylon in a nutshell. I mean, we could go for days just talking about Babylon, and so we will not do that. But that is, since we just talked about that recently. But this is why it's important to understand Cyrus, and it's important to understand Nimrod. Cyrus and Nimrod seem to be an allusion towards the futuristic Antichrist that is going to be entering the scene sometime in the future. Now, I need you to understand that the Antichrist, if he is alive right now, he will not be officially revealed until 3.5 years into the tribulation. Because it says in Revelation chapter 11, you are introduced to two witnesses. They are standing in front of the temple. They are witnessing. They are untouchable for 3.5 years. And it's not until after their ministry, after 3.5 years, that it is then that the Antichrist rises. He ascends out of the bottomless pit. He makes a war against the two witnesses, and he ends them. And their dead bodies are laying in the streets for 3.5 days, and that's when the Antichrist goes into the temple, and that's when the Jewish people see him go into the temple. They're like, wait a second, what are you doing? Why are you going into the temple? That's what Jesus says in Matthew 24. He says, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet standing in the holy place, let him who reads understand. He says, let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains, right? And so this is why the Jewish people are going to be like, what are you doing? You're going into the one place that you shouldn't be doing. And so he goes in there, and that's when he reveals himself in a sense, and that's not going to take place until 3.5 years into the tribulation. So this is some important stuff. A lot of things happening right now. And we could just go round and round, and we could just do the whole book of Revelation all over again if you guys would like to. Nope, don't you tempt me, because that would be so much fun. No, maybe one day if we're still here, if the Lord tarries. I don't know if he's going to, though. But the eyelashes, I know. Just a little feet and little eyelashes. Like every time I do this, if you're new here, this is what I do. And I'm just like, this is what the world does when they're looking. They're like, oh my goodness, I can't believe it, because their eyes are huge. Like just got like, those huge like cartoon eyes. Anyways, that is Genesis chapter 5 through 11, and that's just a recap. And so hopefully, I don't know if that helped. Maybe that was better. Maybe you guys can let me know what you guys think about that review, because we didn't start in Genesis chapter 1. We started in Genesis chapter 5, and that is to save some time, and especially since it'll be nice, because what we're going to be talking about here, it's going to take some time, and I don't know, this will be fun, but okay, so that is a review. Now what we are going to do is slow down, and we are going to dive into the Bible study. What we just talked about were things that we talked about before, and now we're going to dive into the actual Bible study, which is going to be focusing on Genesis chapter 12 through 15. We're going to be getting in it. So get your gloves on. We're just going to be going elbow deep. You did great. Hey, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much, Who But God. I appreciate that. If you guys would like to follow me, I'm live streaming on YouTube, and I'm live streaming on TikTok. All of these are uploaded to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile. If you would like to subscribe over there, if you wanted to, if you find it worthy enough. But if TikTok goes away, then we will still be live streaming on YouTube, which is why I would encourage you to follow me on YouTube so we can stay in touch. I upload all of these to YouTube. We've done Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John, Acts, Romans, and we've done a whole bunch of books, like 25 books, verse by verse, chapter by chapter, book by book. And some of the books I wish I could go back and do over again, because I know I've messed up in some of the areas, but obviously I understand that. Like, I am not a pastor. I'm not a scholar. I'm just a dude who is looking at TikTok and YouTube and social media as being a mission ground. If you guys would like to support this ministry, you guys are more than welcome to. I would be blessed by it if you would. There's ways to do that. There's ways to support this ministry up here in my TikTok. You never have to. I never want you to feel obligated to. I'm kind of out on a limb of faith doing this entire thing, but God is good one way or the other, and he is always going to be in control. And so I am learning many things by being here. And so we're giving this a go. And so, it's just very humbling. And so if you wanted to support this way, ministry, you could. And if you wanted to reach out or ask your church, because I know some churches support ministries like this. If you want to ask your church to support this ministry, that would be wonderful if they would consider that, because, I consider myself as an evangelist, not like a teacher, not like a pastor, not a scholar, anything like that, just an evangelist. I like telling people about Jesus. That's what I'm doing. And so I look at TikTok, I look at YouTube as a legit critical mission field right now, because you guys understand, this is where hearts and minds are being won. This is where hearts and minds are being won. And so being a voice is all I'm trying to do. And I don't get everything right, which is why I encourage you to test all things, hold fast to that, which is good. But I want you guys to understand the most important thing is always going to be the most important thing. And that is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. How do you get to heaven? If you don't know that, then none of the stuff that we're going to be talking about here today really matters to you. The most important thing is, how do you get to heaven? In order to understand, you need to understand a couple things. And you need to understand the bad news first. You need to understand the bad news before you can appreciate the good news. The bad news is given to us in Romans 3:23, where it says, "For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God." So you are a sinner, and you and I have fallen short of the glory of God. That's bad news. But there's more bad news. Romans 6:23 says, "For the wages of sin is death." Are you kidding me? So not only are you a sinner, you and I have fallen short of the glory of God, and you and I are under the death penalty, because the wages of our sins is death. But it doesn't end there. This is where we get to the good part. It says, "But the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord." I mean, and that is that's incredible. Like, through Jesus Christ our Lord, period. It is for by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. You need to understand, it's literally, you can do nothing. You can sit there right now and be like, "Lord, I need you. Lord, I understand you are God's son. Lord, I put my faith and trust in you. Lord, I repent of my sins. Lord, help me. Lord, save me." And he knows your heart. And he understands this. Luke, in the Gospel of Luke, we are given a parable about this dude coming out of the synagogue, and he's like boasting and he's praying loudly so everybody can hear him. He's like, "I'm thankful that I'm not like anybody else out here." But then another guy came out of the synagogue, and he couldn't even look up to heaven, and he beat on his chest. And he said, "Lord, forgive me, a sinner." Just think about that. Because what happened next is absolutely incredible. Jesus said toward the guy who couldn't even look up to heaven, Jesus said about that man, he didn't say about the dude who looked very religious-y. He said to the man who couldn't even look up to heaven, he said, "Surely I say to you that man went down to his house justified." That's incredible. That is incredible. Thank you, JJ. It's your heart. He wants your heart. Hey, who but God? Thank you so much for that gift. I appreciate that. Thank you, Wendy. Religiously, churchianity, however you'd like to word it. And so it's your heart, guys. The heart of the matter is always the matter of the heart. And so we need to be sensitive to that. It is so very instructive, and it's so necessary. And I need you to understand, there's other people who say, "No, you need to get water baptized to get to heaven." And I'm going to say, no, that's absolutely incorrect. It's nothing I can do, guys. It is nothing I can physically do. And so you're like, "Well, what about this in Acts chapter 2, verse 38 and all these verses?" I'm like, wait a second. And so we're going to actually talk about some of that stuff here. But there's a lot of things to understand, a lot of things to pull from and to pull on. And we're going to dive into that. But that's a review. That's Genesis chapter 5 through 11 review. So hopefully you guys enjoyed that. Hopefully that was edifying to you. And so again, the main thing about this entire Bible study is to tell people about Jesus and how they can know for sure they can get to heaven, because I personally believe we are living in the last seconds of the last days. That's me. Somebody asked me, why am I doing this? And I told them, I believe this. And if I believe that, then I should live in a way that reflects that. And so this is me living in a way that reflects that. And I don't just do this here. I do it out in my own life and in my personal world, because I'm a real human. I am not AI. I actually do go outside and I talk with all the NPCs out there. They are, no, I'm just messing. What's up, Mark? Good to see you, man. And so hopefully this was beneficial to you guys. I know it helps many people. And so if you're new here, thank you so much for being here. We're just going through the Bible book by book, chapter by chapter, and that's what we're going to be doing here. Genesis chapter, we are bots here. Genesis chapter 12 is where we're going to be diving into. Genesis chapter 12. All right, so let me just, do you, Genesis, yeah, okay, all right, Genesis chapter 12. I was just thinking. All right, okay, okay. I want you guys to know, I have, so we're going to be Genesis chapter 12 through 15, and I could have spent so much more time, and this is incredible because I've been working on this for like 5 days now. Because normally we do like one chapter at a time. Sometimes we do 2 chapters at a time, but today we're going to be doing 4, and there is so much. And it's really quite a cool picture when we slow down and try to understand what's going on and how it actually applies to our world today. And so let's go ahead and get on into it. But I just want you to know there's some times where I'm like, I got to get back to Genesis. And it just cracks me up because I'm like, sometimes I'm just like, what am I doing in this book? Like, where am I at? Like, why am I in Ecclesiastes? Like things like that. Like sometimes you just wind up certain places and you're just like, okay. And so the thing that is really cool about you guys being here is that these studies go on for about 5 hours, 4 to 5 hours on average. And I appreciate you guys being here because you being here for this long is how you get to learn and get to see the picture. And like, it's understanding the picture that is so difficult to really see. Because when you go to church, a lot of people think that going to church one time, once a week, that's what being a Christian is. And no, people who go to church one time, once a week have no idea what the Bible says. They have no idea how incredible it is. And so diving in here and spending time and learning and really trying to see is how you are going to grow. We are to add to our faith virtue, to our virtue knowledge. And so knowledge is very, very important, but we need to be careful with it because knowledge puffs up, but love edifies. Okay, so Genesis chapter 12. All right, so before we dive into Genesis chapter 12, let's kind of rewind a little bit and let's talk a little bit about what's going on in Genesis chapter 11. So if you read Genesis chapter 11, verse 10 through 30, or 10, Genesis chapter 11, verse 10 through 32, you are going to be given the genealogy. And the genealogy, or another genealogy, and the genealogy that we are given there is for a purpose. And the reason is to get us to Abraham. It is to get us to Abram, it's Abram, but we all know him as Abraham. So if I say Abraham, just forgive me. Like his name is Abraham here, but we all know him as Abraham. So just deal with it. But in Genesis chapter 11, verse 10 through 32, this genealogy is for a purpose. And the purpose here is to introduce us to Abram. That is the purpose here. Hey, thank you so much for that, Mimi. I appreciate that heart. And so if you read this genealogy, you're given a whole bunch of information, and this information tells us a whole story. It is a whole long story about Israel. And so, for example, in this genealogy in Genesis chapter 11, we are introduced to a dude named Terah. Thank you, Rachel. In verse 25, in verse 24 and 25, Genesis 11, verse 24 and 25, we are introduced to a guy named Terah. Now, we've talked about this last time, but just to kind of double tap it a little bit, Terah had 3 sons. He had Abram, Nahor, and Haran. We are told that in verse 26. So he had the 3 sons, but Terah also had a second wife. And Terah's second wife is how Sarai enters the picture. So Abram and Sarai were half-brothers and half-sisters. They were half-brother, half-sister. So you have this whole kind of situation because they both had the same father, Terah, but they had different mothers. And from these people was born Ishmael and Isaac. So Abram and Sarah, they obviously had Ishmael and Isaac. And that this whole genealogy that you are given in Genesis chapter 11 is telling us a story. It's laying the foundation, just similar to what we had in Genesis chapter 10, where we had the nations, like you need to understand the foundation to understand what's going on up at the top. And so here in Genesis chapter 11, the same principle is true. But talking about Haran in Genesis 11, verse 26, Haran, who is Abram's brother, Haran had a guy named Lot. Lot was Abram's nephew. And Nahor, who is Abram's other brother, had a son named Bethuel, and from Bethuel was born Rebekah and Laban. And so this is why these genealogies are very important, because we are introduced to some key players and to some key names that we are all very familiar with. Rachel and Laban, those are probably ringing in your ears a little bit. But Rebekah and Laban. But Rebekah marries Isaac. And after Rebekah marries Isaac, they have Jacob and Esau, or Esau and Jacob, because Esau was the oldest. But Laban has two daughters. Laban's two daughters were Leah and Rachel, and it's through them, Leah and Rachel, that the 12 tribes of Israel are born. So this is very, very fundamental in many different ways. We need to understand the significance. The genealogy is there to tell us where everybody else came from. And so Genesis chapter 1 through 11 are, a way to view them are, Genesis chapter 1 through 11 are about the world's history. It's about the world's history, everything involving the nations. It's encapsulating the entire world. But then in Genesis chapter 12 to the end of Genesis chapter 50, it changes to Israel's history. So the first 11 chapters in many people's minds are speaking about the world's history. And then in Genesis chapter 12, it changes from the world's history to a nation. It changes to one nation, and that nation is Israel. So many families and many lands changes to one family and one land. And it's basically setting the scene for what we're going to be diving into in Genesis chapter 12. And so I want you to understand that if you read any commentaries out there, many of them will say that Genesis 1 through 11 is where the book is divided, because 1 through 11 is the world, 12 through 50 is Israel. And so it changes from the world to Israel. Hey, thank you so much, Melanie. I appreciate that. But let's go ahead and dive on into Genesis chapter 12. Genesis chapter 12 is where we are introduced to this Abrahamic covenant. And this is going to be a very, very fundamental kind of covenant to understand, because it sets the scene for all the other covenants that are going to come after it. This covenant is absolutely massive. And so in Genesis chapter 12, verse 1, it says, "Now the Lord had said to Abram, get out of your country, from your family, and from your father's house, to a land that I will show you. I will make you a great nation. I will bless you and make your name great, and you shall be a blessing. I will bless those who bless you, and I will curse him who curses you. And in you all the families of the earth shall be blessed." So that's Genesis chapter 12, verse 1 through 3. And that is massive for us to really understand. And so one of the things to recognize is that many people often suspect that the reason that God has not judged America is because of our support for Israel. America is known to be the greatest ally of Israel. And it's because many people believe that the reason why America has prospered as much as it has been is because of our support for them. We need to understand the significance between what God is saying here, and it's being connected to Abraham and his people, which are the Jewish people. And so this is crazy. But one of the things to recognize also is Adrian Rogers, I think it was. I don't know. Many of you guys might be familiar with him. He's an amazing pastor. He passed away. But love him. I think one of the things he said, maybe it was him, maybe it was Billy Graham, can't remember, but one of the two made a statement saying that if God does not judge America, he's going to have to apologize to Sodom and Gomorrah. And so this is interesting. That's an interesting concept to think about. If God does not judge America, then he's going to have to apologize to them. Why? Because what we are doing here in America is exactly what used to happen back in Sodom and Gomorrah. And so he needs to. It's going to happen. Thank you, Melanie. It's going to. Because if he doesn't, he's going to have to apologize to him. We need to recognize what is going on in our country that everybody says is the greatest and greatest and greatest. We need to recognize the wickedness of what's going on and see it for what it really is. There's a lot of stuff going on here that is not okay. But what's interesting about Abraham is that Abraham is mentioned over 70 times in the New Testament. And some believe that Abraham was alive while Noah was still living, which is an interesting thought to think about, how if these two actually had conversations. But That's a secondary thing. But since we are talking about Abraham, it's good to know that he is a key player in Judaism and Christianity and in Islam. This is basically setting this whole scene for the whole Abraham Accords that are going on in our world today, right? Like everybody, you guys might be sensitive to the Abraham Accords, but the reason why it's called the Abraham Accords is because Father Abraham is where all of the Jews, the Christians, and the Muslims can all find common ground, and it's under, it all comes back to Abraham. It comes back to Father Abraham. Thank you, Melanie. And so what's interesting about Abraham is that Abraham is referred to in the Bible as a friend of God. In James chapter 2, he was referred to as a friend of God. And friends is what's interesting about friends is that friends receive prophetic insight. If you guys remember in Genesis chapter 18 and chapter 19, you have the whole story of Sodom and Gomorrah. And what ends up happening there is that God goes to Abraham before he goes to Sodom and Gomorrah. God goes to Abraham before he goes to Sodom and Gomorrah. Think about that. Why? Why did he go to Abraham? So he goes to Abraham and he tells Abraham what he's going to do. And he says, shall I not tell my friend? Let's go to Genesis chapter 18, verse 17, just to look at it real fast. Genesis chapter 18, verse 17. Genesis chapter 18, verse 17. It says, and the Lord said, shall I hide from Abraham what I am doing? And so this is an interesting thing to consider. So why this is kind of cool to kind of put it all together is because when you recognize that the Bible refers to as Abraham as being a friend of God, you see that God has this whole thought process, shall I hide from Abraham what I am doing? And so he's not hiding from Abraham what he was doing. And so he tells Abraham what he's doing. And what he was going to do was he was going to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. So Abraham and God have this conversation about what kind of judgment is going to take place. And Abraham is let in on the secret. I need you to understand, God didn't have to tell Abraham that. He didn't have to tell Abraham what was about to take place on Sodom and Gomorrah, but he chose to. He told his friend. And so friends receive some kind of prophetic insight in a roundabout way. Let's go to John chapter 15. John chapter 15, verse 15. Because there's some interesting concepts in regards to being a friend, considered being a friend. So in John chapter 15, this is obviously before Jesus was crucified, but in John chapter 15, verse 15, he's talking to his disciples, and he referred to them. He says in John chapter 15, verse 15, it says, no longer do I call you servants, for a servant does not know what his master is doing, but I have called you friends. For all things that I heard from my Father, I have made known to you. This is interesting because when you start looking at Abraham and you recognize that Abraham, way back before there was any Jewish or Gentile distinction, there was somebody who is referred to as the friend of God. Now, obviously, that's a New Testament concept. He's referred to as the friend of God. That's in James. But being the friend of God allows some kind of prophetic insight. So you and I in our world today, if you are a born-again believer, you have the ability to have that as well. So just like what God told Abraham, you and I are being told what is going to happen because God showed up to Abraham. He told him about the judgment that's going to happen on Sodom and Gomorrah, and the same thing that's going to take place to them. Abraham knew. Think about that. Can you imagine being Abraham, knowing what was about to happen to another city? I want you to imagine your next door neighbor, whoever your next door neighbor is, and you're in your house, and God shows up to you, and he's like, hey, listen up. He's like, you know, your next door neighbor about to destroy it. You would be like, whoa, and you would try to reason with him, which is fascinating because in Isaiah chapter 1, verse 18, God is like, let us reason together. I mean, he wants so bad to reason with us. Anyways, Abraham was let in on the judgment that was right around the corner. And I want you to just imagine how that would be such a burden on Abraham. Just think about that, being like, he just told me. And so the same thing that Abraham felt for what was going to take place in Sodom and Gomorrah is basically how you and I should be viewing the world. We know that there is going to be a judgment that is going to be placed onto the earth. There's going to be a judgment. It's referred to as the time of Jacob's trouble, but it's going to be hitting and affecting the entire world. And so this is crazy. And so it's just, and my point here in talking about this is to also is to draw a connection between Abraham being a friend, and friends are receiving some prophetic insight. But it's not just friends, not just the word friend. Abraham was the friend of God. I want you to also recognize that there's other descriptors in the Bible that are also allude to certain, hey, thank you, Angela, that also allude to some kind of revelation in a sense. And the word that is attached to these other people is the word beloved. The word beloved. Now there's two people, thank you, Paul. There's two people in the Bible, one in the Old Testament, one in the New Testament, that is often attributed as being referred to as the beloved. And if you guys know who I'm talking about, then you're doing well. But one of them in the Old Testament is a guy named Daniel. Daniel is referred to as beloved, beloved, beloved. And John is also referred to as being beloved, beloved. Now, what's interesting about Daniel and John is that they both have some kind of similarity. And that similarity, thank you, Kirsty, the similarity there is that they both received an enormous amount of apocalyptic insight. Daniel is giving us so much information in regards to the end times. But not just Daniel, also Revelation. And John is the one who wrote the book of Revelation. Now, we know that John is referred to as the disciple whom he loved because John wrote the Gospel of John, but John doesn't even mention himself. He takes himself out of it, and he's like the disciple whom Jesus loved, the beloved disciple. And it's just incredible to see. But you're seeing some similarities. Thank you, Andrew, for that gift. I appreciate that. And so you have John and Daniel both having an insane amount of apocalyptic insight. And that is really, really quite something. But you can read about in Daniel chapter 9, he's referred, when Gabriel shows up, he refers to Daniel as the disciple, oh, Daniel, greatly beloved, is basically how it's worded there. But they both have the terms beloved and friend applied to them, which is connected to things being revealed to them. And since those things were revealed to them, they are also revealed to us. And so that's really, really kind of cool to see how what applied to them and was revealed to them is now you and I know. And this is what's so remarkable. If you read Daniel chapter 12 and you read about how Daniel was told to seal these things, one of the things that makes us think that we are living in the last days is because the things that were sealed during Daniel's time are now unsealed during our time, because we can read the book of Daniel and we can understand what's going on there. And I think that that is absolutely telling in a very, very big way. But okay, so going back to Genesis chapter 12, in Genesis chapter 12, hey, thank you so much, Andrew. I appreciate that. In Genesis chapter 12, verse 1, it says, "Now the Lord had said to Abraham," or to Abram. So last time we talked about how I mentioned that if you guys wanted to read the book of Acts, not the book, but Acts chapter 7. Let's go to Acts chapter 7 real fast. Go to Acts chapter 7, verse 1. And we will talk about some things that are kind of help shine a light on some concepts that we're going to be talking about in Genesis. So let's go to Acts chapter 7, verse 1. In Acts chapter 7, verse 1, this entire chapter is incredible. If you guys haven't mentioned this, or if you guys haven't read this, you guys need to read it because it's really, really instructive in many different ways. But just to kind of give you like a flyby of Acts chapter 7, Stephen is standing before the Sanhedrin, and you have all of these dudes, like 50 dudes roughly, standing around Stephen, and it's Stephen going toe-to-toe with the Sanhedrin. And so Stephen is a newer born-again believer, and he has an insane amount of testimony, and it is his testimony is what we're going to be diving into here, but he was given a lot of light. It's incredible to see how he understood stuff. And it's really neat. So anyways, in Acts chapter 7, Stephen goes toe-to-toe with the Sanhedrin, and that's what we're going to be talking about here in Acts chapter 7. So in Acts chapter 7, verse 1, it says, "Then the high priest said, 'Are these things so?' And he said, 'Brethren and fathers, listen. The glory of God appeared to our father Abraham when he was in Mesopotamia before he dwelt in Haran. So here, let's keep on reading in verse 3, and it says, and said to him, get out of your country and from your relatives, and come to a land that I will show you. And then he came out of the land of the Chaldeans and dwelt in Haran. And from there, when his father was dead, he moved him to this land in which you now dwell. Okay, so here, those four verses there are what I want you to focus on, because they tell us a lot of information that we didn't really get if you read Genesis chapter 12. And here's how. So in Acts chapter 7, Stephen is letting us know something that we can't find anywhere else in the scriptures. So Stephen, in Acts chapter 7, verse 2, says, the glory of God appeared to our father Abraham when he was in Mesopotamia before he dwelt in Haran. So God is talking to Abraham before he dwelt in Haran. Now, why that's interesting is because when you continue reading in verse 4, in Acts chapter 7, verse 4, it says, in the middle of verse 4, it says, and from there, when his father was dead, he moved to the land in which you now dwell. Now, why this is interesting is because this reveals something, it seems. And what Stephen is revealing to you and I is that it seems to paint a picture that Abraham did not listen right away. That seems to be what this is talking about, because if you here in Acts chapter 7, it says when his father was dead. That is when he left and then went to the land that God told him to. So when you go back to Genesis chapter 12 and you read the first couple words where it says, now the Lord had said to Abraham, that means that God had already told him. God told him this. And so he told him to do it. It's just a matter of when did Abraham actually listen. So we'll go back there in a little bit, but just to kind of give you like a flyby, if you read the entire chapter of Acts, then I'm sure you just absolutely enjoyed it. But the whole picture in Acts chapter 7, just so you guys can wrap your mind around what was going on there, it is so incredibly instructive because of what Stephen was saying. And here is the whole gist. I'm not going to explain all of Acts chapter 7, but I want you to understand the gist of what Stephen was what the message he was trying to relay to these lost Jewish people who were a part of the Sanhedrin, the religious body that was existed back then. And the message that Stephen was trying to basically portray to them was that their history was to first reject and then the second time to accept. And so here, what Stephen is doing in Acts chapter 7 is by bringing up Abraham, he's bringing up Abraham, how Abraham didn't listen at first, and then he listened. And then he goes on and he talks about Joseph, and he talks about Moses, and he talks about these things that happened where not Joseph specifically, but he talks about Abraham, he talks about Moses at a couple different times, and he's painting a pattern for the Jewish world. And the Jewish world, what they would do, what they naturally have done their entire existence is that they would naturally reject the first time. They would reject whatever God gave them the first time, but then the second time they would accept. And so that was their pattern. And I need you to understand the significance of a pattern to a Jewish mind. For a Gentile views, when we think of prophecy, we think of there's a prediction and then there is a fulfillment. But to a Jewish mind thinks about patterns. They see pattern. And so in Acts chapter 7, Stephen was painting a picture. He's like, listen, this is what we did. This is what we did. This is what we did. We messed up. We messed up. We messed up. We messed up. We got it right the second time. 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 And so where he is walking these people to, again, this is Stephen going toe-to-toe with like 50 dudes who are the religious experts. He goes toe-to-toe with them. And what Stephen was leading them towards was getting them to recognize their pattern, because he was trying to lead them to Jesus, because they crucified Jesus. He's like, you see what we did it again, guys. Just like what we did all in our history before, we did it again. And we ended up crucifying. We missed it the first time, but we're going to accept it the second time. And so this is what the argument is given in Acts chapter 7. He was painting them a picture, and it was a picture that they needed to recognize because their minds pay attention to patterns, and that's why Stephen was painting a pattern and painting it for them so that they could see it, and it was all in effort to get them to get to Jesus. He just didn't get that far. They ended up stoning him, of course, but because they were stoned, that introduces us to the story of Saul, and Saul becomes Paul, and much was given to us because of a byproduct of Saul. I want you to also think about the impact that Stephen had on Paul. Think about the impact. Think about the impact that Stephen had on Paul. Stephen and Paul might not have ever had any conversation together, but you know what? Paul was there. He was watching. Saul was there. Paul. He was there watching Stephen, and Stephen's testimony had to have been just rattling around in Saul's mind, even though even though Stephen had already been put to death. You had to have just thought about that. Like, that's incredible. That's a huge, huge testimony. And so you never know how you are impacting somebody else in your life is basically the idea that you can kind of apply to yourself there. Okay, so let's get back to Genesis chapter 12. In Genesis chapter 12, verse 1, in regards connecting Acts chapter 7 to Genesis chapter 12, it says, "Now the Lord had said to Abraham, get out of your country, from your family, and from your father's house." And so I'm just drawing a connection from Genesis 12 to Acts chapter 7 to basically propose the idea that God called Abraham away from his land, away from his family, but it seems that Abraham did not listen or obey right away. Seems like he didn't obey right away. It seemed that he lived with his father in Haran until his father died, and then when his father died, then he went down to the land. And so basically, the picture is down here. So here is Ur. This is where they were from, and then they went from Ur all the way up to Haran, and Abraham dwelled in Haran, which is like north of Damascus. So they're not in the promised land up here. And then after Abraham's father died, then Abraham came down and dwelt in the land. And so it seems that there was a little bit of a delay in between when Abraham actually listened and when he was living with his family. But what's interesting is that even though he delayed, Abraham is still given credit for his faith because he did eventually trust and obey. But what's interesting about Abraham is that he did not know where he was going. God says in verse 1, he says, "Get out of your country, from your family, and from your father's house to a land that I will show you." He didn't tell him where he was going. I just think about this, because this is wild to me. Like, can you imagine, before there was anything else really going on during this time, like things were very, simple. Information didn't travel much. You didn't know what was going on over there unless somebody rode a camel to you and told you about it, type thing. But Abraham did not know that he was going to Canaan. He didn't know that. He had no idea that that's the land that God was going to take him to. It just says, "I'm going to take you to a land that I will show you." I'm going to show you. And so this is massive, massive faith. This is massive faith. But what's interesting in verse 1, in Genesis chapter 12, verse 1, God says to get away from your family and get away from your father's house. I want you to think about that. That is wild. Why? One of the things to really understand here is it seems a little cruel for God to say, get away from your family. But we need to understand Abraham's family a little bit, because what his family was, they were pagan worshipers. They worshiped the moon god. This is wild. Let's go to Joshua chapter 24, verse 2. I turned right to it. That rarely happens. Yahtzee. In Joshua chapter 24, we'll just read verse 1 and 2. Joshua chapter 24, verse 1 and 2, we are told about Abraham's family. In Joshua chapter 24, verse 1, it says, "Then Joshua gathered all the tribes of Israel to Shechem and called for the elders of Israel, for their heads, for their judges, and for their officers. And they presented themselves before God. And Joshua said to all the people, 'Thus says the Lord God of Israel, your fathers,'" here we go, "including Terah, the father of Abraham, and the father of Nahor, dwelt on the other side of the river in the old times, and they served other gods. Thank you, Christine. I appreciate that so much. So what you see here in Joshua chapter 24, verse 2, is Abraham's family was just full of moon worship. They worshiped the moon god. And something that demonstrates their allegiance to their pagan worship was found in their names. If you pay attention to the names that are in that Terah, and Nahor and whatnot, Terah, for example, means moon. Sarai means queen or wife of the moon god. It's a connection to the moon god. Laban, for example, means white. And Laban means white because it's connection to the full moon. Like when a moon is full, it becomes very white. And so you have these connections of idol, pagan, false god idolatry taking place, and it's all, kind of mixed within their names. And so when you go back to Genesis chapter 12, and you read verse 1, and you see that God says, get out of your country, from your family, and from your father's house, I think it's really, really instructive to understand that they were worshiping false gods. And that is crazy. That is crazy. And so it makes a little bit more sense. And so what you're seeing here is that God is calling him out. What do you think of when you think of God calling them out? Does that, who are the people in the New Testament who are the called out ones? Well, in case you don't know, I'll just tell you, the called out ones in the New Testament is you and I. It's the church. Ecclesia. It's the church. The called out ones. You and I are called out. That's what ecclesia means. It means the called out ones. And so just like how you and I are called out, Abraham is also the called out ones too. And so that's interesting, or the called out. Abraham was called out. You and I are called out. And so that's really kind of cool to see that. But it is fascinating. It says, in Genesis chapter 12, verse 1, it says, and the Lord had said to Abraham, get out of your country, from your family, and from your father's house. That is wild. That is absolutely wild. And then it goes on, it says, to a land that I will show you. He's going to show Abraham a land. He hasn't seen it yet. He's going to go out, and this is all going to be by faith. This is going to be by faith. It says in verse 2, it says, I will make you a great nation. I will bless you and make your name great, and you shall be a blessing. Now here in verse 3, it goes on and it says, I will bless those who bless you, and I will curse him who curses you, and in you all the families of the earth shall be blessed. So here in verse 2 and 3, there are 7 I will statements that are in verse 2 and 3. It says, I will make you a great nation. I will bless you and make your name great, and you will be a blessing. And I will bless those who bless you, and I will curse him who curse you, and in you all the earth shall be blessed. There are 7 things here, and I think it's kind of cool to see the construction of the Word of God, because this architecture is really quite beautiful, but there are 7 things here that are listed. Now, you can make a statement in a sense, or at least to kind of wrap your mind around something, a comparison of God's I wills in connection to, hey, thank you, Angela, I appreciate that, in connection to Satan's I wills. Because Satan has I wills as well. If you read Isaiah chapter 14, you read about Satan. And what you learn about Satan is that Satan also said, I will, I will, I will, I will. It's just that those things that Satan said are never going to take place. But you have a comparison between Satan's I wills and God's I wills. And hey, thank you, Brad. Thank you, Brad, Fatty. I don't know if I pronounced that right. Thank you so much. Made me feel weird. But Genesis chapter 12 is verse 2. In Genesis chapter 12, verse 2, it says, I will make you a great nation. I will bless you, and I will make your name great, and you shall be a blessing. Now, what's interesting, it says in verse 2, it says, I will make your name great. Now, I wonder, do you guys feel like God has accomplished that part of this promise. It says, I will make your name great. Now, what's interesting is that all throughout the world, Abraham's name is massive, right? Among Christianity, among Judaism, and among the Muslim world and Islam. And so this is remarkable. You're just seeing this is all the way back, right? This is way back when he was old school Abram, before he was Abraham. And so that's really kind of cool. But Paul also echoes this good news that, this good news, this covenant here in Genesis chapter 12, verse 1 through 3. This is really, really good news. And Paul also echoes this good news in Galatians chapter 3, verse 8. Let's go to Galatians chapter 3, verse 8. Because in Galatians chapter 3, verse 8, Paul says to the churches in Galatia, it says in the scripture, foreseeing that God would justify the Gentiles by faith, preached the gospel to Abraham beforehand, saying, in you all the nations shall be blessed. Now, this is remarkable because you're seeing a connection. You're seeing the Gentiles being roped in, right? The Gentiles. Paul was the disciple or the apostle that was sent to the Gentiles. Peter was the one who was sent to the Jewish people. So Paul, when he's writing, he's addressing Gentiles. And it's really kind of cool because he's introducing Gentiles into the picture. But he's also drawing a connection from the Gentiles to Abraham. And he mentions the good news or the gospel, and he mentions Abraham. And the good news by faith was introduced there. And you're also given the good news here in Genesis chapter 12, verse 1 through 3. The good news here, how is Genesis 12, verse 1 through 3 is good news? Well, it's because of who came from the line of Abraham. Abraham. This came from the line. Out of Abraham, you track it all the way back, trace it all the way back, and Abraham is in the genealogy. And out of Abraham came the 12 tribes. The 12 tribes, out of the 12 tribes, you have the tribe of Judah. Out of the tribe of Judah comes the Messiah. And that is amazing news. It says in Genesis chapter 12, verse 3, it says, I will bless those who bless you, and I will curse him who curses you, and in you all the families of the earth shall be blessed. That's fascinating, because out of Abraham, all the nations, all the families of the earth shall be blessed. How are all the families to be blessed? Well, the way that we are all blessed is because of Jesus, because Jesus came from Abraham. And it's because of Abraham, by faith Abraham, it's because of Abraham and his line and his line and his line that the Messiah showed up. And that is how all the nations are to be blessed. This is really, really cool. This isn't just talking about the Jewish people, but it's being surrounded by the Jewish people. The Jewish people are the focus here, because it says, I will bless those who bless you, and I will curse those who curse you. This covenant right now, here in 2025, what's up, Jason? Good to see you. This covenant today is being challenged by the world right now. It is under attack in many, many different arenas. And it's interesting to see, when you just pay attention to what the world is happening right now, it's interesting to see that the rise and the fall of nations pretty much depends on whether or not they bless Israel or whether or not they curse Israel. Think about it. If you just do a study of all the nations of the world and you just kind of look and you observe and you kind of like get in there, you pop the hood a little bit and like unpack what's going on, you can see that the rise and fall of nations throughout history has been because of, or because the fall of, or the collapse of, the rise of, has been surrounded or centered on how they treated Israel. The treatment of Israel is huge. The treatment of Israel is how the nations are going to be judged in Joel chapter 3. If you read Joel chapter 3, we can go there real fast just because okay. So this is stuff I was thinking about. Let's go to Joel chapter 3. I don't know exactly what verse it is, but it's in Joel chapter 3. Joel chapter 3, it's like in the first couple verses. You have this whole scene in Joel chapter 3 that is going to take place, and this is talking about the sheep and goat judgments. Joel chapter 3, verse 1, it says, For behold, in those days and at that time when I bring back the captives of Judah and Jerusalem, I will also gather all nations. Think about that. This is a time where God is going to gather all nations. When in the world is God, in the history of forever, going to gather all the nations? Well, this is talking about the sheep and goat judgments. This is talking about something that is going to happen in the future. But in verse 2, he says, I will gather all nations and bring them down to the valley of Jehoshaphat, and I will enter into judgment with them there. And then he goes on and he says, on account of my people, my heritage, Israel. Do you understand how, like, God's measuring rod as far as how people are going to be judged is going to be based upon their judgment, on how they're based upon their treatment of Israel. How we treat Israel matters. It matters. I need you to understand this is going to be refuted all across the world if you pay attention to the propaganda, like, all the big players out there with a blue check mark next to their name. They are going to paint a picture that Israel bad, Israel bad, Israel bad, and they will say how terrible they are. I need you to understand there's a lot of lost people in Israel. There's also a lot of lost people in America. There's also a lot of lost people in Australia. There's also a lot of lost people in Ireland. But what the world is focusing on is how terrible Israel is. You need to understand why. And the reason why is because this is going to take place. There's going to be anti-Semitism because during the tribulation, there's going to be people who are trying to hunt these people down and get them. In Zechariah chapter 13, it says that 2/3 of the Jewish people during the tribulation are going to be unalived. Think about that. 2/3 of the Jewish people are going to lose their lives during the tribulation. This is remarkable. This is big time stuff. But here, after the tribulation, when Jesus is boots on the ground, he's going to be sitting on his throne. He's going to bring all the nations that survive the tribulation. He's going to bring them all to them, and all the people are going to stand before him. This is the sheep and goat judgments. And when the sheep and goat judgments take place, it's all going to be based upon how they treat the Jewish people. But it's not on how, like, that's not like how they get saved. I don't want you to get it twisted. It's just that the people who get saved during the tribulation are going to take care of the Jewish people. The people who receive the mark of the beast during the tribulation are going to persecute the Jewish people. But then the measure of their judgment, their sentencing, is going to be a case-by-case basis by how each individual during that time treated the Jewish people. And it's given to us in Joel chapter 3, in verse 2, where it says, I will enter into judgment with them there on account of my people, my heritage Israel, whom they have scattered among the nations. And then God goes on to say, they also have divided my land. Do you understand the significance of dividing God's land? We are to not touch it. The whole earth is God's. We understand that. It's all his. But there's a specific place in the world where God has placed his name. And that place that he has placed his name is on Israel. Israel, Jerusalem, this is mine. But where is under attack? All over the world, it's the center of attention is Jerusalem. And that's because that's where he placed his name. And so because Satan knows that's where he placed his name, that's why Satan's like, that's mine. I'm going to go after it. 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 And that's what he's doing. That's what he's doing right now. And so we know that he is going to go into that temple. He's going to sit as God. And that's what 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 tells us about. So anyways, that is given to us in Joel chapter 3, but that's also echoed in Matthew chapter 25. If you want to read more about the sheep and goat judgments, you can read Matthew chapter 25, starting around verse 30, and you can read more about the sheep and goat judgments. But if you read that passage, I need you to understand that there are three groups that are in Matthew 25. There are the sheep, those people who get saved during the tribulation. There are the goats, those who receive the mark of the beast during the tribulation. And then there is my brethren, which are the Jewish people. And so you have the my brethren being over here all by themselves, and the sheep and goats are going to be judged based on how they treat the my brethren. And so that's what's going to be taking place, and that's going to take place after the tribulation time period, obviously. But let's go to Isaiah chapter 47, verse 6 real fast. And let's also, we talked about this before, but we'll look it up again. Isaiah is, in Isaiah chapter 47, Israel goes into captivity. Israel's in captivity all the time, right? They are just constantly in captivity. But in Isaiah chapter 47, verse 6, in regards to Babylon, when they were under Babylonian captivity, God says something about them, and it should kind of like send shockwaves through us, because this is a big deal. In Isaiah 47, verse 6, it says this. God says, I was angry with my people. I have profaned my inheritance and given them into your hand. And then he says this. He says, you showed them no mercy. On the elderly, you laid your yoke very heavily. Think about that. I need you to understand, God is paying attention. God was paying attention. He was paying attention. When they were in Babylonian captivity, God says very specifically, he says, you showed them no mercy. And then he points out a detail. Think about this. This is a detail he gives us about the treatment of the Jewish people. He's like, they were in captivity, but you handled them very, very harshly. And so he points it out. I need you to understand the significance of him actually mentioning some specific example. There was something that happened that God was like, that needs to be written down. He's like, I saw that. I saw that. What you just did right there, what you just did there with my people, I saw that. 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 But he wanted us to know a very specific thing. And the specific detail that he wanted us to pay attention to was how they were treating the old Jewish people. They treated them with heavy burdens. I don't know what that means, but you can unpack that for how you will. But I just need you to understand God was watching. And so he was watching and he brought it back up. He's like, you remember what you did? I sure do. And that's going to be brought up. He's like, I don't forget. He's like, obviously, if, for these people who, never confess their sins, obviously, never put their faith in them, they're going to be judged according to their works. And so this is a big deal. And so how we treat Israel is very, 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 very important. And so I would encourage you to pray for Israel. I understand that the Jewish people are lost. And don't get it, I don't want you to get it twisted. I understand that the Jewish people in Israel, the majority of them do not know Jesus as their Lord and Savior. But that same principle can be applied all over the place. I also recognize that there's some bad people over there too, but that same principle can be applied all over the place. But what you do find, the common denominator in our world right now is that the world is trying to get you to think that they are the worst people ever and that we need to go get them. And so that's why I'm so interested after this study. I'm going to go check out to see what's going on out in the world, because you got a lot of stuff going on in the Middle East right now. You have Trump over there in Saudi Arabia. You have Putin, he's going to go be visiting Iran, the leader over there. And then you're going to also have Putin and Zelensky meeting. Possibly Trump will join that. And fascinating stuff. Fascinating stuff. Let's keep on going. In Genesis chapter 12, get back to Genesis chapter 12. Okay, so in Genesis chapter 12, verse 3, it says, I will bless those who bless you. I will bless those who bless you. Let's go to Numbers chapter 24, verse 9. Numbers chapter 24, verse 9. In Numbers chapter 24, verse 9, this is echoed again. It says, he bows down, he lies down as a lion, and as a lion, who shall rouse him? Blessed is he who blesses you, and curses he who curses you. Again, whenever you see God repeating himself, it's something that we need to be sensitive to, right? It's a big deal. When he says something more than once, when he says something once is a big deal. When he says something more than once, it's a very, very big deal. But in going back to Genesis chapter 12, in Genesis chapter 12, verse 3, it says, I will bless those who bless you, and I will curse him who curses you. And in you all the families of the earth shall be blessed. So this is not just like what we talked about before. This is not just Jews. Every benefit that we have today literally derives from this covenant. This covenant is so foundational. It is incredible. Every benefit that we have derives from this covenant. Think about this. In you all the families of the earth shall be blessed. What I want you to be sensitive to is that this covenant is still active today. So the question on the table is, after discussing this, is are you going to bless them or are you going to curse them? That is what we need to really kind of come to a conclusion on. But let's go to Zechariah chapter 2, verse 8, just to kind of like, we can do this one more time. Talk about it real quick. Zechariah chapter 2, verse 8, because we need to understand how God views Israel. In Zechariah chapter 2, verse 8, it says this, for thus says the Lord of hosts, he sent me after glory to the nations which plunder you. For he who touches you touches the apple of his eye. This is also echoed again in Deuteronomy chapter 32. But I need you to understand that you are playing with fire when it comes to Israel. This is a big deal. This is a huge deal in the world right now. And so people who are out there and just completely, you see it all over the place. Like the world is divided as far as Israel. That's what the world is. There's a dividing line, and Israel is this dividing line, and you are either for them or you're against them. And so we need to pray for the peace of Jerusalem. That's given to us in Psalm chapter 22, or 122 is Psalm chapter 122. All right, so let's go back to Genesis chapter 12. in Genesis chapter 12. Um, what's interesting about God having this conversation with Abraham is that God directly spoke with Abraham a total of 7 different times. That's another 7 that you can kind of just note in the back of your mind. In verse 2 and 3, there's 7 I will statements if you choose to see it that kind of way. Yeah, Deuteronomy chapter 32, verse 9 and 10, Felicia, if you would like to go check that out. But in Genesis chapter 12, this is the beginning of the first time where God directly speaks to Abraham, and he speaks to Abraham 7 different times. He does it here in Genesis chapter 12, verse 1 through 3, and then he does it again in verse 7. So we can look these up real fast just because we can just look at them real fast. Would you look at that? But in Genesis chapter 12, verse 1 through 3, this is when God is directly, had said, he directly spoke to Abraham. But then in Genesis chapter 12, verse 7, just to kind of look ahead real fast, it says in Genesis chapter 12, verse 7, it says, then the Lord appeared to Abraham and said. So he appears to him again. Now let's go to Genesis chapter 13, verse 14. Genesis chapter 13, verse 14, and it says this, and the Lord said to Abraham. The Lord said to Abraham. So there's another one. That's Genesis chapter 13, verse 14. Now let's go to chapter 15, verse 1. Genesis chapter 15, verse 1, it says, after these things, the word of the Lord came to Abraham in a vision, saying, do not be afraid, Abraham. Interesting. So there's another one. There's Genesis chapter 15, verse 1. Now let's go to Genesis 17, verse 1. In Genesis 17, verse 1, it says, when Abraham was 99 years old, the Lord appeared to Abraham and said. So you have another conversation going on there. And then also in Genesis 18, verse 1, in Genesis 18, verse 1, it says this, then the Lord appeared to him by the terebinth trees of Mamre. Interesting. Another one where he appears to him. And now let's go to Genesis chapter 22, verse 1. In Genesis chapter 22, verse 1. In Genesis chapter 22, verse 1, it says, now it came to pass after these things that God tested Abraham and said to him, Abraham. So God says something to him. My point here is to get you to see 7 different times. 7 different times, right? 7 different times. And so that's kind of cool just to kind of see that these are 7 different instances where God is directly talking to Abraham, or Abram at this point. Abraham, sometimes Abraham at other times, but that's kind of cool. All right, so let's get back to Genesis chapter 12. Genesis chapter 12, verse 4 is where we're going to get into. But what I want to, before we dive into that, just in case you are, just to kind of connect this, in Genesis chapter 12, verse 1 through 3, I think it's good to be sensitive to that the justification of uncircumcised Gentiles was anticipated here in Genesis chapter 12, verse 3. It says, in all the families of the earth shall be blessed. That's you and I. You and I are in Genesis. I think that's really neat. You and I are here. We are right here. All the families of the earth shall be blessed. And this, thank you, Nicole. Thank you so much for that subscription. I appreciate that so much. That is awesome. Thank you so much. That is very encouraging. Thank you so much. All right, so Genesis chapter 12, verse 4. Genesis chapter 2, right, Bridget? Very beautiful. In Genesis chapter 12, verse 4, it says, so Abraham, sorry, I knew it was going to happen. So Abraham departed as the Lord had spoken to him, and Lot went with him. And Abraham was 75 years old when he departed from Haran. So let's go to Hebrews chapter 11 real quick. Hebrews chapter 11, verse 8. Hebrews, as you guys are probably well aware of by now, a way to kind of view Hebrews is by, or at least Hebrews chapter 11, is by thinking about Hebrews chapter 11 as being the hall of faith. Hebrews chapter 11 is all about faith. It's all about faith, by faith. By faith Isaac, by faith Jacob, by faith Joseph, by faith Moses. But in Hebrews chapter 11, 8, we learn about Abraham. And so what we have here is some really good information here. In Hebrews chapter 11, verse 8, we are told some information. It says this, by faith, Abraham obeyed when he was called to go out to the place which he would receive as an inheritance. And he went out, get this, not knowing where he was going. So when I told you before that that Abraham did not know that he was going to the land of Canaan, he had no idea about it. He was like, where am I going? He's like, I don't know where I'm going. I'm just following you. This is by faith. It says by faith. Can you imagine going someplace where you don't know where you're going? That's the definition of faith, right? That's crazy. He believed God. But moving on in Hebrews chapter 11, verse 8, it says this, by faith, he dwelt in the land of a promise as in a foreign country, dwelling in tents with Isaac and Jacob, the heirs with him of the same promise. For he waited for the city which has foundations, whose builder and maker is God. What I want you to pay attention to there is recognizing why in the world are we told that he was dwelling in tents? I don't understand. I do understand, and I'm going to explain it to you. But my point here is just to get you to appreciate this. In Hebrews chapter 11, verse 9, it tells us that he dwelt in tents. This is so neat. He dwelt in tents because he was waiting for a city whose builder and maker was God. This tent situation here was basically promoting this idea that his focus was not on this place that he could see. He was like moving all over the place. He was just constantly moving, right? Tents. Tents is something that is temporary. He was looking for something that was permanent. And so he was not focusing on the temporary. He was focusing on what was permanent. And what was permanent, or what is permanent, is whose city, whose builder and maker was God. And so with that kind of application, with that kind of thought process, the same thing can be applied to you and I. What are we focused on? Are we focused on these temporary things that are going on around here? Like, oh, look at these things. Like, well, yeah, we plastic things. We buy plastic stuff. We buy things that are created out of metal and wood and rock and all these things. And we're like, oh, look at how cool. These things are going away. Abraham was dwelling in tents. He was moving all over the place. Why? Because he was looking for something different. And what he was looking for was a city whose builder and maker was God, or is God. And that is incredible. That is very, very instructive for you and I, but he obeyed. So here, going back to Genesis chapter 12, verse 4, absolutely right, Tammy. In Genesis chapter 12, verse 4, it says, so Abraham departed. This is Abraham, or Abram, finally listening. This is him. He's like, okay, I get it. He's like, okay, I'm going to listen. And so he's finally listening. And so just to kind of review a little bit, it seems that God had told Abraham to leave his father and his family and all that kind of stuff. Seems like Abraham didn't listen right away. Seemed like he went up north into Haran, stayed in Haran until his father died. And then when his father died, he moseyed on down to the land of Canaan. And so that is something to at least consider. You can dissect that, pick apart, whatever. That is just that's how I see it right now. Okay, so in Genesis chapter 12, verse 4, it says, so Abram departed as the Lord had spoken to him, and Lot went with him, and Abram was 75 years old when he departed from Haran. Then Abram took Sarah his wife, and Lot his brother's son, and all their possessions that they had gathered, and the people whom they had acquired in Haran, and they departed to go to the land of Canaan. So they came to the land of Canaan. So here, the land of Canaan, just in case you guys weren't here for it, go to Genesis chapter 10, verse 19. In Genesis chapter 10, verse 19, we are given the border of the land of Canaan up until this point. In Genesis chapter 10, verse 19, it says, and the border of the Canaanites was from Sidon as you go toward Gerar, as far as Gaza, then as you go towards Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, and Zeboim, as far as Lasha. And so that is Genesis chapter 10, verse 19. So those were the border. That's the border of Canaan up until this point. And so moving on, going back to Genesis chapter 12, verse 6. In Genesis chapter 12, verse 6, it says this, Abram passed through the land to the place of Shechem. as far as the terebinth tree of Morah, and the Canaanites were then in the land. Okay, so here we're gonna stay. We're gonna stay here in this verse here for a little bit because there's some interesting concepts which we can kind of unpack. But if you guys wouldn't mind, I'm gonna go use the restroom because I'm about to pop. So I'm gonna go twinkle twinkle, and I'll just give me like 2 minutes. I'm so sorry. Before we start talking about trees, just give me a second. Stop laughing at me. I can hear the comments. My goodness. Ha! Had coffee. Stretching the bones. All right, we're back. Hello. Can we all sing Twinkle Twinkle? Oh, thank you so much, Kathy. Thank you. Thank you, Bratty Fatty. I don't know if that's how you say your name. I feel so bad. Thank you so, Brad. Thank you so much for that gift. I appreciate that. We can hear your stats coming. What's up, Mercedes? What's going on, Jenny? Hello. There was 12 Jennies. Thank you guys so much for being here. Coffee. I know I only had 2 gallons. You would think that I wouldn't have to pee so much. What's up, dead air? You got it. Is it Bratty Fatty? Okay, very cool. Radio silence. Hello. Hello, Lily, Lily Pink. Hello. Yeah. Better. Yes. I know. So much better. I know, Julie. I could just feel you stressing over it. You're like, I know Julie really encourages me to take a break. So I was just like, I'm just going to do it because I could just feel it. She's getting all mad at me. Sheesh. Hi, everyone. What's up, Gina Bino? Welcome back. What's up, Chris? All right. Yeah. If you guys wanted to, do you have a P.O. box? You can message me. You can DM me if you would like to. Only 2 gallons. I'm just kidding. I just had 2 cups, but they were the large cups. So I get to say I had 2 cups, and it's not lying. But they're very big cups. It's not good to hold. That's what Julie keeps telling me. She just said, "Good boy." Okay. That is extra large coffee cups, right? What's up, friends? Hello, Potato. What's going on? Hey, thank you so much, Dexter, for that gift. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Is this TikTok or YouTube? This is TikTok and YouTube. I don't like that TikTok takes. I know TikTok does take off. If you would like to support this ministry, there are ways to do that. There's a link up in my TikTok profile. There's some options up there. If you click on the link tree, you will be able to see that if you would like to support this ministry. And so if you guys would like to, and if you are going to, thank you so much. I appreciate it so much. It is a huge blessing, very humbling, and it's very encouraging. So thank you so much. And if you would like to pray for me, I would appreciate that as well. This ministry is literally ran by you guys. Without you, this can't continue. And so I'm one day at a time. And so praise God. That's just gonna we're just gonna keep on keeping on. And so what a time. That's one of the many reasons we love you. I know, right, Bridget? I mean, we got to keep her under control. Can you mute? No, totally don't do that. Yeah, Ryan's back. Ah, all right. Yes, and Threads That Preach is another thing that you guys can go check out too. All of this literally goes towards supporting this ministry, so you guys have options. Yes, no UTI. I'm watching from Belgium. Very cool. Well, hello from Belgium. I hear you guys have good waffles. That's about as far as how much I know about Belgium. I also don't know why it's called Belgium waffles, but you know what? I'm here for it. Hey, thank you, Greer. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate that so much. Yum. I know. I think we talked about this before. Are you guys waffle people, pancakes or French toast? And I was like, man, give me a waffle. Like and in the morning, I'm making waffles. But you know, I know a lot of people like pancakes, which I don't understand. That's the bottom of the barrel to me. It goes waffles, then French toast. I see French toast all day, all day. I know you get some. So my mom makes, hello, Trisha. Good morning from California. What's going on in California? Anyways, Florida, USA, very neat. Same ingredients. I know. Isn't that strange? All right. You also need to drink water because coffee dehydrates you. I know. That's why I got this right here. This hydrates me. It's more caffeine. No, I'm totally kidding. I'm just Are waffles home of Belgium? Yes. Belgium lives inside waffles. That's, I think, how it goes. What was that? Don't worry about it. What's up, April? Hello. All right, so let's go ahead and dive on into it. Genesis chapter 12. We're not even anywhere. We got so many more chapters to talk about. Oh my goodness. I was thinking about like something to label this study because I'm like, do I just label it the entire Bible? Because like, I'm like, we're going everywhere. We're all over the place. I don't know. Like, and so like TikTok only gives you like a word. And so the word I chose was Melchizedek because I was like, I don't know, like I'm only allowed, and we're just getting all over the place, but we're really trying to understand here. All right. So let's get into Genesis chapter 12. If you guys haven't followed me on YouTube, go ahead and do that because that way, if they get rid of me on TikTok, we will still continue doing this on YouTube. Genesis chapter 12. In Genesis chapter 12 is where we're going to get into verse 6. In Genesis chapter 12, verse 6, it says, Abraham passed through the land to the place of Shechem, as far as the terebinth tree of Morah. And the Canaanites were then in the land. Now, terebinth trees, when we're talking about terebinth trees, there's some interesting connections here. And so this is one of the things I was like laughing about because I was like, why am I spending so much time looking at trees? I spent some time looking at trees, and it was not a healthy amount of time. I was just like, why are we told about these trees? But terebinth trees, what's interesting about them is they're mentioned multiple times throughout the Bible, but what they are symbolic of and what they represent is really, really kind of cool. And what they represent is resilience, because these trees thrive and they remain green in almost any scenario. They can live also for like 1,000 years, and even if they are cut down, they can still grow from the stump. Like if you cut the tree down, out of that stump can grow a sprout, and that sprout will turn up into another tree. But terebinth trees are present in many places. And here in Genesis 12, where Abraham literally seen God appear, you also see it in multiple other places. So you see this terebinth tree given to us in Genesis chapter 12, verse 6, and we also see it in Genesis chapter 13, verse 18. So let's kind of take a walk down this road. Let's just like do like a little, like pull on this thread a little bit in regards to terebinth trees. Let's go to Genesis chapter 13, Genesis chapter 13, verse 18. In Genesis chapter 13, verse 18, it says, Then Abraham moved his tent and went and dwelt by the terebinth trees of Mamre. So in Genesis 12, you have the terebinth tree of Morah. In Genesis 13, you have the terebinth tree of Mamre. And so you're seeing different locations, but the common denominator is the terebinth tree. Now let's also go to Judges chapter 6, verse 11. Judges chapter 6, verse 11. In Judges chapter 6, verse 11, you see again, it says, Now the angel of the Lord came and sat under the terebinth tree, which was in Orpha, which belonged to Joash the Abiezrite, which while his son Gideon threshed wheat in the winepress in order to hide it from the Midianites. So you see them in connection to Gideon. But let's go to Isaiah 61, verse 1 now. Isaiah chapter 61, verse 1. Isaiah chapter 61, verse 1. Now, if you guys remember the study of Isaiah, this specific chapter, Isaiah chapter 61, is really remarkable. So we're going to read Isaiah 61, verse 1, but the verse that we're actually going to be here for is in verse 3. But I just think that since we're in Isaiah 61, how do you not talk about it without, like unpacking the other things? In Isaiah chapter 61, verse 1, it says, "The Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, because the Lord has anointed me to preach good tidings to the poor. He has sent me to heal the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and the opening of the prison to those who are bound, to proclaim the acceptable year of the Lord." And then there's a comma. Now, what's so interesting about Isaiah 61, verse 1 and 2 is that this was what Jesus read in Luke chapter 4. If you guys remember in Luke chapter 4, Jesus stands up, he goes, he picks up the book of Isaiah, he opens it, he finds this spot, he reads it, but then he closes the book and Jesus stopped reading at a comma. Isn't it so weird to stop reading at a comma? I think that's so interesting because nobody does that. Nobody stops reading at a comma, but Jesus stopped reading at a comma in Luke chapter 4. And the reason why he stopped reading at a comma was because he fulfilled that. Because when he closed the book, he sat back down and he's like, today this has been fulfilled in your hearing. And so this is incredible. And so this is given to us. Jesus read Isaiah chapter 61, verse 1 and 2, but he stopped reading the first part of verse 2. And the reason why he stopped reading at verse 2 is because if he had continued reading, he wouldn't have been able to say, this has been fulfilled in your hearing. And so he stopped at the comma. So let's read what happens after the comma. In Isaiah chapter 6, verse 2, it says, to proclaim the acceptable year of the Lord, comma. So that's what Jesus read, but let's read what he didn't read. In verse 2, it continues on and it says, and the day of vengeance of our God, to comfort all who mourn, to console those who mourn in Zion, to give them beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, the garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness, that they may be called trees of righteousness, the planting of the Lord, that he may be glorified. So here, if Jesus would have continued reading, he wouldn't have been able to say this has been fulfilled in your hearing, because what comes after that comma is yet to be fulfilled. But let's go to Isaiah chapter 61, verse 3. In Isaiah chapter 61, verse 3, I think it's really interesting to see what is mentioned in verse 3, and that's halfway in the middle of verse 3. It says that they may be called trees of righteousness. Now, why this phrase, trees of righteousness, is interesting is because there's many people who attribute these trees of righteousness to the terebinth trees in regards to those who are rooted and that build up their faith. Because when you think about terebinth trees, what we talked about before, terebinth trees are resilient. They last forever. They can grow anywhere. They just keep on popping up. You cut it down, they grow again. You just have this whole picture. And so that's why people see that these trees of righteousness, and that's why they attribute these trees of righteousness to the terebinth tree. And that is really fascinating. But when you think about well, let's go back to Genesis chapter 12, back to where we were talking about the initial tree, the terebinth tree, which this is the first time in Genesis chapter 12, verse 6, in regards to the terebinth tree. This is the first place where the terebinth trees are introduced in the Bible. But these trees, going back to Genesis chapter 12, these trees are often connected to covenant making, but not only covenant making, but they're also connected to idol burying. This is where people buried their idols back during this time. And let's unpack some of that kind of stuff. Let's go to Genesis chapter 35, verse 1. In Genesis chapter 35, verse 1, and this is all going to be surrounded by terebinth trees. So in Genesis chapter 35, verse 1, it says, in verse 1, it says, then God said to Jacob, arise, go up to Bethel and dwell there, and make an altar there to God, who appeared to you when you fled from the face of Esau your brother. And Jacob said, hey, thank you so much, Britta, for subscribing. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. That is insanely kind. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for that, that heart. I didn't see that. JRVR, thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. Thank you, guys. That's very kind. It says in verse 2, Genesis chapter 35, verse 2, it says, "And Jacob said to his household and to all who were with him, put away the foreign gods that are among you. Purify yourselves and change your garments. Then let us arise and go up to Bethel, and I will make an altar there to God who answered me in the day of my distress and has been with me in the way which I have gone." Thank you, VR and Ryan. Thank you guys so much. And then we get to verse 4. Genesis 35, verse 4, it says, "So they gave Jacob all the foreign gods which were in their hands, and the earrings which were in their ears, and Jacob hid them." Thank you, Yahweh. Thank you so much for those gifts, guys. "And Jacob hid them under the terebinth tree, which was by Shechem." Okay, so here in Genesis 35, verse 4, the terebinth tree, which was by Shechem, is really interesting because when you go back to Genesis chapter 12, this place, this terebinth tree in Genesis chapter 12, the terebinth tree of Morah, what's interesting about this location of where Abraham is in Genesis chapter 12, verse 6, is Shechem is close to Samaria. So now Abraham is in the promised land, but this is not yet promised specifically to Abraham. It's promised to his descendants, but it's not specifically yet promised to him directly. That comes right down the road from where we are. We'll unpack that here in a little bit. But God just says, I'm going to show you a land. He's like, I'm going to bless you. I'm going to make you a great nation. I'm going to make your name great. You're going to be a blessing. I will bless those who curse you. I will curse those who curse you, all those things. But he doesn't say, I'm going to give you this land. He says, I'm going to show you the land. So there's a difference between I'm going to show you and I'm going to give you the land. So you need to understand the connection there because that's going to come into play when we get to Genesis chapter 15. Because there's going to be a covenant that is going to be established, and Abraham actually unpacks it. He's like, I need you to really do something for me here so that I know that this is my land. We'll talk about that here in a little bit. Anyways, the connection is really, really quite interesting. So when you have the terebinth trees, and you recognize that they're often connected to covenant-making situations, because that's what's going on here. God shows up to Abraham. We are told that he's around terebinth trees. And then you draw another connection in regards to idol burying. Let's go to Joshua chapter 24. Joshua chapter 24, verse 1. We were here earlier, but we're going to go back again. Joshua chapter 24, verse 1. In Joshua chapter 24, verse 1, it says this: "Then Joshua gathered all the tribes of Israel to Shechem." Shechem. Now, Shechem is Samaria. We're going to talk about Samaria a little bit because I think we're going to have to go to John chapter 4. But in Joshua chapter 24, verse 1, it says, "Then Joshua gathered all the tribes of Israel to Shechem and called for the elders of Israel, for their heads, for their judges, and for their officers, and they presented themselves before God." Now, what's interesting about this place is that this place that Joshua is at was no accident. This was the same place that Abraham was at with the terebinth tree. Now, let's go back, or let's continue reading in Joshua chapter 24, verse 14. And this is all about Joshua is basically making the people make a decision. In Joshua chapter 24, verse 14, it says, "Now therefore fear the Lord, serve him in sincerity and in truth, and put away the gods which your fathers served on the other side of the river and in Egypt. Serve the Lord. And if it seems evil to you to serve the Lord, choose for yourselves this day whom you will serve, whether the gods which your fathers served that were on the other side of the river, or the gods of the Amorites in whose land you dwell. But as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord." It's such a good verse right there. It's an incredible verse. And it's one that we're very familiar with, right? But let's keep on reading. It says in verse 16, it says, "So the people answered and said, Far be it from us that we should forsake the Lord to serve other gods. For the Lord our God is he who brought us out and our fathers up out of the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage, who did those great signs in our sight and preserved us in all the way that we went and among the people through whom we passed. And the Lord drove out from before us all the people, including the Amorites who dwelt in the land. We also will serve the Lord, for he is our God. But Joshua said to the people, You cannot serve the Lord, for he is a holy God. He is a jealous God. He will not forgive your transgressions, nor your sins. If you forsake the Lord and serve foreign gods, then he will turn and do you harm and consume you after he has done you good." And the people said to Joshua, "No, but we will serve the Lord." So Joshua said to the people, "You are witnesses against yourselves that you have chosen the Lord for yourselves to serve him." And they said, "We are witnesses." And now here we get to the part to where I kind of wanted to get to. It says in verse 23, it says, "Now therefore," he said, "put away the foreign gods which are among you, and incline your heart to the Lord God of Israel." And the people said to Joshua, "The Lord our God we will serve, and his voice we will obey." So Joshua made a covenant with the people that day and made for them a statute and an ordinance in Shechem. Then Joshua wrote these words in the book of the law, and he took a large stone and set it up there under the oak that was by the sanctuary of the Lord. Now, what I want you to pay attention to is obviously Joshua was confronting them. He's like, you guys are worshiping other gods. It doesn't work that way. You need to get rid of those gods. You need to worship the Lord your God and him alone. And then he tells them that, or he basically, we are told where this is all taking place. This is in Shechem. Now, this is all going to kind of come full circle here. But the connection that I'm trying to draw here is the location. The location. And the location back in Genesis chapter 12 was in at the terebinth tree in Morah. And then you have Shechem being introduced here. And then in Joshua chapter 24, verse 6, it tells us, in my Bible, it says that Joshua took a large stone and set it up there under the oak that was by the sanctuary of the Lord. Now, that word oak is the same word that is used to describe a terebinth tree. And so my connection here is going back and forth to the terebinth tree, but not just the terebinth tree, but also Shechem. Shechem, terebinth tree. It's all over the place. And so now, this location, these terebinth trees were very, very, they were special to Abraham. Remember, Abraham's family, they worshipped pagans. They were pagan worshipers. They had pagan gods. They were full of idolatry. And so God calls Abraham out of that, and he calls him to himself. Abraham listens, and that's really kind of cool. But in Genesis chapter 12, verse 6, going back to Genesis chapter 12, verse 6, we're not done talking about the trees. But in Genesis chapter 12, verse 6, this tree to Abraham became a type of a landmark, because it's known as a place of covenant making, and it's also known as a place of idol burying. God made covenants with people at terebinth trees, and they also buried their idols at terebinth trees. And so to Abraham, this became a landmark, but it also became a faith mark. It was very special to Abraham. And it also, what's interesting is these terebinth trees are also connected to Joseph, which they're also connected to Joseph, they're also connected to Joshua, and they're also connected to Jesus, because this location, let's go to John chapter 4. Let's go to John chapter 4, and let's talk about how we don't need to look up all the places, but I kind of got lost in this, and I was like, I'm going to look them all up. We're not doing all of them, but we're going to talk about some of them. Go to John chapter 4, verse, we'll just read verse 1. John chapter 4, verse 1. In John chapter 4, verse 1, this is when Jesus is talking to the Samaritan woman in Samaria. And if you guys remember, the background of Samaria is that they were basically taken captive by the Assyrian Empire, and they were basically forced to commingle with the Assyrians. And so you have pagans intermingling with these people, and that would basically have a half Jew and half Gentile type situation, and they were mixed, and they had idolatry introduced to them, and it got all kind of, they were blending the lines in a roundabout way. And so these Samaritans and the Jewish people, they butt heads a lot because of their history. And so talking to a Samaritan was not something that people did, and it was, it was actually unsafe in many different areas. But actually talking to a woman was also very, very different back then as well. So keep that in mind as we read John chapter 4, verse 1. In John chapter 4, verse 1, it says, "Therefore, when the Lord knew that the Pharisees had heard that Jesus made and baptized more disciples than John, though Jesus himself did not baptize, but his disciples, he left Judea and departed again to Galilee. But he needed to go through Samaria." Now, here's what I want you to kind of pay attention to. He needed to go through Samaria. The question is, why in the world did he need to go through Samaria? And so that's what we're going to talk about here. So in verse 5, John chapter 4, verse 5, it says, "So Jesus came to a city of Samaria, which is called Sychar, near the plot of ground that Jacob gave to his son Joseph." Now, you can continue reading, and what I want you to understand, though, is that Sychar, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, is the same. This place in Samaria, this Sychar, it's the same place as Shechem. Shechem was what we looked at before in Joshua chapter 24. It's what we are looking at in the places where, the terebinth trees at Shechem. You have all of these connections at, Shechem, Samaria, Shechem, terebinth tree, terebinth tree, terebinth tree. So when you go all the way down to John chapter 4, verse 12, you have this conversation where Jesus is talking to this woman who he really shouldn't be talking to. Like, this is like something, this would be a big no-no, which is why the disciples were like, "You were talking to a woman?" But in John chapter 4, verse 12, this woman is asking Jesus, and she's like, "Are you greater than our father Jacob, who gave us the well and drank from it himself, as well as his sons and his livestock?" And so what I want you to pay attention to is that they are at this well. This well is in the promised land in Cana, and they are in Samaria. And so it brings, everything is coming full circle. I'm not trying to make anything, like a very huge point here. I'm just trying to let you to see the location. Shechem, 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 Shechem. These things that all take place all throughout the Bible. And now you see Abraham there, you see Jacob there, you see Joshua there, you see Joseph was there. There's a king, Absalom, he was there. Now you see Jesus there. You have this land, this location being connected here. And this place, the place that Shechem, the place special to Abraham and connected to many, many others, is brought back, and Jesus is now here. And so you're just seeing this anchor of a sort, and it's all this derives from the terebinth tree. And so when you think about the terebinth tree, going back to Genesis chapter 12, terebinth trees represent resilience. They represent, like, they live for 1,000 years. They can, thrive in any kind of condition. And so it's a symbol of sort. And so it's just really interesting to see why we are told about the terebinth tree. You just are like, read about this and you're like, why does he keep talking about it? Like, why are the terebinth trees brought up all over the place? Why are we told this detail? And so you just kind of pull on that thread, see where it goes. And it's kind of neat. But let's go back to Genesis chapter 12. Genesis chapter 12. Okay, where are we at? All right, so in Genesis chapter 12, up until this point in Genesis chapter 12, if you kind of like review where we were before, there's 3 times that people have lived in rebellion. Obviously, Adam and Eve, they sinned, rebellion. And then as you fast forward, before the flood, everybody living in rebellion. And then after the flood, you have the Tower of Babel, men rebelling again. So you're seeing a trend and rebelling. And this whole pattern that you're seeing is just screaming the need for a savior. And so let's get back on track in Genesis chapter 12, verse 7. In Genesis chapter 12, verse 7, it says, "Then the Lord appeared to Abram and said, 'To your descendants I will give this land.'" Now, this is interesting because God is now saying, to your descendants, right? To your descendants. God is promising them to your descendants. So he hasn't promised it to Abram yet. He says, all he said to Abram was, "I'm going to show you a land. I'm going to show you a land, I'm going to show you a land." But then he tells them about all the other things that are going to be connected to it, but he hasn't said that the land is going to be yours yet. That is introduced in Genesis chapter 13. We'll get there in a little bit. But he says in Genesis 12, verse 7, it says, "Then the Lord appeared to Abraham and said, 'To your descendants I will give this land.' And there he built an altar to the Lord who had appeared to him." So Abraham saw the land, but he was not yet promised the land here. Okay, so going to verse 8. In Genesis chapter 12, verse 8, it says, "And he moved from there to the mountain east of Bethel, and he pitched his tent with Bethel on the west and Ai on the east. There he built an altar to the Lord and called on the name of the Lord." Now, okay, so just real quick, I want you to just recognize something. There were no altars that Abraham had, that we are told that Abraham did before. There are no altars that are introduced to us. Hey, what's up, Pastor Huckleberry? What's going on? There are no altars yet. No altars. 0 altars that we are told about Abraham until after he was called out. And after he was called out, then he built altars to the Lord. And so that's very interesting. But there were no altars in Ur, which is where he began. And then from Ur, he went all the way up to Haran, when he should have been going to the land of Canaan. No altars in Haran, but then when he came to the land, it was then that he built an altar. And so I think that that is really cool. But God called Abram out of the pagan worship, similar to what he did for you and I in regards to how he called us out. You and I as the church, we are the ecclesia, the called out ones. And so that's really neat. But in Genesis chapter 12, verse 8, we are told that he built the altar. And so this is basically Abraham abandoning his family's pagan worship style. And that's fascinating because Joshua chapter 24, verse 1 and 2, we see that his family was wrapped up in all kinds of pagan worship. Just think about that. That's incredible. Abraham, like when you think of Abraham, Father Abraham, you don't think of pagan worship. But his father, his whole, all of his brothers, sisters, relatives, they were all roped up in it. And so God called Abraham out of it. And so here, Abraham building these altars, it says that he called on the name of the Lord. He's recognize that we have not yet been told that, here, go over to chapter 15. Go to Genesis chapter 15, verse 6. In Genesis chapter 15, verse 6, it says, "And he believed in the Lord, and he accounted it to him for righteousness." That doesn't say it here yet, right? And so it's just interesting to see the timing of when we are told that Abraham believed God. And so it makes you wonder, but here, Abraham called on the name of the Lord. But obviously, that's splitting hairs a little bit, so I don't mean to be doing that. But I just think it's interesting that it's said in chapter 15, but it's not said here. But anyways, Abraham is building an altar to the Lord, and he is calling on the name of the Lord, which I think is super cool. But I want you to just understand the picture here is that this is Abraham abandoning his family's faith. Now, in regards to Genesis chapter 12, verse 8, where you read about this city called Ai, this is also brought up in the book of Joshua. You can go read about that if you would like to. But it's really interesting. We're not going to talk much on it because I don't feel like we need to right now. But I just want you to be sensitive to what Ai actually means in the Bible. And the word Ai means a heap of ruins. A heap of ruins. And I think that is very... It could be prophetic. I don't know. I mean, you can do with it what you would like to. But Ai means a heap of ruins. And so I just think that that's fascinating, right? That's very, very interesting. And so that is what Ai means in Genesis chapter 12, verse 8. So let's keep on reading in verse 9. Genesis chapter 12, verse 9, it says, "So Abraham journeyed, going on still toward the south." And then we get to verse 10, Genesis chapter 12, verse 10, it says, "Now there was a famine in the land, and Abraham went down to Egypt to dwell there, for the famine was severe in the land." So when it says, Abraham went down to Egypt to dwell there, for the famine was severe in the land, this was a logical decision because they had, obviously down in Egypt you have the Nile, and then because of the Nile you have food. And so if there's a famine, it just makes sense to go somewhere where there is not a famine. And so that just seems like a logical decision. But this was Abraham essentially disobeying God. And when you read Egypt in the Bible can be viewed as an idiom for the world. And we see pictures of that throughout the scripture. But when you just kind of like how when you view Babylon, Babylon is an idiom for Satan's capital. That's Babylon. Every time you think of Babylon, you think of Satan's capital, because out of Babylon comes everything that is terrible, right? Well, Egypt, in a sense, can be applied in the same kind of way, but instead of just being Satan's capital, it can be viewed as the world. Come out of Egypt, right? But you have, come out of Babylon. That's Revelation chapter 18, obviously. But let's go to Isaiah chapter 31. Isaiah chapter 31, verse 1. Isaiah chapter 31. Isaiah chapter 31, verse 1 says this. Isaiah chapter 31, verse 1, it says, "Woe to those who go down to Egypt for help and rely on horses, who trust in chariots because they are many, and in horsemen because they are very strong, but who do not look to the Holy One of Israel, nor seek the Lord." This verse right here is incredible, because what you have here is, it says, "Woe to those who go to Egypt for help." Now, obviously, Abraham went to Egypt for help. This was him disobeying God. The question on the table is, could God have taken care of Abraham if he did not go to Egypt? And the answer is yes. So Abraham ends up going to Egypt. It's not where he was supposed to go, because, he was supposed to stay in the land of Canaan. And he goes down to Egypt, which seems to be a logical decision. But if he stayed in the land of Canaan, would God have protected him through the famine? And I would argue that he would have. But he didn't. And so he ends up going all the way down to Egypt. And now let's go to Psalm chapter 20 in regards to the whole Psalm chapter 20, verse 7, in regards to what we just read there in Isaiah, in regards to the chariots and whatnot. In Psalm chapter 20, verse 7, there's this wonderful passage that I'm sure many of you guys came to your mind. It says this: "Some trust in chariots and some in horses, but we," you and I, "we will remember the name of the Lord our God." It is so incredibly important to remember that this whole situation that we see going on in the world, we are watching these empires rise. We are seeing very powerful people with powerful military and political, everything world, right? Seeing it all over the place. And we feel very small. But we need to remember who is in control. Because it's not these people who are elected in or selected in. It is not these people who wear a suit and a tie. It's not the people who are in the shadows, who are kind of pulling the strings in the shadows. No. It is God Almighty, and he has never not been in control. And so we need to rest in that fact. And so we do not put our faith in other people. And so if you're one of these people who look to people to put your faith in, you need to really think on that and pray on that, because what you need to understand is that if you look at me and you elevate me, or if you look at a person that you listen to on YouTube, or a pastor that you look up and you put them up on, you want to be very careful with that, because those people fall. People fall all the time. There's people, all kinds of scandals all over the place, right? So do not put your faith in a person. Put your faith in Jesus Christ, because I can fail you. I will fail you. I'm just going to fall down flat on my face. So it's just going to happen, right? I am a person. So don't do that. And so instead of that, don't put your faith in other horses, military things either. Put your faith in Jesus Christ, because he will never fail you. And that is very, very important to understand and to always remember. There's a lot of people who fall away from certain things because they were looking to an actual individual rather than looking to Jesus Christ. They were focusing on the wrong person. And so if you focus on the wrong person, you're going to be disappointed. And so you will never be disappointed with Jesus Christ. And so that's the hope there. Yes, last reference, Psalm 28, verse 7. Okay, so going back to Genesis chapter 12, moving back to Genesis chapter 12, it says in Genesis chapter 12, verse 10, it says, "Now there was a famine in the land, and Abram went down to Egypt to dwell there, for the famine was severe in the land. And it came to pass, when he was close to entering Egypt, that he said to Sarai his wife, indeed," oh, hold on, there's a puzzle piece on my screen. It says in verse 11, Abram says, "Indeed, I know that you are a woman of beautiful countenance." Now, this is interesting because this is not going to be the only time that Sarai is mentioned as being very beautiful. So this lady had to have been above and beyond like some kind of beautiful, because she's mentioned very beautiful multiple times. And so she doesn't just catch the eye of the common people, but she catches the eye of the very, very high up people in Egypt, and then also catches the eye of Pharaoh ultimately. So this is a big deal, right? And so in Genesis chapter 12, verse 11, where it says, "Indeed, I know that you are a woman of beautiful countenance," this brings me back to Genesis chapter 6, because in Genesis chapter 6, verse 2, you see that the sons of God, the Beni Ha-Elohim, when they fell, or they took for themselves women, they saw that the women were very beautiful. This is very, thought-provoking in my mind, because, these spiritual beings, these created things that are around us at all times, they recognize beauty, and they saw, one of the things that we learned about them is that they actually observed the beauty of women. And so I just think that this is so, you ladies out there, you need to understand what you're dealing with. Like, you guys have the power, and the world wants you to say to flaunt it. The world wants you to say to do all the things, right? And you need to understand, there's something that to be said about being very, very modest, and quiet and a gentle spirit, which is precious in the eyes of the Lord. And so you can read about that. That's Peter talks about that, and Paul talks about that. And so there's a lot of things here. But this woman that was Abraham's wife is also his half sister, and so it's his half sister, but it's also his wife. And so he is going to be telling some half truths. Think about that. So Abram, the question I would like you to just ask or answer, is he lying? Is he lying? He's telling a half truth, all right? So he's going to be telling everybody that you are my sister, but really he's being honest, but he's also lying at the same time by being dishonest. He's being deceptive here. And so he says, I'm going to tell everybody that you're my half sister, because if they think that you're my wife, they're going to kill me and they're going to take you for a wife. So that's the whole ploy here. But you need to understand that Sarai was in fact his sister. It was a half-sister from a different wife. Terah had two wives, and Abraham was born of one wife, and Sarai was born of the other wife. And so they are half-sisters, and they ended up marrying one another. So it is his half-sister, but it is also his wife. Moving on to Genesis chapter 12, verse 12. In Genesis 12:12, it says, "Therefore it will happen when the Egyptians see you, that they will say, 'This is his wife,' and they will kill me, but they will let you live. Please say that you are my sister, that it may be well with me for your sake, and that I may live because of you." Now, what's interesting is that this was not like the first time that Abraham did this. This was like his go-to type situation, because he ends up doing this 3 different times. He does it here in Genesis chapter 12, but now let's go to Genesis chapter 20, verse 2. Genesis chapter 20, verse 2. In Genesis chapter 20, verse 2, you have it again. It says, now, in Genesis 20, verse 2, it says, "Now Abraham said of Sarah, his wife, 'She is my sister.' And Abimelech, king of Gerar, sent and took Sarah." So you have it there in Genesis chapter 20, verse 2, but you also have it in Genesis chapter 26, verse 7. Genesis chapter 26, verse 7. In Genesis chapter 26, verse 7, it says this, "And the men of the place asked about his wife, and he said, 'She is my sister.' For he was afraid to say, 'She is my wife,' because he thought, 'Lest the men of the place kill me for Rebekah, because she is beautiful to behold.'" Okay, so that's obviously you're seeing this reasoning being applied in multiple different places. But if you go to Genesis chapter 20, verse 12, you see the logic there. In Genesis chapter 20, verse 12, it says this, "But indeed she is truly my sister. She is the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother. And she became my wife." And so he's telling us very clearly who she is. He's like, she is my sister, truly. She's the daughter of not of my father, but of my mother, basically. So they're half brothers and half sisters. All right, going back to Genesis chapter 12, verse 14. In Genesis chapter 12, verse 14, it says, "So it was when Abram came into Egypt that the Egyptians saw the woman, that she was very beautiful." These people are noticing her beauty. And it says that in verse 15, it says, "The princes of Pharaoh also saw her and commended her to Pharaoh. And the woman was taken to Pharaoh's house." So if Abram was the husband, in Abram's mind, they would have killed him and take her as a prize, in a sense. But if he was her brother, then they would try to negotiate with him in order to try to marry her. And so that's the whole picture that's going on here. So Abraham's like, let's just avoid the whole them ending my life thing, and let's just say that you're my sister, because we kind of are. Okay. Anyways, moving on. Genesis chapter 12, verse 16. It says, "He treated Abraham well for her sake. He had sheep, oxen, male donkeys, male and female servants, female donkeys, and camels." I thought it said caramels. I was like, man, I'm getting hungry. Caramel. But in verse 17, it says, "But the Lord plagued Pharaoh and his house with great plagues because of Sarai, Abraham's wife." This is fascinating. Whenever you see the word "because," we need to pay attention to it, because you just were given a reason. So the question on the table is, why was Pharaoh plagued? And the answer is because of Sarai. That's what you read in verse 17. Now, what's interesting about verse 17 is that they are in Egypt, and what's interesting is that in Egypt, way before or long before Moses and the whole Exodus account, there were plagues that were inside of Egypt. And that is here. That's introduced to us. The first plagues in Egypt were not in Exodus, which is what the ones that we're all familiar with. They were actually here in Genesis chapter 12, verse 17. And the reason why the plagues came was because of Sarai. Now, the question on the table is, why was this a big deal to God? Was it just because a dude was taking another man's wife? No, this was not the reason why God plagued Pharaoh. Because if that was the only reason, then God would have been plaguing everybody, because everybody was taking everybody's wife during this time. It was just like a normal thing. So this wouldn't have been a big deal. So the question on the table is, why did God specifically plague Pharaoh? Why did he do it? The reason is because Abraham was messing with God's covenant. Because God was going to bless Abraham through Sarai. And if Sarai was taken as another man's wife, then God would be made a liar. And that was not going to happen on God's watch. And so God's like, not happening, plague. And so that's why this happened here. It's not a very trivial situation. It's not just because Pharaoh took another man's wife and was like, no, that was happening all over the place. No, the big thing to take away from this is to recognize that if Sarai was taken as a wife, then God would have been made a liar, because he was going to bless Abraham through Sarai, and so he needed Sarai to stay with Abraham. And so he did that by plaguing Pharaoh, and that resulted with Abraham and Sarai getting out of there alive. But Abraham, in a sense, was playing with some fire here. And so it's kind of interesting, but it's also kind of cool because God had already previously promised Abraham, Abraham, I want you guys to visualize Abraham as walking around with like a get out of jail free card. Like there's nothing that can be really done to him, because God's like, hey, I promised this to you. So can you imagine if God promised that you are going to be a great nation, that you're going to have children and all this kind of stuff? You would almost assume that you're almost untouchable. I'm not saying that that's how Abraham felt, but I'm saying that that's kind of like the vibe that's going on here, because God promised an eternal covenant and an unconditional covenant to Abraham in Genesis chapter 12. So it's really kind of interesting. But when you continue reading in Genesis chapter 12, verse 18, it says, "And Pharaoh called Abraham and said, 'What is this you have done to me? Why did you not tell me that she was your wife? Why did you say she is my sister? I might have taken her as my wife. Now, therefore, here is your wife. Take her and go your way.' So Pharaoh commanded his men concerning him, and they sent him away with his wife and all that he had." Okay, so that's Genesis chapter 12. Now we're going to dive into Genesis chapter 13. But if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We're just going through the Bible book by book, chapter by chapter, verse by verse. We just so happen to be in the book of Genesis. And so our goal is to make it through the entire Bible. And I don't know if that's going to be possible, because I wouldn't be surprised if the rapture happens during my lifetime. I think it will. That's just my own opinion. But it doesn't matter. We need to be telling people about Jesus regardless of what we think is going to happen. We need to be living for the Lord if you're a born again believer. And if you do not know Jesus as your Lord and Savior, I'm going to explain something to you that is the most important thing. Thank you, Zorak OG. Thank you so much. That is the most important thing to know in the history of forever. And that is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. In order to understand how to get to heaven, you need to understand the bad news first. The bad news is given to us in Romans 3:23, where Paul says, "For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God." So what we learn from that is that everybody is a sinner and everybody has fallen short of the glory of God. But it doesn't end there. There is more bad news in Romans 6:23, and that is, for the wages of sin is death. So now, you and I are all sinners. We have all fallen short of the glory of God, and we are all under the death penalty. That is from God's perspective. That is how God sees it. But there is a way out. There is only one way, and that is what we are given. In the end of Romans 6:23, it says, "But the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord." It's absolutely incredible. It is through Jesus Christ our Lord, period. It is for by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift. It's a gift of God, not of works. It's not of works. It's not of works, lest any man should boast. You can't be good enough. I can't be good enough. It's just impossible. Our righteousness is as filthy rags, and so it's nothing I can do. And if it's nothing I can do, then what do I do? Well, it is by faith. It is for by grace through faith. And so it is for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him, Jesus Christ, shall not perish, but have everlasting life. And so the gospel can be found in 1 Corinthians chapter 15, and that's where Jesus died according to the scriptures, that he was buried and that he rose again on the third day according to the scriptures. That's the good news right there, guys. That's good news. Why is it good news that we're talking about Jesus dying on the cross? It sounds like terrible news. No, it's good news because he rose again, and that is the way, the truth, the life. That's who Jesus is. It is all about Jesus. And so if you do not know Jesus as your Lord and Savior, you need to recognize your sinfulness. When you recognize your sinfulness, you need to repent of that sin. What's interesting about repentance is that there's some people who repent in some areas, but they don't repent in other areas. Repentance means a change of mind, meaning that you recognize what he thinks and you apply what he thinks to how you are living. And so if he says that this is wrong, I need to change that, not because I want to, but because I understand that's what he calls me to be. And so the reason why we change and why we should continue changing is because we're going to be looking more like him as we live. And that's what it talks about in Matthew chapter 5, where we are to let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father who is in heaven. Every single thing that I do as a Christian, single thing that you do if you're a Christian, is to, or should be, one way or another, glorifying the Lord. There's a lot of people in the world right now who hold on to certain things. They're like, I repent of that and that and that and that, but I don't repent of this and this. And so they're just holding on to these. And they're like, I'm never repenting of this. This is what I want. Even though the Bible says this, and even though the Bible says this, I'm going to use gymnastics and acrobats and all these things to get rid of this and kind of word it to say what I wanted to say. And I'm just never going to change. I'm never going to change with these things. And I'm just like, man, I really wonder the heart, because your heart, a repentant heart, is going to be very, very fruitful. And so you will know them by their fruit. And so we need to understand our actions matter. And I'm not saying like, I want you to imagine, if I go up to somebody and you're off in the distance and you're watching me, and you guys all know about Ryan, right? Like, and you go watch me and like in the real life, and you see me just go up to somebody and push somebody over and start pointing at them and saying a whole bunch of names, you're going to be like, wait a second. And that's going to affect you, because now all of a sudden I kind of ruined my testimony for you. Everybody's going to be watching me. Now, my point here is that if we allow this sinfulness to continue in our world, you think that it's not hurting anybody. That is where we are wrong, because everybody else is watching everybody else and everybody else knows about everybody else. And when we watch everybody else, you are being a testimony to somebody else. It's just a question of if you were being a good testimony or a bad testimony. Now, we are not saved because of works. We are saved by faith, but after we are saved, we should be living in those works that we were created for, those good works that we were created for. And so that is what I would encourage you to grow. And this is all about spiritual maturity. We need to continue to grow. You know, Paul, or the author of Hebrews, in Hebrews chapter, I don't remember, 5 or 6, talks about people being on the milk when they should be teaching the word of God. And so it's all about growth. Continue to grow. It's just not seen as much in our world today. And, you know, it's just, it's what we should continue to be doing. And so the more you continue to grow in your knowledge, the more you're going to learn about Jesus, the closer you get to Jesus, the more you feel the sin just all over the place. And you're like, and that is when you start to live a life that is reflecting Jesus in a very, very appropriate manner. And so we need to really, really recognize what kind of responsibility that is, because that's heavy. That's a heavy thing. That's a big thing right there. Like, you're just like, oh man, I am literally, think about it. I am literally a representation of Jesus Christ. If you are a born again believer, so are you. That's a big deal. Think about that. That's like, I mean, that's not a little thing. That's a big thing. And so I need you to treat it like such. Thank you, Jody, for that heart. I appreciate that. And so if you guys wanted to support this ministry, you are more than welcome to. There's ways to do that up in my TikTok profile. This ministry is ran by you guys. If you guys would like to help it out in any kind of way, there are ways to do that. There's a link tree up in my TikTok and my YouTube if you are interested in that. And I would also appreciate prayer. Prayer is the most powerful, and it's incredible. And so if you would lift me up, I would appreciate that. All right, all of these studies are uploaded to YouTube as well. There's a YouTube link up in that link tree. If you guys haven't followed me there, I would encourage you to do that, just in case TikTok goes away. We will continue doing this on YouTube. Let's get back into Genesis chapter 13. Genesis chapter 13. Oh yeah, there it was. Oh man, you know, like when your back just pops and you're like, yes. Well, that's just what happened. Genesis chapter 13. Hey, are we doing 3 chapters today? We're doing 4. We're doing 4, Amber. We're doing Genesis 12 through 15. So we got some stuff. We're 1 chapter down. Oh no. New chair. What's up, April? I know, it's crazy. It's okay. I got a cushion. In Genesis chapter 13, let's keep going. Thank you, Bridget. Thank you. Yeah, and thank you, Yogi and Bridget and all the mods. You guys are awesome. First time here, been here for hours. Thank you for sharing this with us. Yeah, absolutely. Well, welcome in. Thank you for being here. I appreciate that. What is it? Just let me be. Okay, holy smokes. That reminded me of Mad Gab. You know, like when you're saying a word and you're trying to figure out what you're saying. That's what that reminded me of. So what else is new? LOL. Yeah, Terry. All right. Genesis chapter 13, let's go ahead and get all into it. In Genesis 13, verse 1, it says, Then Abram went up from Egypt, he and his wife, and all that he had, and Lot with him, to the south. So, okay, so here, this is kind of, it seems to be rather confusing, but the desert, so when it says in verse 1, then Abram went up from Egypt, he and his wife, and all that he had, and Lot with him, to the south. This seems to be rather confusing because Egypt is down here, Israel is up here. So if he went up and it says he went to the south, seems to be like some double talk going on there. So what does that actually mean? Well, what this is actually talking about is that he went up from Egypt, which is correct, to Israel, but he was going to the south of Israel. He wasn't going to the north of Israel, he was going to the south of Israel. And so he did not go south of Egypt. He was in south of Israel. And so that's basically what that is talking about. Hey, thank you for that. Thank you for that, Danielle. I appreciate that heart. Okay, moving on to verse 2. In Genesis chapter 13, verse 2, it says, So Abram was very rich in livestock, in silver, and in gold. Now, there's some people who have made the argument, it doesn't matter one way or the other, but there's some people who made the argument that Abram was the richest man on the planet at this point. And, you know, it doesn't matter one way or the other. He was a super rich dude. He was the Elon Musk of his time, and that's very fascinating. He was also connected to AI. But in verse 3, moving on in Genesis 13, verse 3, it says, And he went on his journey from the south as far as Bethel, to the place where his tent had been at the beginning, between Bethel and Ai, to the place of the altar where he had made there at first. And there Abram called on the name of the Lord. Now, when you see the phrase Abram called on the name of the Lord, obviously that seems to be very New Testament. Obviously, Romans, Paul talks about that in Romans, but it's also, I think it's in Joel chapter 2. No, Hosea? Wait, is it Joel 2? I don't know. But in Genesis chapter 13, moving on to Genesis chapter 13, verse 5, it says, Lot also, who went with Abram, had flocks and herds and tents. Now the land was not able to support them, that they might dwell together, for their possessions were so great that they could not dwell together. So you're getting a picture of all kinds of, these people are just wealthy, right? Crazy, crazy wealthy. They had all kinds of stuff. They had so much stuff that they couldn't even dwell together. But then we get to verse 7, and it says, there was strife between the herdsmen of Abram's livestock and the herdsmen of Lot's livestock. The Canaanites and the Perizzites then dwelt in the land. So Abram said to Lot, please, let there be no strife between you and me, and between my herdsmen and your herdsmen, for we are brethren. Is not the whole land before you? Please, separate from me. If you take the left, then I will go to the right, or if you go to the right, then I will take the left. So here, we're going to be talking about, obviously, we're going to be talking about Abram, we're going to be talking about Lot, but this is kind of setting the scene for where we are headed. But what I want you to pay attention to is I want you to recognize Abram is being incredibly generous. Think about this. This is Abram, who is the uncle of Lot. Lot is the nephew to Abram because Haran, the father of Lot, died. So now Abram has taken over responsibility for Lot, and Abram is lowering himself, and he's letting Lot make a decision. He's like, Lot, he's like, whatever you want to do. He's like, do you want to go right? Do you want to go left? Whatever. If you go there, I'll go here. If you go there, I'll go there. And so you see that Abram is becoming very, very, or not becoming, but was treating Lot in a very, very generous manner. But in the flip side of that, what you see Lot doing is Lot is becoming, or not becoming, but Lot is a demonstration of someone who is very greedy and somebody who is very worldly. But the thing to kind of consider is that Abram, because he is a man of faith, what he can do is he can afford to be generous. Now think about that for a second. Abram, who's a man of faith, can afford to be generous. And the reason why I say that is because if you have God, you have everything, right? If this faith, right? Like faith is a big deal. And so if you have him, then you can afford to be generous. Why? Because you already have everything, right? So this is really, really kind of neat. And so this is kind of like what our walk should be like, this, like just in our day-to-day, like, when you're interacting with other people, pouring into them. This is what we talked about before. Like when you are growing in your walk with Christ, what should become a natural byproduct in some kind of manner is that you should start to serve more, and you should also love more. Because when we do those things, that's when Jesus is becoming glorified the most. That's when we look most like him. And that is incredible when you think about what Jesus did. Obviously he lowered himself to wash his disciples' feet. I'm like, that is wild. That is wild. And so when you continue reading in Genesis chapter 13, verse 10, you see this. In Genesis chapter 13, verse 10, it says, and Lot lifted his eyes and saw all the plain of Jordan, that it was well watered everywhere before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, like the garden of the Lord, like the land of Egypt, as you go towards Zoar. Now, here is an interesting phrase. I'm sure if you guys were here for, what was it? Was it Gospel of John? I think it was John, perhaps. Gospel of John, probably. But there's many times in the Bible where you see the phrase lifted up his eyes. And I would like for you guys to think, whenever you see that phrase, lifted up his eyes, lifted up his eyes, lifted up his eyes, it's kind of like somebody waving a flag saying that something significant is about to happen. That's the principle. Whenever lifted up his eyes occurs, And that is basically what takes place. You can kind of do a whole study of that if you would like to. For example, Joshua, I don't know if it's Joshua chapter 5 or 6, I think 6, whenever the angel of the Lord showed up, Joshua lifted up his eyes, and there stood one who had his sword drawn. Yeah, okay, thank you, Yogi. A sword drawn, and when his sword was drawn, that was him seeing the angel of the Lord. The angel of the Lord is Jesus. Incredible, but he lifted up his eyes. You can just kind of do a study on that if you would like to, and you would see some pretty interesting things. We won't get into that there because we talked about that multiple times before, but there are some cool stuff here. But in this case, in Lot's case, I kind of want to twist it a little bit differently. So in Lot's case, when Lot lifted up his eyes, this was not something that was a good thing. This is not a good thing. And so what he did is he saw the plain, and it was well watered, and obviously it was like the Garden of Eden is what it's described here. But what's interesting about this is here, Lot's eyes in this scenario got him in trouble. So Lot was worldly, and because he was worldly, he was greedy, and he sees, and so he takes that, and he goes towards Sodom and Gomorrah, and so that's where he was getting pulled towards. And so it's really fascinating thinking about how our eyes can get us into trouble. If you think about King David, like when David saw Bathsheba, how many of you guys think, yeah, feeding of the 5,000, that's what it was. Thank you, Bridget. I was actually thinking about that in the back of my mind while I was talking. I was like, I know it's in there. I just can't remember the exact time. But how many of you guys remember like when David looked across and he saw Bathsheba? Do you guys think that it was the first time that David saw Bathsheba, and the first time he saw Bathsheba was the very first time he fell and just completely fell overboard? Or do you think it was like he saw her, he thought about her, he thought about her, he was thinking, and then he saw her again? Because it makes you wonder. Like, it doesn't say it, it's all speculation, obviously, but my point here is to get you to understand sin doesn't just dump on you just like all at once and you're just in it. You're like, oh no, I was doing really good, and then all of a sudden just trashed, every sin available. No, it kind of sneaks up on you, and that's going to be something that we're going to be talking about here in regards to Lot. But if you review Lot's decisions, just to kind of think about it a little bit, what Lot ended up doing is Lot saw the land, then Lot chose the land, and then we see him in Genesis chapter 19, which is what we're not going to be covering here, but we can go there. Go to Genesis chapter 19. Genesis chapter 19 verse 1. Go to Genesis chapter 19, verse 1. In Genesis chapter 19, verse 1, it says, "Now the two angels came to Sodom in the evening, and Lot was sitting in the gate of Sodom." Think about that. So just to kind of review, Lot saw the land, he chose the land, and then he became a part of the land. Now, when it says that he was sitting in the gate in Genesis chapter 19, verse 1, what that phrase "sitting in the gate" basically is, it's basically alluding to the idea of basically becoming a councilman, like in your, like in your little city, what city you are in, there's like a council that convenes and whatnot. And so that's basically the equivalent of their day. They were sitting in the gate. They were sitting in the gate. If you remember in the story of Ruth, like when Boaz goes to the people, they were in the gate. They were in the gate. And so what I want you to see in terms of Lot is that he saw the land, he saw it was good, and then he chose that land, and then after that, he was in the land, and not only was he in the land, but he was a part of the land. What's up? What's up, Drew? How you doing, man? Hi. But that is fascinating to see that Lot being a part of the land there. And so you see him, he's just like full sending it, right? Obviously we understand, and Paul tells us in the book of Romans, he says to be in the world, but not of the world. And so you can pull that different ways. Obviously it's important for us to be a part of certain things and try to better everything, and try to, Christians are needed in all kinds of different arenas. I'm just trying to get you to see it a little bit. That Lot was completely in it. He was in it, but not in a good way is the idea. And so you see sin happening little by little by little, but Abraham walked by faith and not by sight. And so you see Lot using his eyes, and then Abraham walking by faith. Let's get back into Genesis chapter 13. Genesis chapter 13, verse 10, it says, "And Lot lifted his eyes and saw all the plain of Jordan, and that it was well watered everywhere, before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, like the garden of the Lord, like the land of Egypt as you go towards Zoar." Now, I want you to imagine this place that existed back then. This was what it was like before it was destroyed. This was a completely different world, a completely different world. Sodom and Gomorrah is uninhabitable right now. Nobody's living there. Nobody's going to live there. It's an uninhabitable. But before it was destroyed, it's described here as being like the garden of the Lord. Think about that. That is significant. When you think about a place being described like the Garden of Eden, and you know what it looks like today, you're just like, I just can't see it. Like I'm looking at like, wait a second, how does this even work? And so what you're seeing is you're beginning to appreciate the difference between what things were back then to how they are today. And the same principle can be applied in regards to the flood. When you think about the flood, everything was different before the flood. And so after the flood, we are now living in this world that we are living in now. But before the flood, things were different. Just like how before Sodom and Gomorrah, it was a beautiful, plush kind of land. But now it is not like that. You and I know what it's like right now, but we don't know what it was like before. We just have a description, and it's described, and it's equivalent to, or similar, it's related to the Garden of Eden, which I think is really fascinating. But in Genesis chapter 13, verse 10, it talks about this place called Zoar. Now, in Genesis 13, verse 10, Zoar is a small town that Lot will flee to in Genesis chapter 19. In Genesis chapter 19, you guys remember the angels go in there, they try to get Lot out, and they're like, hey, come on, we gotta get you out of here so that we can destroy this place. Well, if you go to Genesis chapter 19, verse 22, it says this. It says, hurry, escape there. And then the angel says, for I cannot do anything until you arrive there. Therefore, the name of the city was called Zoar. Zoar is a small town that Lot will flee to here in Genesis chapter 19 when we get to. This city, Zoar, was going to be destroyed among the other cities, but it was spared for Lot's sake. And what's interesting about the word Zoar is that Zoar means insignificant. There were different cities that were around in Sodom and Gomorrah. Sodom and Gomorrah were the prominent ones that everybody is familiar with, but there were other cities that were around as well. It wasn't just Sodom and Gomorrah. Zoar was there. And there were some other ones as well, if you would like to unpack them. Cities like a place like Zeboim and Admah and Zoar, they were all in that area. And all of these cities, there's multiple cities that got destroyed. It wasn't just Sodom and Gomorrah. It was multiple cities. It's just that Sodom and Gomorrah are the big ones that we all know of. But Zoar was supposed to be destroyed, but it was not destroyed because of Lot's sake, because that's where Lot ended up fleeing towards. And so that's kind of cool to recognize. Thanks, hello, this is my BBF. Love this man. Well, this is, for those of you on YouTube, that's my buddy I keep talking about all the time. That's my best friend. His name's Drew. He's looking at me right now, just laughing, just sitting in. It's good to have you, man. Oh, man. Genesis chapter 13. In Genesis chapter 13, verse 11, though, in Genesis chapter 13, verse 11, it says, then Lot chose for himself all the plain of Jordan, and Lot journeyed east and separated from each other. Then in verse 12 it says, Abram dwelt in the land of Canaan, and Lot dwelled in the cities of the plain, and pitched his tent even as far as Sodom. And so you're seeing the trend. You're seeing where Lot is wanting to go. Like he's like, I'm going over here. So there's like a story within a story in a sense. If you just look at Abram and you look at Lot, they're two different players making different decisions, resulting with different results. But moving on to verse 14, Genesis 13, verse 14, it says this, and the Lord said to Abram, after Lot had separated from him, lift your eyes now. Okay, so Lot lifted his eyes in verse 10, and now God is telling Abram to lift his eyes. It says, lift your eyes now and look from the place where you are, northward, southward, eastward, and westward. Okay, there's another place. Okay, that's what it was. Genesis chapter 18, in regards to lifting up your eyes. Yes, Genesis chapter 18, verse 2. Okay, I was thinking about it. In Genesis chapter 18, verse 2, hello, Tanya. Genesis chapter 18, verse 2. We'll be here, and not this time, but next time we'll probably hit Genesis chapter 18. But in Genesis 18, verse 2, it says, Abram lifted his eyes and looked, and behold, 3 men were standing by him. And when he saw them, he ran from the tent door to meet them and bound himself to the ground. So that is talking about Abraham meeting with God and 2 angels. So God shows up, and then Abraham makes them all food. And that was when God shows up, and that's before the whole Sodom and Gomorrah. But my point here is to make a connection of lifted up his eyes. When Abraham lifted up his eyes, what's the thing that was significant that happened there was that he saw God, and that is stinking neat. Anyways, moving on, going back to Genesis 13. In Genesis chapter 13, verse 14, it says, And the Lord said to Abraham, after Lot had separated from him, Lift your eyes now, and look from the place where you are, northward, southward, eastward, and westward. For all the land which you see, I give to you and your descendants forever. Now, this is interesting because here is when God is now telling him that he's giving the land to Abraham. Now, if you go back to Genesis chapter 12, verse 1 through 3, he doesn't necessarily say that. In Genesis chapter 12, verse 1, it says, Get out of your country, from your family, and from your father's house to a land that I will show you. So he doesn't say, I'm going to give it to you. He says, I'm going to show it to you. So just imagine, we know that obviously this land is given to Abraham. But what Abraham did not know, or when he was listening to what God said, is that it seems in Genesis chapter 12, verse 1 through 3, in this covenant, Abrahamic covenant, the land doesn't seem to be promised to him directly right there. It's not until you continue reading that now in Genesis chapter 13, verse 15, and now it seems that now Abraham is now being attached to that land as well. So now God is now telling Abraham that this land is going to be yours, and not just yours, but also your descendants forever. And so that's kind of interesting. So this is going to come back into play when we get to Genesis chapter 15. We'll talk about that here in a little bit. But it says in verse 15, it says, all the land that you see, Genesis 13, verse 15, it says, For all the land which you see, I give to you and your descendants forever. Now, again, just talking about what's going on in our world today, making some worldly applications to this, you have a whole bunch of people who are challenging this. What's up, Sean? Good to see you, man. I got to go watch your Isaiah study. Very cool. There's some interesting stuff in there. Man, 66 chapters. That's a tough one. Oof. But in Genesis chapter 13, verse 15, this is being challenged by thank you, Blessed Karen, I appreciate that gift. This is being challenged by Islam in many different arenas right now because the land is under attack. You're seeing Israel being, like in the news all the time nowadays, which I think is very important to pay attention to, especially when you're thinking about prophecies and you're looking at what the Bible says and you're trying to figure it out. But in Genesis 13, verse 15, it says, For all the land which you see, I give to you and your descendants. Now, an interesting connection here is to recognize that Abraham never possessed all of the land, because in verse 14, God says, hey, look everywhere, look north, south, east, west, all of this is yours. Now, what's interesting is that Abraham never possessed that. Abraham died before he could own it all, before he could possess that land. And so the question on the table is, how in the world is Abraham going to possess that land? So the question is, did God fail to uphold his end of the covenant? And the answer is absolutely not. So how do you harmonize God saying that I'm going to give you all of this land to you and your descendants forever? Because they haven't possessed it all. They've never possessed it all. And so how do you harmonize it? The way you harmonize it is by talking about the millennial kingdom. There is people out there who do not believe in the millennial kingdom, but if I were to, my opinion, I believe in the millennial kingdom. And thank you for that, Blessed Karen. I appreciate that. The millennial kingdom is a 1,000-year period where Satan is locked up in the bottomless pit for 1,000 years, but it's also the 1,000 years where Jesus is going to be boots on the ground reigning from Jerusalem. And he's going to basically, that is when all of Israel is going to possess all of the land that was promised to them. And so that it has not yet been fulfilled. There are also people who say that you and I are living in Satan's little season right now. And I'm just like, this is crazy. I was like, I don't even understand. Thank you, Nicole. I don't understand how people use that way of thinking. Obviously, we are not in Satan's little season. Satan is clearly not bound in the bottomless pit, but I keep getting these comments on my videos and I'm like, I don't understand. I gotta like unpack that. I would like to try to understand why they think that, because I don't understand it, because it seems very bizarre to me. But secondary issue at the end of the day. But my point here is when you go and read Genesis 13 verse 15, when God says, "I'm going to give to you and your descendants forever." This is really interesting because this implies some things that need to take place, and some of the things that need to take place is a resurrection. Now, if you read the New Testament, you come across these people who are referred to as the Sadducees. And the reason why not the reason, but a good way to remember who the Sadducees are is that they do not believe in the resurrection. And that is why they were sad, you see. They do not believe in the resurrection. And so that's why when they confront Jesus in the Gospels, they go up to Jesus and they're like, hey, let's say that this dude had a wife and then he died and then the wife took another dude and then he died and then all of this wife had 7 husbands. Who's going to have her in the resurrection? That's basically what they asked Jesus. And Jesus is like, wait a second, you don't even believe in the resurrection. So you're just doing all of this out of just like sarcasm and you're just making something into something that you don't even believe in. But he's like, I see what you're doing here. But then he says, you do not even understand the scriptures. And so here, the idea here is to recognize that there's 100% going to be a resurrection. There's not only just one resurrection, there's 2. If you read the book of Revelation, you see that it says, blessed Jesus, in Revelation chapter 20, it says, blessed is he, I think it's, I can't remember, 20 and 20, it says, blessed is he who takes part of the first resurrection, right? So people who take part of the first resurrection are referred to as blessed. Blessed is he who takes part of the first resurrection, but that is only the first resurrection. It's not talking about the second resurrection. There are 2 different resurrections, 2 very different things. The first resurrection is only for born-again believers. It is only for born-again believers. The second resurrection is for the people who are lost, who never put their faith in Jesus Christ. Those are the ones who are in Hades right now, and for the future ones who will never give their life or not never give their life, never put their faith in Jesus Christ. They are all going to take part of the second resurrection. Those will take place. The Revelation 20. Okay, thank you. Those will take part. They will stand before the great white throne judgment, which is also mentioned in Revelation chapter 20. And so that is good to understand those concepts. And so when you read Genesis chapter 13, verse 15, this is a promise that was promised to Abraham. I need you to understand the significance. God promises Abraham that he's going to give all of this land to Abraham, but in order for God to make good on this promise, he needs to resurrect Abraham. And that's what's going to happen. Abraham is going to sit there. Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, they're all going to be sitting there. People are going to be coming and seeing them. And it's going to be crazy. It's going to be awesome. But this is going to be fulfilled during the millennial kingdom. And so that's going to be wonderful. I also would like to bring your attention to verse 15, Genesis 13, verse 15, where it says, for all the land which you see, I give to you and your descendants forever. That's the word I want you to focus on. How long is forever? That's the question you need to ask yourself, because right now, the world, which has no power, unless you give it to it, the world has no power, but it's going after this covenant. It is going after it. It's not going to work, but it is going after it. But God says, I'm going to give you this land forever. That's a long time. How long is that? Forever. This is a big deal because these people are trying to take it. It's just not going to work. And we understand, we already talked about how serious it is to mess with Israel and to divide the land. And we talked about that, Joel chapter 2, Matthew 25, all those things. All right, let's keep on going. Genesis chapter 13, verse 16, it says, and I will make your descendants as the dust of the earth, so that if a man could number the dust of the earth, then your descendants also could be numbered. Arise, walk in the land through its length and its width, for I give it to you. Then Abraham moved his tent and went and dwelt by the terebinth trees of Mamre, which are in Hebron, and built an altar there to the Lord. So, what's interesting about this is that in verse 17, God says, "Arise, walk in the land through its length and its width, for I give it to you." And now the question on the table is, how can God give this land to Abraham when somebody else owns it? There were other people who were living in this land at the time. And so there's people living in there, and God's like, "I'm going to give this land to you. This land, I give it to you." Now, this is funny because can you imagine just like casually just hanging out inside your house, and then somebody's outside, like, like taking, there's like a bidding war outside on your house and you're living in it. And you're like, "What's going on?" Like, hello? Like, clearly this is my house. And so it's just funny. It's a funny visual imagining that. But here, there were people in the land, and God is like, "This is your land now. This is yours." And that's interesting. And it's the reason why he can give this to somebody is because that's just it. He owns everything. It's all God's. Everything, everywhere is all God's. It's all God's. The thing that you have, the land that you own, the house that you drive, or the house that you live in, the car that you drive, all of these things, it's all God's. It's all God's. Let's go to let's go to Psalm chapter 24. Let's go to Psalm chapter 24 real fast, and let's read verse 1. Psalm chapter 24, verse 1. We were here earlier because we talked about this during Genesis chapter 1, verse 2. But here in Psalm chapter 24, verse 1, it says this: "The earth is the Lord's." Think about that. The earth is the Lord's. Wow. The earth is the Lord's. That's a big deal. But wait a second, there's more. It says, "and all its fullness." Holy smokes. "The world and those who dwell therein." What? Are you kidding me? So wait a second. You're saying that not only is the earth, but everything in it is the Lord's? Absolutely. And so because that is true, that means that God had every right to give this land in Genesis chapter 13, verse 17, when he says in Genesis 13, verse 17 to Abraham, "Arise, walk in the land through its length and width, for I give it to you." It's because he has the ability to give it to him. He has the ability. It's all his anyways. And so this is fundamental stuff here. But anyways, he can do whatever he wants because this is all his stuff. But one of the things that I think we need to be sensitive to in regards to land is that all of it is his, but there is a specific place where his name is attached to it. There is a specific place where his name is attached to it. Let's go to 2 Chronicles chapter 6, verse 6. 2 Chronicles chapter 6, verse 6. There's a place where his name is specifically attached to. And if you think about his name being attached to something, you're like, holy smokes, that must be a big deal. In 2 Chronicles chapter 6, verse 6, it says this: "Yet I have chosen Jerusalem, that my name may be there, and I have chosen David to be over my people Israel." This is interesting. God chose a specific place on his creation, or in his creation, for his name to be. His name is somewhere right now. His name is intimately intertwined with a piece of land that we refer to as Jerusalem. And what are the odds that Jerusalem is the center of all kinds of just tension in the entire world? This is why the world has been trying to bring peace in the Middle East, but the reason why there's no peace in the Middle East is because of what's going on in Jerusalem. They're like, no. And so you have the Jewish world, the Muslim world just completely clashing, and it's over this location, and the location that it's over is where God's name is. And the reason is because Satan, the god of this world, the prince of the power of the air, he's trying to get in there, and he's like, this is mine. He's like, I'm going to take it over. And you know what's interesting is that there's going to be a very short amount of time where Satan does take it. If you read Zechariah chapter 14, verse 1 and 2, you have Jerusalem, you have the city being taken over. It's going to be taken captive. This is going to take place during the tribulation. And during that time, when that's taken over, you're going to have the Antichrist walk his little feet into the temple, and he's going to erect the abomination of desolation, and he's going to sit as God. And so you have a throne, kind of visualize, like a picture in your mind, like, seeing somebody sitting down on a throne. And that's going to be in a location. It's going to be at a place. It's very, very very real. This is all very real stuff. And so that's going to be for a very, very short amount of time, 3.5 years specifically, but that's going to take place. But everything is culminating over in Jerusalem. And so we need to be sensitive to that. Anyways, that is Genesis chapter 13. We're going to be diving into Genesis chapter 14 right now. Hate to tell you this, but it's spiritual now. He sits in the temple of disobedience already. There's a lot of people who think that this is all allegory. The more I read, the more I take things literal. There are people who disagree with everything I say, and so that's completely fine. If you disagree with it, I'm just telling you my opinion. That's why I always encourage people to test all things, hold fast to that which is good. I explain why I believe what I believe, and I'm sure there's people in here who have disagreed with a million things that I've said already. This is important stuff to talk about, and so that's why I do what I do here. But the main thing is always going to be the main thing. And that's how to know for sure you can get to heaven. How do you get to heaven? Thank you, TK. I appreciate that. How do you get to heaven? In order to understand the good news, you need to first understand the bad news. And the bad news is for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. That's bad news. In Romans 6:23, it says, for the wages of sin is death. Thank you, Brenda. Thank you so much. So we are all sinners. We are all fallen short, and we are all under the death penalty. That's a lot of bad news. That is applicable to every single individual who has ever been born in their life. But there's good news after that. That's the bad news. You need to understand the bad news before you can actually appreciate the good news. The good news is for the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. It is through Jesus Christ our Lord. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And so, it is for by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. John 3:16 says it beautifully. It says, for God so loved the world, that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. It's so good. For whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. People who call upon the name of the Lord recognize their need to be saved. You don't call on somebody unless you recognize a need to call on somebody. And so calling, obviously, implies their recognition of them needing to be saved. And so this is some deep stuff right there. That's the most important thing. That is the gospel. The gospel can be found in 1 Corinthians 15, which is that Jesus died according to the scriptures, that he was buried and rose again on the third day according to the scriptures. That is always going to be the main thing. Everything else here is secondary. We're just going through the book of Genesis. If you guys are new here, if you guys would like to support this ministry, there's ways to do that up in my TikTok if you would like to. You don't have to, but there's ways to do that if you would like to, because this is literally ran by you. Thank you so much, Mary EMT, for those gifted subscriptions on TikTok. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. I appreciate that so much, and I'm sure they do too. And Bridget chooses all of the people who receive the subscriptions. It's just it's an unwritten rule at this point, and I have no say over anything anymore. But that is awesome. Thank you, Mary. I appreciate that. But yeah, if you guys would like to support this ministry, you are able to do that if you would like to. And there's a link tree up in my TikTok profile. It doesn't matter. We're going to keep doing this till the wheels fall off. Till the wheels fall off. And so if you have supported this, if you're going to, or if you are right now, thank you so much. It is humbling. It is a privilege, and it's just quite an honor. And I'm encouraged by it. And so if you wouldn't mind praying for me as well, I would appreciate that as well. If you guys wouldn't mind following me on YouTube, that way we can stay in touch just in case TikTok goes away. All right, now we are going to dive into Genesis chapter 14. Genesis chapter 14 is where we are going to go to, and this is going to be a good one. How do we get to heaven, or how do we make it into the millennial reign here on earth? How do we get to heaven, or how do we make it into the millennial reign? Well, you don't want to, well, if you are a born again believer, if you put your faith in Jesus Christ right now, and if you repent of your sins, you will go from the old creation to the new creation. You will become a son of God, which is incredible. And so if you're a born again believer right now, you automatically will reign in or during the millennial kingdom. So you don't have to worry about that part. And so he'll take care of that, and that'll just come naturally. But as far as becoming born again, it is by recognizing that you are a sinner. When you recognize you are a sinner, thank you, Nicole. When you recognize you are a sinner, you recognize your need for a Savior, and that is where Jesus comes into play. And putting your faith in Jesus Christ, repenting of your sins, is what we need to be doing. And you need to recognize that you are saved by faith. It is nothing else. It is literally, for by grace you have been saved through faith. And you can't be good enough. You'll never be able to be good enough. You can never give enough money. You can never print the most Bibles that anybody has ever printed. You can never support missions out there or whatever. No, it is for by grace you have been saved through faith. And so that's if you have any questions about that, you guys can reach out to me here if you would like to on TikTok directly. You don't even need to follow me. You can just reach out and we can talk more about that if you would like to, because I love talking to people. So that is part of this ministry. I try to help where I can, and I'll continue doing that. Hey, thank you, Sandy. I appreciate that. Not guilty. Not guilty. Oh, man, can you imagine? Oh, that is incredible. All right, so the millennial reign, though, that's something that's just naturally going to take place for the church. If you are the bride, if that's you right now, you and I, we will reign with him. Revelation chapter 20 talks about the saints who were beheaded, and those who were sitting on the thrones were basically going to be reigning. That's cool. 1 Corinthians chapter 6 talks about how you and I are going to judge angels. That's incredible. Think about that for a little bit. But there's two branches of the government. Isaiah chapter 9 talks about how the government will be upon his shoulders, and his kingdom shall have no end. His government, his kingdom shall have no end. So you have a picture of an everlasting government and an everlasting kingdom. And so that kind of enters into the whole picture like an actual government and kingdom. And then when you look at the Revelation chapter 21, in the new heavens, new earth, and new Jerusalem, during that time period, in Revelation 21, it says the kings of the earth will bring their glory into the new Jerusalem. And so that's interesting, because there's going to be kings on the earth, and you and I, if you're a born again believer right now, we will be in the new Jerusalem. So the kings of the earth will bring their glory into it. So you're just like, wow. So there's going to be a hierarchy system in a sense, or like it's going to be structured. It's very, very fascinating. What is your opinion about people praying to saints for intercession? Absolutely ridiculous. Do not do that. Do not pray to anybody else except Jesus Christ. He is constantly interceding for us. He is our high priest. We need to know that. And there's a lot of people out there who, are praying to sinners for some reason. I would advise against that big time. May as well be with Crash. Yeah, do not pray. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, all right, let's go ahead and get on into it. Above all, your prayers are treasured and greatly appreciated. Absolutely, Yogi. Absolutely, 100%. All right, let's get on into Genesis chapter 14. In Genesis chapter 14, we're going to be talking about this little battle that takes place, and we're going to talk about some pretty neat things here. So let's go ahead and get on into it. In Genesis 14, verse 1, and it says this: and it came to pass in the days of Amraphel, king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elasar, Chedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of nations, that they made war with Bera, king of Sodom, Bersha, king of Gomorrah, Shinab, king of Admah, Shemember, king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, that is Zoar. Okay, so that's unfortunate that I'm going to have to say a whole bunch of words that I don't know how to pronounce, so just bear with me. I apologize. I'm going to be butchering these, but that's completely fine. I'm so sorry. But in chapter 14, verse 1, Genesis 14, verse 1, it says, it came to pass in the days of Amraphel, king of Shinar. Now, this is interesting. What do you guys think of? Hopefully you guys can remember what to think of whenever you hear the phrase Shinar. Shinar. Now, this goes back to Genesis chapter 10 and Genesis chapter 11, because in Genesis chapter 10 and Genesis chapter 11, you see Shinar being introduced to us. And the phrase or the word Shinar is an allusion to the region of Babylon. It's connected. It's intimately connected. So whenever you see Shinar, you could just replace it in your mind with Babylon if you're trying to simplify it a little bit. So here in Genesis chapter 14, where you have the days of Amraphel, king of Shinar. This is the king of Babylon. This is the king of Babylon. Some people think it's Nimrod. Some people think it's Hammurabi. You know, you have different ideas that are out there, but it's not a big deal. We don't need to get into the weeds with all that kind of stuff. But this is the king of Babylon in a sense. And what's interesting about the name Amraphel is his name means keeper of gods or revealer of dark secrets. Interesting that that's what his name means. Keeper of gods or a revealer of secrets. I think that's really, really fascinating. And so in regards to revealer of secrets, you can kind of make a connection back to when the serpent, I think in Genesis chapter 3, when the serpent went to Eve and he's like, you shall not surely die, but you will be like God. And you have this whole, you know, like kind of like bringing in information and deceiving Eve and all of this kind of stuff and revealing dark secret type kind of picture that's going on here, all mingled in this name Amraphel, which is associated to the king of Babylon. And whenever you think of the king of Babylon, just know that Babylon is not a good thing. It's all bad. So you have four kings in verse 1, and you have 5 kings in verse 2. So this is going to be a battle of 4 kings versus 5 kings. 4 kings versus 5 kings. That's what's taking place in Genesis 14, verse 1 and 2. In Genesis chapter 14, verse 2, it says that they made war. So the 4 kings in verse 1 are making war with the 5 kings. And spoiler alert, the 4 kings are going to defeat the 5 kings. But let's keep reading in verse 3. In Genesis chapter 14, verse 3, it says, all these joined together in the valley of Siddim, that is the Salt Sea. 12 years they served Chedorlaomer, and in the 13th year they rebelled. So here, they served Chedorlaomer. I just, like, can you imagine? Like, I'm just going to say Charmander. But 12 years they served Chedorlaomer. My goodness, just sounds like but they served when it says 12 years, it's referring to the Hamites. Thank you, Lisa, I appreciate that. They referring to the Hamites, and they served Chedorlaomer, which is the king of Elam, which is what you get if you read verse 1. So the king of Elam is Chedorlaomer, and it says in verse 4, it says 12 years they served Chedorlaomer, and in the 13th year they rebelled. So they were serving the king of Elam or Persia. Elam and Persia is very, very, they're interchangeable. But Chedorlaomer in verse 1 is referred to as the king of Elam. So these people, these 5 kings, served the king of Persia for 12 years. But then it says in verse 4, it says, and in the 13th year, they rebelled. And so that's interesting, right? They rebelled. They served for 12 years, and then they rebelled. And then in Genesis chapter 14, verse 5, it goes on and it says, in the 14th year, Chedorlaomer and the kings that were with him came and attacked the Rephaim in Ashtaroth, Karnaim, the Zuzim in Ham, the Amim in Shavah, and the Kerathim, and the Horites in their mountain of Seir, as far as El Paran, which is by the wilderness. So this is interesting. Okay, so here in verse 5, you're introduced to these Rephaim. Now, the word Rephaim has an interesting application to it because the word Rephaim means the dead ones. It means the dead ones. And you can read about this in Deuteronomy chapter 3, verse 11, if you would like to, because there is a mention there about their king, the king of the Rephaim, and the Gog, not Gog, the king, what is it? Oh man, it's not. Anyways, there's a king, Og. I think it's Og, OG. Like he's the original gangster. But hey, thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for those gifts. I appreciate that. But you can read about that in Deuteronomy chapter 2 and Deuteronomy chapter 3. But it talks about Og the king. And so basically, thank you so much, Sold Out for Jesus. I appreciate those gifts. But if you read about that in Deuteronomy chapter 3, let's actually go to Deuteronomy 3, verse 11, just so we can look at it. Deuteronomy chapter 3. In Deuteronomy chapter 3, Verse 11. In Deuteronomy chapter 3, verse 11, it says this, "For only Og, king of Bashan, remained of the remnant of the giants." So Og, king of Bashan, is connected to the giants, but the word here in Hebrew is Rephaim. It's not Nephilim, it's Rephaim. And so Og, king of Bashan, was the last remaining one, and we are told a little bit about him in regards to how big his bed was. Let's talk about his bed, the thing that he slept on. It says in Deuteronomy 3, verse 11, it says, "Indeed, his bedstead was an iron bedstead. Is it not in Rabbah and the people of Ammon? 9 cubits is its length, and 4 cubits its width, according to the standard cubit." So we're told about how big this dude's bed was, which is a weird way to describe something. But we are told that his bed is essentially 13 feet long by 6 feet wide. This was a dude who is big. He's got a big bed, and so this is a giant. This was like an actual giant. The Nephilim, they were giant as well, but they were not giants. They were just giant because they were Nephilim. Rephaim seems to be giants because they were actual giants. And so, anyways, going back to Genesis chapter 14, you read about the Rephaim, and the Rephaim are connected to this Og, king of Bashan, which I think is really, really interesting to see how big this dude's bed was. This is a big bed. But the word Rephaim has a dual meaning between physical and spiritual, because it's talking about the Rephaim in regards to the dead ones, because that's what the term means, the dead ones. So it can be applied to the ones who have actually passed away, and that's mentioned in Isaiah chapter 14, when it's talking about how Hades beneath is excited about you. I can't remember what passage it is, but it's talking about in Isaiah chapter 14, Rephaim. And it talks about, that's obviously talking about the Rephaims, the dead ones. But also, that's the spiritual application, but the physical application of Rephaim also has people who are still, living, or that were living back during this time, as in regards to actual giants. And so there's a dual kind of application there. So it can be alluding to a spiritual side, and it also can be alluded to a physical side as well. But anyways, the Rephaim, if you read the book of Joshua, is basically that what you find is that there was essentially a gene pool problem. And that is why God told Joshua to go in there and basically destroy all of these certain groups of people. He's like, destroy them, destroy them, destroy them, destroy them. Do not leave anybody alive. Now, people they pick that apart, and they're like, why, if God is so loving, why would he destroy all the women and children and all these things? It's because there was a gene pool problem. There was a whole bunch of bad stuff that was going on back during that time, and it needed to be dealt with. And the way God went to deal with it was by eliminating them, by using people like Joshua. Anyways, that is a story for a different time. So you're introduced to them in Genesis chapter 14, verse 5 and 6. They are coming into the picture here. Let's keep reading. In Genesis chapter 14, verse 7, it says, "Then they turned back and came to En Mishpat, that is Kadesh, and attacked all the country of the Amalekites, and also the Amorites who dwelt in Hazazon Tamar." Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate that heart. It says in verse 8, it says, "And the king of Sodom, the king of Gomorrah, the king of Admah, the king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, that is Zoar, went out and joined together in battle in the valley of Siddim against Chedorlaomer, king of Elam, Tidal, king of nations, Amraphel, king of Shinar, and Arioch, king of Elasar, 4 kings against 5. So you have this battle going on, 4 kings against 5, like what we talked about before, and it gets a little spicy. But let's keep on reading. In verse 10, it says, "Now the valley of Siddim was full of asphalt pits, and the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled. Some fell there, and the remainder fled to the mountains. Then they took all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah and all their provisions and went their way." Here's where we get to the verse 12, which is what I want you to understand. This is a big deal, right? What's about to happen in verse 12. So this battle is going on, and they're taking the spoil of war. But in verse 12, it says they also took Lot. Now, that's a big deal right there, because now you are involving Abraham, who has a covenant attached to him by God, and God needs to keep good on his promise. And so now if Abraham decides to go do something, you just know Abraham is going to succeed. It's crazy. And so here is where they messed up. It was at this point that they realized that they messed up. Anyways, in Genesis chapter 14, verse 12, it says, they also took Lot. But it goes on to say, Abraham's brother's son who dwelt in Sodom, and his goods, and departed. So they take all of these things, they take everything that they need to take, and they also take Lot. This was a big mistake right here. It says in verse 13, Genesis 14, verse 13, it says, then one who escaped came and told Abraham, the Hebrew, for he dwelt by the terebinth tree of Mamre, the Amorite, brother of Eshcol and brother of Aner, and they were allies with Abram. So here you have Abram still dwelling by the terebinth tree. I'm just blown away by this. Like, dude, go away from the trees, man. Like, what's going on? You and the trees. Anyways, clearly there's a connection here, like a reminder. These terebinth trees were like a reminder to him because of the significance. Like when he was by the terebinth trees, that's when God showed up. And so then from that point on, it was like this tree, God, that tree, this tree, God. It became like a staple in Abraham's mind. And I think that is really fascinating. Also, this is the first time that the word Hebrew is used in the Bible. That's absolutely right, Amber. First time the word Hebrew is mentioned in the Bible is right here in Genesis chapter 14, verse 13. So Abram the Hebrew. And so, this is, the Jewish people are the Hebrews, which is what the book of Hebrews was written to. The epistle to the Hebrews, to the Jewish people. And so Abraham is directly connected to the Jewish people here. But in Genesis chapter 14, verse 13, it says, then the one who escaped came and told Abraham the Hebrew, for he dwelt by the terebinth tree of Mamre, the Amorite, brother of Eshcol and brother of Aner, and they were allies with him. So what you are about to see is the man of peace, Abraham, is now going to become the man of war. That's basically what you're going to see. Abraham, the man of peace, is now going to become a man of war. And the reason for this decision is because of a certain individual who is named Lot. So you have the man of peace becoming a man of war, and it's because of a certain individual, namely Lot. So the deciding factor of either peace or war was based upon the well-being of his nephew Lot. So let's keep reading. Genesis chapter 14, verse 14. Now, did you write that before Yogi, I saw that. But in Genesis 14, verse 14, it says, now when Abraham heard that his brother was taken captive, he armed his 318 trained servants who were born in his own house and went in pursuit as far as Dan. Now, Dan is way up north. And so you have 318 servants were going to basically end up succeeding where 5 kings failed. Think about that. 318 servants. I don't know. It doesn't tell us how many people were a part of the 5 kings and how many armies they had and what was going on. But you have 318. 318 soldiers. And these are servants, but they were trained. 318 against the 4 kings. So where the 5 kings failed, the 318 servants of Abraham were going to succeed. That is important. Why was this going to be even a possibility? How could they succeed? Why? Well, it's because of the covenant that God gave Abraham. I told you before, if with Abraham having this eternal, unconditional covenant that is attached to him, that means everything Abraham is going to be doing is going to succeed because God is going to bless everybody through Abraham. So he is basically untouchable at this point up until he has a child. And so he doesn't have a child yet. And so he is untouchable from God's opinion. And so, anyways, in verse 14, it says, now when Abraham heard his brother was taken captive, he armed his 318. Now, the reason why it says Abraham had heard his brother was taken captive, it's not his brother. It is it is obviously his nephew. So Lot is not his brother. It is his brother's son. And so this is his nephew. Don't lose sight of that. It says he armed 318 trained servants who were born in his house and went into pursuit as far as Dan. Now, what's interesting about this is how massive Abraham and how wealthy he was. 318 trained servants were born in his household. Think about that. They were born, and then years later, they grew up and they were old enough now to become a soldier. So they just weren't born yesterday. They were born, they were living with them, they were serving Abraham and all this kind of stuff for years. And now they are adults, and now they go from being born to being old enough to be trained servants. So this is just kind of like showing you a picture of how wealthy Abraham actually was. Moving on in Genesis chapter 14, verse 15, it says, he divided his forces against them by night, and he and his servants attacked them and pursued them as far as Hobah, which is north of Damascus. Thank you, user. I appreciate that so much. Thank you for that gift. It says in verse 16, it says, so he brought back all the goods and also brought back his brother Lot and his goods, as well as the women and the people. So that is that's probably that's kind of an interesting thing to see what's going on there, because obviously Abraham succeeded where the 5 kings failed. I just want you to think about that for a little bit, because that's not normal. That is not normal. And when you recognize it's not normal, you're like, well, what's different? What took place? And the thing that was different was God. God. Where they failed, God succeeded. And it wasn't Abraham, it was God. We're going to actually see that it was God here in just a little bit. Even though Abraham was the boots on the ground type of guy, it's not Abraham, it's the power behind Abraham. Just like when I do something, it's not me, it's the power behind me. Just like when you do something, it's not you, it's the power behind you. God is working through us, and so that's really cool. All right, Drew, thanks, man, I appreciate you. Get with me when you're finished. Okay, I will try to get with Drew. I just drew a circle on my hand, so hopefully that'll remind me. Anyways, moving on. Genesis chapter 14. I need, man, all right, Genesis chapter 14. When you get to Genesis chapter 14, verse 17, this is where we are going to get into a really, really fun kind of place. Genesis chapter 14, verse 17 and 18 and 19 and 20 is a couple verses here, which is so very important to understand because of what because of how it's attached all throughout the rest of the scripture. And so we're going to try to do our best here. Actually, I'm going to drink my water real fast. Okay, I feel so much better. Well, hello, Jocko. Yes. Yeah, see was a carrot. She's got the sticker out. Times are refreshing. Had a Jocko Hydrate yesterday. It was pretty good. Oh, I've never had one of those. Nice water. Thank you. Hello, Jocko. This is a healthy version of an energy drink. Okay. I'm just trying to get home before y'all. Just slow down, take your time. I don't know how to do that. 8 years clean? Nice. You can't fool us. I know. I have a Mountain Dew water. Okay. Genesis 14, verse 17. So Genesis chapter 14, man, I feel like my throat's going, my voice going. Genesis 14, verse 17, it says, and the king of Sodom went out to meet him at the valley of Shavah, that is the king's valley, after his return from the defeat of Chedorlaomer, and the kings who were with him. Okay, so All right, so the battle's over. So here's the picture. So the battle is over. Five kings lost against four. So the odds are against them, obviously, or the odds were with the five kings' favor, but they failed. And so the four kings were victorious. Then Abram and his 318 servants go against them, and they defeat them, and they bring back all of their stuff. That's crazy. So after that takes place, that leads us to verse 17. And in verse 17, it says, and the king of Sodom went out to meet him at the valley of Shavah. This is interesting because the king of Sodom was one of the defeated kings. This is one of the defeated kings, and he comes up to Abram. And it says, and the king of Sodom went out to meet him in the valley of Shavah, that is the king's valley, after his return from the defeat of Chedorlaomer, and the kings who were with him. Then we get to verse 18. And this verse has just resulted in all kinds of conversations and conjecture, because this is where we are introduced to a guy named Melchizedek. And so we're going to spend some time on Melchizedek because he is very important to understand. So in Genesis 14, verse 18, it says, then Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought out bread and wine. He was the priest of God Most High. And he blessed him and said, blessed be Abram of God Most High, possessor of heaven and earth. And blessed be God Most High, who has delivered your enemies into your hand. And he gave him a tithe of all. Okay, so you have a lot of stuff here in verse 18. First off, Melchizedek, the thing to recognize about Melchizedek is that Melchizedek means king of righteousness. So Melchizedek his name means king of righteousness, and we are told that he is a king of Salem. Now, Salem is old school Jerusalem, so it's the city of peace. And so get the picture here. You have the king of righteousness who is the king of the city of peace. So a king of righteousness is of the city of peace. The king of righteousness of the city of peace. And this is big deal. So just to kind of, if you guys haven't met Melchizedek before, he is, many people are divided. Some people believe that this is Jesus actually showing up. And then there's people like me who do not think that this is not Jesus. This is just a type. I believe Melchizedek is just a type. It's a secondary issue at the end of the day. But the reason why I think that it probably wasn't a theophany, which is Jesus actually showing up, like Jesus, the angel of the Lord, is because of this reason right here. There's other reasons, but this is a big reason. The thing that we are told about Melchizedek is that he held a title. He held a title, and it was in an actual location. And that is uncommon to every other theophany that we are given. Every other place, whenever Jesus shows up in every other location, he's there, he delivers a message, and then he leaves. There's no official location, no official title, no human place where he is actually residing in. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Dexter, thank you. And so in regards to Melchizedek here, I would propose the idea that this is just a shadow of Jesus. This is a type. I would think that this is an actual individual, a real human being. I would argue that this was not Jesus, but again, it's a secondary issue at the end of the day. But the thing about Melchizedek that's different in all the other times that Jesus actually appeared to people is that here, and this is significant, is that he shows up with a title and he shows up with an office. That is different than all the other places where Jesus shows up. And that's why I believe that this is not actually Jesus. I believe that this is actually a human being who was was not perfect. He was a sinner just like everybody else. And so that's what I would argue. But I do want you to understand he is a type. He is representing, he is foreshadowing, he is a symbol of what Jesus is going to be, however you would like to look at it. And thank you for that, Gorilla. I appreciate that. Anyways, you are told a lot of information about Melchizedek here in verse 18. You are told that he is a king and he is a priest. And also he brings out bread and wine. Now, here in verse 18, it says Melchizedek brought out bread and wine. Now, what this does is that this speaks to a priestly work. Remember, Jesus is a prophet, he is a priest, and he is a king. So let's talk about some of those things. Let's look up the prophet thing. Let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 18. Deuteronomy chapter 18, we will see a picture of Jesus being referred to as the prophet. In Deuteronomy chapter 18, verse 15, it says this: the Lord your God will raise up for you a prophet like me from your midst, from your brethren. Him you shall hear. That's talking about Jesus. Jesus is referred to as a prophet, a priest, and a king. There is where you are introduced to Jesus being a prophet. But now let's talk about a priest. Let's go to Hebrews chapter 4, verse 15. Hebrews chapter 4, verse 15. Hebrews chapter 4, we're actually going to be in Hebrews a lot here because we're going to be talking all kinds about Melchizedek. But in Hebrews chapter 4, verse 15, it says this: for we do not have a high priest who cannot sympathize with our weaknesses, but was in all points tempted as we are, yet without sin. Let us therefore come boldly to the throne of grace, that we may attain mercy and find grace to help in the time of need. It's incredible just thinking about the ability that we have at our disposal. Let us come boldly to the throne of grace. Do you guys not just appreciate how amazing it is that his chair is referred to as the mercy seat and not the condemnation seat? I mean, just think about that for a second. Just let that kind of just drip over you for just a second, because that is it's wonderful. It's just absolutely wonderful. But anyways, so you have Jesus being referred to as a high priest right there, and that's amazing. So you have him as a prophet in Deuteronomy chapter 18. You have him as a high priest in Hebrews chapter 4, but he's also our king. He's also a king. If you read Revelation chapter 19, verse 16, if you would like to turn there, you can, but it talks about Jesus returning to the earth. That's talking about his second coming. And so when he returns, on his thigh, he has something that says King of Kings, King of Kings, King of Kings. And so you have this title that is attached to him in different areas of his ministry. He was a prophet. He is a priest, and when he comes back, he is coming back as a king. He's prophet, priest, and king. And so with that in mind, it's really important to understand all of that before you look at Melchizedek. When you go back to Genesis chapter 14, in Genesis chapter 14, verse 18, it says, then Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought out bread and wine. He was priest of God Most High. We are told that he is a king and he is a priest. Now that is significant. That is very significant. We'll talk about that here in a second, but it says that he was the priest of God Most High. And I need you to understand who is currently acting. Let's go to 1 Timothy chapter 2, verse 5. 1 Timothy chapter 2, verse 5. And I want you to ask yourself, who is currently acting as our high priest? 1 Timothy chapter 2, verse 5. In 1 Timothy chapter 2, verse 5, it says, for there is one God and one mediator between God and men, the man Christ Jesus. So he is mediating between us. Like the same thing that's going on there in 1 Timothy chapter 2, verse 5, God being a mediator towards us is the same thing that a priest would do inside the temple. The high priest was a mediator between God and men, just like Moses was a mediator between God and man. And so Moses was able to interact with him and basically have a conversation with God in order to benefit the people. That's what Moses was doing. And so just like Moses was doing that, Moses in a sense was a type of a mediator because he was interceding on the people's behalf. And so just like Moses interceded on the people's behalf, Jesus is interceding on our behalf. And that's incredible. Anyways, moving on to Genesis chapter 14. In Genesis chapter 14, going back to Genesis chapter 14, verse 18, you have, I would like for you to notice that he was a priest before there were any quote unquote Jews. We are not given anybody else. Abraham is the only Jew, and Melchizedek was a priest before there were any Jews that were around. But the difference between the Levitical priesthood and the Melchizedekian priesthood is that one of them is temporary and the other one of them is forever. One of them is temporary and the other one is forever. The Levitical priesthood, the one that everybody is very, very familiar with, is very, very temporary. The Levitical priesthood represents the law. They're going based upon the law, but the law was given to us to be our schoolmaster, to tutor us in regards to what is right and what is wrong. That's why the law was given. But that was temporary. That Levitical priesthood is now done and away with, in a sense. And so now there's the one that is better than that, which is the Melchizedekian priesthood. And the difference between the Levitical priesthood and the Melchizedekian priesthood is one is temporary and one is forever. Hello, Tippy. Welcome in. Thank you for being here. So from Moses to now, the kings were from Judah and the priests were from Levi. So from Moses, back when Moses was alive, the way that the people operated, the Jewish people operated, was that everybody who was a Jewish person, there were kings who came from a certain tribe, and there were priests who came from a certain tribe. The kings only came from the tribe of Judah. The priests only came from the tribe of Levi. So if you wanted to be a king, it was mandatory that you were of the tribe of Judah. You could not be a king unless you were from the tribe of Judah. If you were a priest, that meant that you were from the tribe of Levi. Now, this is important because you need to understand this kind of concept in order to understand futuristic concepts, specifically Revelation, which is what we're going to talk about here in a little bit. But here in Genesis chapter 14, verse 18, where we are told about that Melchizedek, who is a king and a priest, I need you to understand how bizarre this is to a Jewish person. If you go up to an Orthodox Jew and you introduce them to Melchizedek and they learn about him being a king and a priest, it's going to just blow a fuse. Like, they're just going to be like, what's going on? What is that? Because in their mind, you can only be a king or you could only be a priest. They could never be the same thing at the same time. But there are examples of three bodies who were kings and priests at the same time. And that's what we're going to talk about right now. There are three people in the entire Bible, three bodies in the entire Bible who are kings and priests at the same time. Melchizedek is one of them. He is a king and a priest. This is beautiful. This is absolutely beautiful. And the reason why it's beautiful is because of your eschatology. It's going to encourage you. This is like one of the biggest things in terms of how to know for sure where you land as far as a pre-trib, mid-trib, post-trib. And this is what this story is going to basically help, hopefully, or encourage your thoughts because of how this is going to conclude. And so the first king and priest is given to us in Melchizedek here in Genesis chapter 14. Now let's go to 1 Peter chapter 2 verse 9, and let's talk about the other people who are referred to as kings and priests. So in 1 Peter chapter 2, well, while you're turning there, so Melchizedek is a king and priest, and the other person that is a king and priest is obviously Jesus. We already talked about how he's a king and priest and prophet. So you have Melchizedek, king and priest, Jesus, king and priest. And then you also have in 1 Peter chapter 2, verse 9, it says, but you are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood. Think about that. So who is Peter talking to here in 1 Peter 2:9? Peter is talking to the church. And when he's talking to the church, he's talking to born-again believers, meaning the people that I'm talking to right now, hopefully. If you are a born-again believer, Peter would refer to you as a royal priesthood. And so that's significant because what he's doing is he's calling you a king and a priest, in a sense. In a roundabout way, he is putting that title and he's attaching that to you. Now, Peter, here in this epistle in 1 Peter, he's writing to Jewish people, but he's writing to Jewish people who were Christians. And so even though they're Jewish, they are a part of the church because that's what's going on right now, right? And so here in 1 Peter chapter 2, verse 9, when he refers to them as a royal priesthood, that is significant. And the reason why it's significant is because now let's go to Revelation chapter 5. Revelation chapter 5 is where this whole thread culminates. Because in Revelation chapter 5, you are in the throne room of heaven. So in Revelation chapter 1, you are given the outline to the entire Bible. Revelation chapter 2 and 3, you are given the information about the 7 churches, the 7 letters written to the 7 churches. Revelation chapter 4 and 5, John is in the throne room and he is seeing things and he's writing a whole bunch of stuff down. But in Revelation chapter 5, you are introduced to these 24 elders. And these 24 elders are really, really important to pay attention to because you don't know who they are. The Bible doesn't tell us who they are. In Revelation chapter 4, verse 4, Revelation chapter 4, verse 4, it says this: around the throne were 24 thrones, and on the thrones I saw 24 elders sitting clothed in white robes, and they had crowns of gold on their foreheads. Now, the question on the table is, who are these 24 elders? Nobody knows who they are because they don't identify themselves. But what we can do is we can deduce a lot of stuff. We can understand that they are not angels because they have crowns. They are sitting on thrones. You don't see that anywhere in Scripture. And so the question on the, and we know that they are not angels because of some other places. Oh my goodness, what in the world? Select 2 objects that are the same. My goodness. I'm like TikTok is making me do like some weird stuff on here just to make sure I'm not a robot. Isn't that crazy? We live in a time to where we need to verify that we are not robots because there's a lot of weird stuff going on. Anyways, okay, so in Revelation chapter 5, thank you for that, Dolphin. Thank you, Nicole. I appreciate that. So in Revelation chapter 5, in Revelation 4 and 5, you are introduced to these 24 elders. And so the 24 elders, let's go to Revelation 5, verse 8. In Revelation chapter 5, verse 8, it says, now when he had taken the scroll, the 4 living creatures and the 24 elders fell down before the Lamb, each having a harp and golden bowls full of incense, which are the prayers of the saints. And they sang a new song, saying, you are worthy to take the scroll and open its seals, for you were slain and have redeemed us to God by your blood out of every tribe and tongue and people and nation, and have made us kings and priests to our God, and we shall reign on the earth. Think about this for a second. These are 24 elders. Nobody knows who they are because they don't identify themselves. And so the question is, who are these 24 elders? Well, they give us a clue as to who they are. And the clue that they give us is in verse 10. In Revelation chapter 5, verse 10, it says, and have made us kings and priests. Now, this is a massive clue as far as your eschatology is concerned, because who are the kings and priests? The kings and priests are you and I. If you are a born again believer right now, you are a part of the church. That's what Peter refers to the church. He refers to them in 1 Peter 2:9. He says, you are a royal priesthood. That's the equivalent of Peter saying you are kings and priests. And so he's talking to the church. He's calling them kings and priests. And so when you look at Revelation chapter 5, verse 10, you see these people who are up in heaven, who are referred to as the 24 elders, and they fall down and they're worshiping God and they identify themselves to be kings and priests. And you need to understand that is significant because there are nobody else who can claim that title as being kings and priests other than Melchizedek, Jesus Christ, and the church. That is a big deal. The church is referred to as kings and priests. Now, here is why it's hugely significant, April, because where they are, this is massive. In order to help your mind and set your mind at ease, it is massive for your pre-trib, mid-trib, post-trib reasoning to understand where those 24 elders are and where they are. Where are they right there in Revelation chapter 5? Well, where they are in Revelation chapter 5 is they are in heaven. Now, why is that significant? It's significant because John in Revelation is looking into the future. He's having this vision. He's seeing everything that's going to happen in the future. And he is in heaven, and Jesus is holding on to the scroll. And the reason why this is significant is because the timeline matters. Jesus is holding on to the scroll, but he didn't open the seals yet. The reason why that's significant is because the tribulation does not begin until Jesus opens the seals. And so why this is important, and this screams of a pre-tribulation rapture, is because the 24 elders are in heaven before the seals are broken. And so if the seals begin the tribulation and the 24 elders are in heaven before the seals are broken, that means the church must be with Jesus before this tribulation begins. So this is incredible. This is all a beautiful picture. And this all stems from Genesis chapter 14, verse 18, when we are introduced to this curious figure named Melchizedek. Melchizedek is just like just a library of all kinds of just thoughts and just reasoning. And you can just go all over with this guy, but it's incredible. And so hopefully you guys can appreciate this. Thank you for that, user. I appreciate that. I forget your name. I'm so sorry. But thank you for that, Tiny Diny. And so that is really, really cool. Wait, are we still in Genesis 14:18? Well, we're all over the place. But we were just in Revelation chapter 5 and 1 Peter 2. So that is really, really neat. But that all stems from here in Genesis chapter 14. But what about beef? Okay. So going back to Genesis chapter 14, in regards to Genesis chapter 14, verse 18, from Moses to now, the kings were from Judah and the priests were from Levi. But the question on the table is, what about before Moses? What about before Moses? Because from Moses, thank you, Leah, from Moses to now, you have this rule that the Jewish people operate by, and that is, if you are of the Judah, you could be a king. If you are of the Levi, you could be a priest. But what about from before Moses? And what happens before Moses is this dude named Melchizedek. This is that dude named Melchizedek. And so what's also interesting about this chapter in Genesis 14 is that this shows us, if you believe that Melchizedek was an actual human being and not Jesus Christ in the flesh, which I believe I believe this was just that Melchizedek was a sinner. I believe he was a literal person. But if you believe that as well, what this shows us is that there were other believers around rather than just being Abraham. That's an interesting concept, because during this time, we're not told about what's going on in the background. We don't know about the stories of other people who were alive during this time. But what we do learn is that Melchizedek, if he was an actual human being who was a sinner, just like everybody else was, is that this shows that there were other believers around. And I think that is very, very instructive. And this other believer, this other person who is a high priest, ends up showing up, and he comes up to Abraham. And in Genesis 14, verse 18, the thing that you see him doing is he brings out bread and wine. I need you to understand how significant this is. You guys, this is incredible. You need to understand the significance between the king and priest and what he did. What he did was he brought out bread and wine. He was a king and priest who brought bread and wine. Now, the significance, if I just say the bread and wine, what do you think of? What's the first thing that you think of? The Last Supper, right? The bread and wine. This is my body. This is my blood. This was forecasting what was going to be fulfilled when Jesus died on the cross. It's all Jesus, 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 Jesus. It's everywhere you look. And this is what you see here, just here in Genesis. Thank you so much. Gotta go. Okay, Nicole, absolutely. Cast arrest on YouTube. Cool. So I think it's just absolutely incredible. It's just absolutely incredible seeing this kind of stuff here in Genesis chapter 14, verse 18, where he brings out the bread and wine. This is just screaming. This is just screaming Jesus, like all over the place. He's acting it out. And this was before anybody knew this. I need you to understand, when Abraham was here and Melchizedek walked up to him and he brought out bread and wine, Abraham had no idea. They were just doing the thing. Abraham didn't know what Jesus was going to do. Abraham didn't know what Jesus was going to say. He had no idea, but you and I do. And this is why Romans 15 verse 4 is your verse for when you are going through the Old Testament. When you're going through the Old Testament, you need to remember Romans 15:4, which it says, these things, the things that were written before, were written for our learning. These things are written for our learning. And so we look back, we see Melchizedek, we see him bringing out bread and wine, and we are told that he is the priest of God Most High. This is incredible. I absolutely love this. One of the things to also pay attention to in Genesis chapter 14, verse 18, is that Melchizedek is referred to, it says that he is a priest of God Most High. Now, that phrase there in Hebrew is El Elyon. El Elyon. Now, that's the same word that is used In Isaiah chapter 14, you know, the I will statements that Satan says, you know, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, I will, I will, I will. The last thing that Satan says in Isaiah chapter 14 in regards to what his hope is and his desire is to be like El Elyon, the most powerful. And so that's what he wants to be like, right? And so it's not going to happen, but that's what he wants to be like. And so that's a word, God Most High. It's the same one connected to Isaiah chapter 14. So you have the King of Righteousness of the city of peace. I just want you to just appreciate like what we are being told. The King of Righteousness of the city of peace, the King of Melchizedek in Jerusalem or in Salem, which is, you know, Salem, it was called Salem before, but you and I would refer to it as today as Jerusalem. And so that is really, really cool. But what's interesting, let's go to Joshua chapter 10. Let's go to Joshua chapter 10, verse 1, because there you are introduced to an interesting figure in Joshua chapter 10. We talked about this before, but there's an interesting connection here. First off, in Genesis chapter 10, verse 1, in regards to Salem, I'm just drawing a connection to Salem. So that is the first place that we see Salem being used in Genesis. I'm not actually okay. I can't even actually. Can somebody look up when Salem is used first? I think it actually is in Genesis chapter 14. I don't want to misspeak, but somebody look that up. Anyways, what I do know, please, if you don't mind, thank you. In Genesis chapter 10 in Joshua chapter 10 verse 1, we are introduced to Jerusalem. Now, Jerusalem, this is the first time Jerusalem is mentioned in Joshua chapter 10 verse 1. First time. And so if Salem is introduced in Genesis 14 verse 18, the first time Jerusalem is mentioned is in Joshua chapter 10 verse 1. And so those are the same locations, they're just worded differently. But what you have here is you have Melchizedek, Zedek, in Genesis 14 in connection with Genesis 14. And in Joshua chapter 10 verse 1, you have Adonai Zedek in connection with Jerusalem. You have the King of Righteousness connected to Jerusalem. And then you have a guy in Joshua chapter 10, verse 1, which is Adonai Zedek, which is Lord of Righteousness in connection to Jerusalem. Now, what's fascinating about both of these is that this Adonai Zedek in Joshua chapter 10 is a fake good guy. He has a name, but it's a fake name because he goes against Joshua. And so he rallies the troops. Adonai Zedek, even though he's the king of Jerusalem, makes you think that he's a good guy. He's not a good guy. And so this is a type of the Antichrist. He is a counterfeit. And so it's remarkable. So you see Melchizedek in Genesis 14, and you see Adonai Zedek in Joshua chapter 10, verse 1, and both of them are in connection with Jerusalem. Both of them are in connection with Salem or Jerusalem, whatever you would like to use there. And it is just remarkable to see the first time that both of those words are used are in direct connection with Jerusalem. And so that's telling us a story. And so that is telling us that, you know, Melchizedek is a type of Jesus Christ. Adonai Zedek is a type of the Antichrist, but they both are going to intertwine or converge in a sense in a location, the one location in the world, which is going to be Jerusalem. And so that is, what are the odds, right? What are the odds there? Anyways, that is Genesis chapter 14, verse 18. That's Genesis chapter 14, verse 18. We can go back to Genesis 14, verse 18 now. Let's keep on reading in Genesis 14, verse 18. It says, Then Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought out bread and wine. He was the priest of God Most High. And he blessed him and said, Blessed be Abram of God Most High, possessor of heaven and earth. Again, we are told who owns it all. Well, according to Melchizedek, God Most High. He is the possessor of heaven and earth. Verse 20, Genesis chapter 14, verse 20, it says, And blessed be God Most High, who has delivered your enemies into your hand. And he gave him a tithe of all. Now, what's interesting about this is that you see that Melchizedek, who is a mysterious character, he enters the game just out of nowhere. Nobody knows where he came from. He just shows up. And what he does is he tells Abram why Abram won the battle. And the reason why Abram won the battle is because of verse 20. In Genesis 14, verse 20, it says, "And blessed be God Most High, who has delivered your enemies into your hand." Who is in control? Who is in control during this entire time? Who is in control? It is God. He is in control. You remember Isaiah chapter 45? Hey, thank you so much, Laura. Thank you so much for that gift. I appreciate that. Remember Isaiah chapter 45 when, God is talking to Cyrus? God says, "Cyrus, I've been holding your hand this entire time. You think it was you? You think you were the one doing it? You think you were the one doing this? You think you were the one doing that? No, 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 no. I was holding your hand. It was me. I was doing it all. I did it all." It's incredible just to think about that and be like, wait a second, if that was applicable to them, then is that applicable to me? Yes. It's just like, man, like what is going on here? You can get lost in this kind of stuff. Anyways, let's get back to Genesis chapter 14, verse 20. In Genesis chapter 14, verse 20, it says, "And blessed be God Most High, who has delivered your enemies into your hand." And then it goes on to this, and it says this, and it says, "And he gave him a tithe of all." He gave him a tithe of all. Now, this is interesting because this is the first time that the word tithe is given in the Bible. First time. And what's interesting about the word tithe is that the word tithe means tenth. And so if you click on the word tithe in your Blue Letter Bible, you'll see it says tithe, tenth. And so Abraham gave a tenth of everything that he had to Melchizedek. And thank you, Agape. Thank you so much. And so tithing was just something that Abraham naturally did. And I need you to understand that this is very, very fundamental in order to understand the book of Hebrews. It is very, very important. If you read the book of Hebrews, you can't really understand it unless you understand Melchizedek and what's going on here. So if you understand this, then you'll do better understanding the book of Hebrews, because in Hebrews, the author of Hebrews talks about Melchizedek. And what you see here in Genesis 14, verse 20, is where Abraham gave tithe to Melchizedek. What this shows us, or what this teaches us, is that Melchizedek was above Abraham. Abraham's here, Melchizedek is here. And this is significant. The reason why it's significant is because when you read Hebrews, what the author of Hebrews, he was writing to the Hebrews, and they were struggling. They were struggling. They were like, man, do we go back to to Judaism? Do we go back to the whole temple and sacrifices and all this kind of stuff? And so the author of Hebrews writes to them, and he's basically knocking out the pillars of the Jewish faith. And he's like, yeah, hey, you think angels are cool? Well, Jesus is better. Hey, you think Moses is cool? Well, Jesus is better. Hey, you think the Levitical priesthood is cool? Well, the Melchizedekian priesthood is better. Everything about what is written there in in the book of Hebrews is pointing back in some way or another to Jesus being better than it all. The Levitical priesthood it was important. It was here for a time. But the Melchizedekian priesthood is better. And so this is the kind of stuff, this is a big deal to the author of Hebrews, because it proves that Melchizedek is superior to Abraham, because Levi isn't even born yet. And so the whole point to really kind of wrap your mind around is to really understand that Levi, we're all familiar with Levi, and we think Levi, the Levitical priesthood, is really big, but what we need to understand is that there was a priesthood before Levi. And the priesthood that was before Levi stems from right here in Genesis 14. And that priesthood that was before the tribe of Levi, before the Levitical priesthood, was the Melchizedekian priesthood. That is significant. And so if I said which priesthood is better, the Levitical priesthood or the Melchizedekian priesthood, the answer is the Melchizedekian priesthood. Let's go to Psalm 110. Let's go to Psalm 110 real fast. And because the Melchizedek is mentioned a handful of times in the Bible, he's mentioned in Genesis 14, he's mentioned in Psalm 110 verse 4. Psalm 110 verse 4. If you would like to go there, Psalm 110 verse 4, it says this. It says, "The Lord has sworn and will not relent. You are a priest forever, according to the order of Melchizedek." This is incredible. Now, this whole chapter, if you read verse 1, Psalm 110, verse 1, it says, the Lord said to my Lord, sit to my right hand, till I make your enemies your footstool. The Lord shall send a rod, your strength. This is all Jesus, the king priest. King priest. So here in Psalm 110, verse 4, you are seeing a priesthood that is not after Levi. You are seeing a priesthood after Melchizedek. And so that is significant. Now let's go to Hebrews chapter 7 real quick. Let's go to Hebrews chapter 7. Hebrews chapter 7 is a chapter, and I was like, man, I actually was like, what verses are we actually going to read here? And I'm like, well, let's just read the whole chapter. Because there's so much stuff here in regards to Melchizedek. So let's just read Hebrews chapter 7. Hebrews chapter, let's read Hebrews chapter 6, verse 19. Hebrews chapter 6, verse 19. In Hebrews chapter 6, verse 19, it says, this hope we have as an anchor of the soul, both sure and steadfast, in which enters the presence behind the veil, where the forerunner has entered for us, even Jesus, having become high priest forever, according to the order of Melchizedek. That right there is massive. Now, with all of that, let's use that momentum to keep on going in the chapter 7. Hebrews chapter 7. It says this, for this Melchizedek, king of Salem, priest of the Most High God, who met Abraham returning from the slaughter of the kings and blessed him, to whom also Abraham gave a tenth part of all, first being translated king of righteousness, and then also king of Salem, meaning king of peace, without father, without mother, without genealogy, having neither beginning of days nor end of life, but made like the Son of God, remains a priest continually. And so what the author is saying here, the author of Hebrews, is he's pointing out that Melchizedek doesn't even have a genealogy. He came out of nowhere. He literally just arrived. And so the question is, where did he come from? And so this is why it's really good to dive into this kind of stuff. And so the picture here is to paint, thank you, Sandra. The idea here is to paint a timeless, a everlasting, an eternal priesthood. Because there's no genealogy. He was like, it doesn't mean that he never died. I'm not saying that. I think that Melchizedek actually did die because I don't think he was Jesus. And so I think this is one of those times where when you read the Bible, you pay attention to what is not mentioned. Kind of like the whole situation with the Gentile brides. If you pay attention to the Gentile brides, what you'll find in the Bible is that there's never a mention of a Gentile bride dying. But if you read about the Jewish brides, there are mentions of Jewish people dying, Jewish brides dying. That is significant. So anyways, here in Hebrews chapter 7, you see this genealogy, and this is on purpose. This is clearly divine. This is God breathed, and it was on purpose where there was no genealogy given, and it was to make a point. And that point is all about how it's timeless, it's eternal. So in Hebrews chapter 7, verse 4, moving on, Hebrews chapter 7, verse 4 says, now consider how great this man was, to whom even the patriarch Abraham gave a tenth of the spoils. And indeed, those who are of the sons of Levi, who receive the priesthood, have a commandment to receive tithes from the people according to the law, that is, from their brethren, though they have come from the loins of Abraham. But he whose genealogy is not derived from them received tithes from Abraham and blessed him who had the promises. Now, beyond all contradiction, the lesser is blessed by the better. Here, mortal men receive tithes, but there he receives them, of whom it is witnessed that he lives. Even Levi, who receives tithes, paid tithes through Abraham, so to speak, for he was still in the loins of his father when Melchizedek met with him. And so what this is saying, in a sense, or a thing that it is saying, is that because Abraham paid tithes to Melchizedek, that in effect is the equivalent of the Levitical priesthood also paying tithes to the Melchizedekian priesthood, because if Abraham did it, Abraham was before Levi was even born. Levi didn't even exist yet. And so before there was even a Levitical priesthood, there was a Melchizedekian priesthood. And so Melchizedek is greater than the Levitical priesthood. Thank you, Bridget, for that heart. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. And so that is really kind of cool here. But let's keep on reading in Hebrews chapter 7, verse 11. In Hebrews chapter 7, verse 11, it says, therefore, if perfection were through the Levitical priesthood, for under it the people received the law, what further need was there that another priest should rise according to the order of Melchizedek and not be called according to the order of Aaron? So he's basically painting a picture here, letting us know that if the Levitical priesthood was enough, there would not have been a need for the psalmist to write in Psalm 110 that you are blessed forever according to the order of Melchizedek. Thank you so much, Bridget. Thank you so much for that gift. Thank you so much. Aliyah, thank you so much for those roses. Thank you, guys. That is very kind. I appreciate that. And so basically the idea here is to get to the author of Hebrews is writing to the Jewish people saying, what are you guys doing? You guys are missing the point here. You're missing the point. And so he goes on in Hebrews chapter 7, verse 12, he says, for the priesthood being changed of necessity, there is also a change of the law. For he of whom these things are spoken belongs to another tribe, from which no man has officiated at the altar. For it is evident that our Lord arose from Judah, of which tribe Moses spoke nothing concerning priesthood. And it is yet far more evident if in the likeness of Melchizedek there arises another priest, who has come, not according to the law of a fleshly commandment, but according to the power of an endless life. For he testifies, you are a priest forever. How long is forever? How long is forever? Hey, thank you, Kathy. You are a priest forever, according to the order of Melchizedek. For on the one hand, there is an annulling of the former commandment because of its weakness and its unprofitableness, for the law made nothing perfect. On the other hand, there is the bringing in of a better hope, through which we draw near to God. And inasmuch as he was not made priest without an oath, for they have become priests without an oath, but he with an oath by him who said to him, the Lord has sworn and will not relent, you are a priest forever according to the order of Melchizedek. By so much more, Jesus has become a surety of a better covenant. Thank you, Parker. I appreciate that gift. Thank you. Verse 23, it says, also there were many priests because they were prevented by death from continuing. Okay, so now here the author is talking about how all the priests before this high priest, Jesus, all the other priests had all died because they all were under the death. We're all under death, right? We all die. So all the other priests had passed away. But here he says in verse 23, it says they were prevented by death from continuing, but he, because he continues forever, has an unchangeable priesthood. That's incredible. But then we go to verse 25 and it says, therefore, he is also able to save to the uttermost those who come to God through him, since he always lives to make intercession for them. This is what the high priest is doing right now. This is what Jesus is doing. He is constantly interceding on our behalf. It is incredible. It is absolutely so awesome to see what's going on here. It says, therefore, he is also able to save to the uttermost those who come to God through water baptism. No, it is through him. It is through Jesus, Christ and Christ alone. Christ plus nothing. It says in verse 26, it says, for such a high priest was fitting for us, who is holy, harmless, undefiled, separate from sinners, and has become higher than the heavens, who does not need daily, as those high priests, to offer up sacrifices, first for his own sins and then for the sins the people's. For this he did once for all, when he offered up himself. For the law appoints as high priest men who have weakness, but the word of the oath, which came after the law, appoints the Son who has been perfected forever. This is an incredible thing here that you read in Hebrews chapter 7. but it really, really answers a lot of questions in regards to, what's up, Brittany? It really answers a lot of questions in regards to how the Jewish people were thinking back then, how they were thinking, and Paul, the author of Hebrews, in my opinion, how he was tactfully breaking down their legs. Like if you're sitting on a chair and it's got 4 legs on it, if I wanted to make you fall, I would break down one leg. You still might be able to stand a little bit, but if I break down another leg, you could still work on that one. And if I break down another leg, then you're going to fall down. And my point here is that's what he was trying to do in order to basically take their arguments away as to why they should go back to the Jewish faith. He was breaking them down little by little, and he was just making them see. He's like, do you not see what's going on here? And he's trying to explain to them the scriptures by using the scriptures. That's why he keeps going back to the Old Testament. Anyways, that's Genesis chapter 14 for verse 18. Let's go back to Genesis chapter 14, verse 20. Genesis chapter 14, verse 20, it says, and blessed be God Most High, who has delivered your enemies into your hand. And he gave him a tithe of all. He gave him a tenth of all. He was tithing. And when you tithe upward, right? You don't tithe downward, you tithe upward. So that means if Abraham tithe to Melchizedek, then that means Melchizedek was above Abraham. And that means that Melchizedek is above Levi as well. And so that's a big thing to understand. But it says he gave him a tithe of all. He gave him a tenth of all. Okay, so let's keep on reading. Thank you, Kathy. I appreciate that. Let's keep on reading in Genesis chapter 14, verse 21. Genesis chapter 14, verse 21, it says, now the king of Sodom said to Abram, give me the persons and take the goods for yourself. But Abram said to the king of Sodom, I have raised my hand to the Lord, God Most High, the possessor of heaven and earth, that I will take nothing from a thread to a sandal strap, and that I will not take anything that is yours, lest you should say, I have made Abram rich. So this is interesting because the king is offering Abram a reward. Remember, Abram goes out and he does what the 5 kings could not do, and he wins something that he should not have won. It's a miracle. It's legit a miracle. And so it's a miracle there. And so when Abram comes back, the king of Sodom goes up to Abram and he's like, hey, you can have all of these things, just give the people back to me. And so Abram is like, no. He's like, that's not how this is going to work, because you're going to say, and everybody else is going to think that I got wealthy based on what I did here. He's like, I don't want it. You take it back. And so Abram was very conscious in verse 23. It says, lest you should say, I have made Abram rich. It was never man that made him rich. That was all God. That was all God. And Abraham is completely putting his faith back in Genesis chapter 12, verse 3, where you have that covenant being brought in. And he is putting that back there. He's like, I remember what God told me. He's like, I don't need your stuff. He's like, God's going to bless me. And that is really, really cool to see. And so Genesis chapter 14, verse 24, he continues, and Abraham says what he will take. It says in verse 24, it says, except only what the young men have eaten, and the portion of the men who went with me, Aner, Eshcol, and Mamre, let them take their portion. And so he's like, I'm not taking any of this. I just wanted my nephew back, and he got him back, and he gave him back all their other stuff. So that's really cool. But anyways, that's Genesis chapter 14. If you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. All of these studies are uploaded to YouTube. I'm live on YouTube and TikTok at the same time. If you guys haven't followed me on YouTube, I would encourage you to do that, just in case they get rid of TikTok, because if they get rid of TikTok, we will still keep doing this on YouTube. All of the studies that we've done in the past are uploaded to YouTube as well. If you would like to dive into those, we've done Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John, all of those. Thank you, Dee Dee. And so if you're looking for a verse-by-verse Bible study, thank you, Momster, for that. Corgi, or puppy kisses. If you wanted to help this ministry out in any kind of way, there's ways to do that in the link tree. There's a link tree up in my TikTok. This ministry is ran by you guys, so if you would like to support that in any kind of way, you have the option to do that there. If you are interested, if you find this worthy. Also, something to consider is, maybe praying for this ministry, because I think that is very powerful, and I would appreciate that so much if you wouldn't mind praying for it. And if you have, and if you will, thank you so much. I am incredibly humbled by that. Thank you so much. New today, been looking for you. Yeah, we're not done yet. We're going into chapter 15, but I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. That's super cool. been looking for reasons. Oh, that's super cool. Well, glad you're here. Another tree. All right, let's go ahead and dive on into Genesis chapter 15. All right, Genesis chapter 15. Wahoo, bagel. I know, right? Genesis chapter 15. Are you here every day? Not every day. Tuesdays and Fridays. Tuesday mornings and Friday evenings. Genesis chapter 15. In Genesis chapter 15, verse 1, we're going to be talking about the Abrahamic covenant, and this is going to be brought back into the picture. It's going to be kind of double tapping what took place in Genesis chapter 12. And so this will be kind of like sealing the deal in a sort. So in Genesis chapter 15, verse 1, it says, after these things, the word of the Lord came to Abraham in a vision. So here again, he shows up to, have a good one, Bagel. Thanks for being here. God shows up to Abraham again. He shows up again. In verse 1, it says, God says, do not be afraid, Abraham. I am your shield, your exceedingly great reward. Now, this is incredible to just think about this. This is wild. Interesting choice of word. I am your shield. Now, we understand that we are in a spiritual warfare, right? And so it's so interesting to see how God himself is using warfare material, weaponry, or defense, whatever, and he's applying it to Abraham. He's like, I am your shield. And so Abraham was in a spiritual warfare. Think about that. There's a spiritual warfare, but God is saying, I am your shield. That is huge. Like, I mean, if you're going to hang on to something, that's something to hang on to. But he says, I am your shield. Now, if you read Ephesians chapter 6, you read about the sword, you read about the shield, you read about the helmet, the breastplate, the sandals, all of those things. And so those are the things that we need to equip ourselves. Why? Because you and I are also in a spiritual warfare right now. And so God tells Abraham that he is his shield, and that is incredible. But it says, I am your shield, your exceedingly great reward. Now, that's really neat because he is all we need. He is all we need. He is all we need. This is why Abraham, he was like being super generous with Lot, because he's like, God's got me. He's like, I'm already living by faith. He's like, I'm already giving this. He's like, you can have whatever you want. And he's like, I am completely putting my faith in God. And so that's a really cool thing here. But he is all we need. And how incredible, your exceedingly great reward. And then, now that word might be the most misunderstood thing that I don't even think we can truly grasp what that means. Exceedingly, like, it means something in our minds, but it's probably amplified times a trillion in regards towards what is actually coming. We have no idea. But God saying, I am your shield, your exceedingly great reward. Like, oh man, that is amazing. But in Genesis chapter 15, verse 2, it says, but Abraham said, Lord God, what will you give me, since seeing I go childless, and the heir of my house is Eliezer of Damascus? And so here in Genesis chapter 15, verse 2, so Abraham is asking a question. He's like, hey, God, how am I going to know? Like, what are you going to do? Like, you said that you were going to make my descendants as the sand of the sea. And so, like, how is this actually going to be? Abraham is testing the waters a little bit. He's like, God, you said that before, but, how are you going to do this? So he's kind of asking and trying to figure it out. And so then he brings up, after he's asking these questions, he brings up this guy that we haven't seen before, and his name is Eliezer. Now, Eliezer is an interesting character, but Eliezer was Abraham's right-hand guy. And the thing about Abraham and Eliezer, the reason why Abraham brought up Eliezer is because if Abraham died without children, all of Abraham's stuff would have gone to Eliezer. It would have gone to Eliezer. And so that's why he brings Eliezer up. He's like, if I go away, all my stuff's going to be going to Eliezer, and Eliezer isn't of my bloodline. And so what are you going to do about that? Because you promised me this back in Genesis chapter 12. So what's going to happen? Something to consider, or at least note, is that Eliezer, the word Eliezer means God is help. God is help. And so that's kind of cool. But what's also interesting is that Eliezer in Hebrew is the word that we would use in Greek, or that the word that is in the New Testament, is Lazarus. So Eliezer and Lazarus are of the same, same form. So they are connected in a sense. And so you remember in the Gospel of John, whatever, chapter 11 or something like that, you have Lazarus, and then Jesus shows up and he says, Lazarus, come forth. So Eliezer and Lazarus are cousins in a sense, but they mean God is help. And Eliezer is a form of the Greek name Lazarus, and so that's kind of an interesting thing to consider. But in Genesis chapter 15, verse 3, it says, Then Abraham said, Look, you have given me no offspring. Indeed, one born in my house is my heir. And then in verse 4, it says, And behold, the word of the Lord came to him, saying, This one, referring to Eliezer shall not be your heir, but one who will come from your own body shall be your heir. So in verse 5, it says, Then he brought him outside and said, Look now toward heaven and count the stars if you are able to number them. And he said to him, So shall your descendants be. And he believed in the Lord, and he accounted it to him for righteousness. Okay, so those verse 4, 5, and 6 tell a huge story right there. So in verse 4, God says Eliezer will not inherit anything. So that's what he says in verse 4. And then he promises Abraham his own son. He promises his own heir. So Eliezer is not getting his stuff, but his own heir is going to be getting it. Then in verse 5, God promises a ton of descendants. And the only way that that's possible is by if he has at least one. And that one that he's going to have is Isaac. And then out of Isaac, you have Jacob, and then so on and so forth. And it's multiplication from there on out. But then when you get to Genesis chapter 15, verse 6, it says this. It says, He believed in the Lord, and God counted it to him for righteousness. And this verse is massive because this is the first mention of someone believing. The word believed. This is the first time this is actually mentioned in the Bible, believing or believed. And this is the first mention of righteousness. This is the first mention in the Bible of the condition of salvation. It is belief and faith. What's interesting about righteousness is that righteousness is imputed to one's account. It is not something you earn. It is something that is given to you, and it's by faith. This is important to understand. Let's go to Romans chapter 3, verse 28. Romans chapter 3, verse 28. Hey, thank you, Jess. I thank you for that gift. I appreciate that. That's very kind. Thank you. Romans chapter 3, verse 28. In Romans chapter 3, verse 28, you have this, it says this, Therefore we conclude that a man is justified by faith apart from the deeds of the law. You cannot do anything to earn your salvation. It's just impossible. You can't be good enough. Our righteousness is as filthy rags. But here in Genesis chapter 15, verse 6, it says, He believed in the Lord and he accounted it to him for righteousness. This is massive. Righteousness is imputed. It is put on your tab. It is given to your account, and it's because of faith. That's the only way. That is the only way. And so this whole situation here of Abraham believing in the Lord and he accounted it to him for righteousness, that's a big deal. This is significant. Why? Because Abraham was not water baptized. Where's the water baptism? How was he saved? Was he saved by getting water baptized? By getting wet? No, he was not saved. There's no water baptism here. He was saved because he believed in the Lord and he accounted it to him as righteousness. That's huge. That is huge for you and I. And so we can hold on to that, but that's a big deal. That is a big deal right there. It says that it's freezing on YouTube. Is it? Am I frozen on YouTube still? No, those aren't good for you. It's just Jocko. It's the best kind of the worst stuff to take. Alyssa, I know what you mean. I froze. That's interesting. What is right? Ruffy, there's a YouTube, there's a link tree up here if you would like to check that out. Man, that's a bummer. Hopefully the YouTube thing. Okay. Sorry about that. YouTube almost made it the entire time. I'll just keep YouTube going, and if it works, it works, and if not, then that's okay. We'll just keep on going. What is that? Your fans reminded you. I have no idea what that means. All right, so let's go ahead and keep getting into Genesis chapter 15. Genesis chapter 15, moving on to Genesis 15, verse 7. Hello, Julie. Hello. In Genesis chapter 15, verse 7, it goes on and it says, Then God said to Abram, I am the Lord who brought you out of Ur of the Chaldeans to give you this land to inherit. Thank you, Jules. And he said, Lord God, how shall I know that I will inherit it? So he said to him, Bring me a 3-year-old heifer, a 3-year-old female goat, a 3-year-old ram, a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. Then he brought all these to him and cut them in two, down the middle, and placed each piece opposite the other, but he did not cut the birds in two. And when the vultures came down on the carcasses, Abraham drove them away. So now in verse 12, it says, Now when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abraham, and behold, a horror and great darkness fell upon him. Okay, so here in verse 8, or Genesis chapter 15, verse 7 through 12, Abraham asked God in verse 8, he asked the question, how can he know? How can he know? That's the question that Abraham has on the table. How can I know? Like, God, you're saying these kind of things, but how can I actually know? I want to know, how can I know? So that's what Abraham is inquiring about. And so he asked God, how? And so God is about to perform a classic known ritual that was done back during that time, that was done during very, very serious covenants, that was very common during this time period. And basically what this was that they would do something that is referred to as cutting a covenant. They would cut a covenant, absolutely, Ken. And so they would cut this covenant, and that's basically why you had all of these animals here in this picture, or in these couple verses, where they were all cut in two. They all divided it. And so these animals were cut in two, and basically what would take place is that the participants of this covenant would basically be saying that if anybody broke this covenant, that may they become like the animals that were divided in two. And so if you and I made a covenant between one another, what we would do is we would divide these animals in half, which means that they were destroyed. And so after we destroyed these animals and destroyed them into two pieces, basically we would walk in a figure 8, and we would walk in and out of these where these animals were. And so because both parties of the covenant, if it was you and I, we would do a figure 8 in between all of these things, and that would be me and you connecting and making a covenant between ourselves. Now, that's what they used to do back during this time, but what's interesting is what they did is what happened here. So Abraham was the one who cut all of the animals into two, right? But then when it came time for the covenant to actually take place, what ended up happening was God put Abraham in a deep sleep. And then God went among the animals himself. So Abraham's over here not doing a single thing, and God's over here going among the animals all by himself. And that's a big deal. Why? The reason why that's a big deal is because it was God alone. God alone was going to be attaching himself to this covenant. Abraham had no part in it. He had nothing. And so what this is telling us is that this covenant is eternal, and not only is it eternal, but it is unconditional, meaning that Abraham couldn't break this covenant even if he's trying to. If he went out of his way and did all the worst things that he possibly could think of, it would never break the covenant. And so that is why God put him in a deep sleep, and that's why he went among it. He did the covenant himself. Thank you, Amber. Thank you so much. That is a big deal. So let's keep on going. This is something that God did alone, because obviously Abraham was sleeping. In Genesis chapter 15, verse 12, Genesis 15, verse 12, it says, "Now when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram. And behold, horror and great darkness fell upon him. Then he said to Abram, know certainly." This is God prophesying right here. This is God prophesying to Abraham. He says, hey, Abram, know certainly that your descendants will be strangers in a land that is not theirs, and will serve them, and they will afflict them 400 years. And also, the nation whom they serve, I will judge. Afterward, they shall come out with great possessions. Now, as for you, you shall go to your fathers in peace. You shall be buried at a good old age. But in the fourth generation, they shall return here, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet complete. And it shall come to pass, when the sun went down, and it was dark, that behold, there appeared a smoking oven, and a burning torch that passed between those pieces. This is incredible. This is incredible. So here in Genesis chapter 15, let's kind of unpack a couple things here. In Genesis chapter 15, verse 13, it says this. It says, "Then he said to Abraham, know certainly that your descendants will be strangers in the land that is not theirs, and will serve them, and they will afflict them 400 years. Okay, so this is talking about, this is God basically predicting Israel's captivity in Egypt. He is telling them that they are going to go into captivity. That's a big deal. Can you imagine being Abraham, be like, so God is predicting, or prophesying rather, that the Israelites are going to go into captivity for 400 years. 400 years. And that is that's kind of a big deal, because there seems to be some kind of conflict in the Bible to where people are kind of like wrestling over it. But let's talk about that. Let's go to Exodus chapter 12, verse 40. And let's talk about some of the things in regards that people have an issue with. In Exodus chapter 12, verse 40, seems like there is a mistake in the Bible. We found one. We did it. In Exodus chapter 12, verse 40, it says this: "Now the sojourn of the children of Israel who lived in Egypt was 430 years." So you have 430 years being given to us in Exodus chapter 12, verse 30. But wait a second. I thought it says in Genesis 15, verse 13, I thought that they would be in the land for 400 years. So was it 400 years or was it 430 years? Well, this is why it's good to understand and pay attention to the words. So in Genesis chapter 15, verse 13, there's a key word to really dive into. In Genesis 15, verse 13, it says, "Then he said to Abraham, know certainly that your descendants will be strangers in a land that is not theirs, and will serve them, and they will afflict." That word right there is the word to pay attention to. Thank you, Jody. They will afflict, 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 afflict. Now, that's the key word right there, because they were in that captivity for 430 years, but they were only afflicted for 400 years. So that means that they had 30 years where they were not afflicted. And the time that they were not afflicted, guess who was in charge during that time? Joseph. And so that is painting a picture of a time where they were in the land of Egypt for 430 years. And for the first 30 years, they were not afflicted. But for the last 400 years, they were. And so that seems to answer that question rather simply. And so hopefully that makes sense to you guys. But that's Genesis chapter 15, verse 13. But let's keep reading. In Genesis chapter 15, verse 14, Genesis 15, verse 14, it says, "And also the nation whom they serve, I will judge. Afterward, they shall come out with great possessions." Now, this is really interesting because This is reconfirmed by an oath later on in Genesis chapter 22, but it's also confirmed to Isaac and Jacob, and it's confirmed to Isaac and Jacob again, and it's in despite of their obedience, their acts of disobedience, rather, because they messed up here and there. They were not perfect, and so this was not a conditional covenant. This was an unconditional covenant, and so. But let's keep on going back in Genesis chapter 15 verse 14, where it says they will come out with great possessions. The thing that I think is good to understand, just to kind of get a visual, is to understand that they went. So Abraham had Isaac, Isaac had Jacob, and then Jacob had the 12 brothers, right? And out of the 12 brothers, one of them was Joseph. They sell Joseph into the land of Egypt. And then while Joseph is in the land of Egypt, the other brothers and the family were over here. And then eventually the other brothers come to Egypt. They find out that Joseph is in charge, long story short. The brothers go and get their father Jacob. They bring their families back into Egypt. And so they enter the land of Egypt as a family. They stay there, and then they leave Egypt as a nation. They enter as a family, and then they leave as a nation. And so thus begins the story of Israel. And so it's really, really incredible. But let's keep on reading Genesis chapter 15, verse 15. In Genesis chapter 15, verse 15, it says, "Now as for you, you shall go to your fathers in peace. You shall be buried at a good old age." And then in verse 16, it says, "But in the fourth generation, they shall return here." Here, referring to Canaan. In the fourth generation, all of those people are going to return to Canaan. "For the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet complete." Now that verse right there, I think we need to pay attention to, because that's a pretty heavy verse right there. It says, the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet complete. Now that word complete also could be referring to being full. Now I want you to think about that. So here is my water. And so this is not full because I drank like half of it already. And so when you think about this being full, that means it's going to be all the way up here, right? And then it will be full. Now that's very interesting, because when you think about the iniquity of the Amorites not being complete or not being full, that kind of paints a picture of something, right? And so you have in the Bible that kind of visual that is given to us. In Romans chapter 11, verse 25, it talks about how the fullness of the Gentiles has not yet come in. And that means that there is going to be a fullness. That means that if this is the cup that needs to be filled, and every time somebody gets saved, it keeps going up, 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 up. That means that we're almost there. It seems like we're almost to the fullness of the Gentiles. And right when we reach the fullness of the Gentiles, that means that we're going to be raptured out of here. And that is incredible to consider. That's a big deal. That's huge. And so in regards to the fullness of something, it's fascinating to see that not only is that fullness being applied to the fullness of the Gentiles, but it's also in regards to fullness of sin. Sin. There still needs more to, there is still more sin that is going to be done, and that's what's being painted here in Genesis 15, verse 16, because it says, "But in the fourth generation they shall return here, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full," or is not yet complete. And that's a big deal right there. That's fascinating. That just paints a very, very interesting picture. But basically he's saying that more sin would be done. And that's interesting. But you're seeing a long-suffering God. You're seeing a long-suffering, and praise God for his long-sufferingness. Anyways, moving on to Genesis chapter 15, verse 17. It says, "It came to pass when the sun went down and it was dark, that behold, there appeared a smoking oven and a burning torch that passed between those pieces." Now, this is really important to understand the difference here. So this seems to be like a picture of the Shekinah glory, right? You see a smoking oven and a burning torch. So smoking oven, burning torch. Many people believe that this is a representation of the Shekinah glory. But why this is fascinating is because if you remember in verse 8. Genesis chapter 15, verse 8, it says, "And Abraham said, Lord God, how shall I know?" So the question on the table is how? 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 But so if you go back to Genesis chapter 12, God promises Abraham a whole bunch of stuff. He promises this. And so that what I need you to understand is that in Genesis chapter 12 was a verbal kind of promise. But here in Genesis chapter 15, verse 7 through 17, this is where it is now visibly sealed. God is answering the question to Abraham. He's like, hey, Abraham, I told you this. Abraham asks how, and then God demonstrates it. He does a covenant right in front of him, and he's like, this is my signature. So if you have a contract, it's like God gave Abraham a contract and everything was all ready to go. Abraham looks at the contract. He's like, cool. But God never signed the contract. And then this demonstration, thank you, Julie, this demonstration with the, walking the figure eight whole situation, that was God essentially signing the covenant. And that's how it's basically portrayed to Abram. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you so much for those gifts. I appreciate that. And so that's really kind of cool what's going on here. And so so it was verbally told and promised to Abraham, and then it was visibly sealed to Abraham right here. This is basically God signing the covenant. This whole interaction thing with the cutting of the covenant, that's basically God signing the covenant, which is really, really cool. Anyways, let's keep on reading in Genesis chapter 15, verse 18. Thank you, Bridget and Julie. Thank you guys so much for that. In Genesis chapter 15, verse 18, it says, "On the same day, the Lord made a covenant with Abraham, saying, to your descendants I have given this land, from the river of Egypt to the great river, the river Euphrates, the Kenites, the Kenizzites, the Kadmonites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Rephaim, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Girgashites, and the Jebusites." So here, this is basically boundaries of the land, and you can unpack that if you would like to. I'm not going to do that, but you can. It's an interesting thing because basically the idea here is to understand that Israel never possessed all of the land all at once. And so what you read in Genesis chapter 15, verse 19 through 21, is you read about 10 different nations that are currently in the land, and those 10 different nations that are in the land will be dispossessed from the land. It's going to take place. And so that's going to happen in the future, but obviously Israel never owned all of it all because it's huge. It's a huge piece of land that they have, but right now what they have on our map is a little itty bitty slice. It's a little bit more like this. And so anyways, that is Genesis chapter 15, verse 19 through 21. Holy smokes, that was 6 hours and 4 minutes long. That is ridiculous. If you guys were here for the entire time, I'm just impressed. But if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We're just going through the Bible book by book, chapter by chapter, verse by verse. It's a deep dive Bible study. We're trying to understand it a little bit more. Yogi, thank you so much for those subscriptions. Holy smokes. Thank you guys. That is incredible. I thank you so much, Yogi. That is very kind. And Mary, I know you did that too. Thank you guys. That's encouraging. Thank you so much. All of these are uploaded to YouTube. If you guys wanted to go subscribe over there, I'd encourage you to do that because I will upload this one to YouTube. I'm sorry for how long it is, but I really, really think that if you're trying to draw nearer, I think it takes a lot of time. And so this takes a lot of time. And so, I actually spent a lot of time on these. I mean, this one took me forever. I was like, am I just taking way too long now? Hopefully it was helpful. This doesn't come easy, this is not an easy thing, but once you get it, then it's incredibly helpful for other, just for everything. And so that's the hope. But I want you to always remember that the main thing is always going to be the main thing, and that is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. And you need to understand the bad news, which is that for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. We are all sinners and we have all fallen short. And also we are all under the death penalty because the wages of sin is death. That's the bad news. But the good news is but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. It's incredible. It's incredible to see what's going on here. It is through Jesus Christ our Lord, period. It is for by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. And so that's the main thing. The main thing is always going to be the main thing, that gospel, which can be found in 1 Corinthians 15, verse 1 through 4. But it says that Jesus died according to the scriptures, that he was buried, and that he rose again on the third day according to the scriptures. That is everything. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. And so this is very important stuff. I believe that we're living in the last seconds of the last days. And so if you would like to support this ministry, you can feel free. I never wanted to make it, I feel bad every time I mention it, but I try to do it like once every hour or once every chapter. Hey, Boab, thank you so much for that gift, man. If you would like to support this, there's ways to do that up in my TikTok profile. There's options there. And if you guys even wanted to throw it out to your church, I know that there's some churches out there that support ministries like this. My church actually did, in a very little way, because we were a very small church, but, that was encouraging to me. And so literally every little bit helps. And so it's just one of those things. I would love to keep doing this. I would love to go through the entire Bible. And then when we're done with the Bible, I would like to continue on going through the entire Bible and doing it again, because I think it's very, very important. And so if you find this worthy, if you would like to support it or ask your church to support it or anything like that, that would be awesome. You don't need to, but it is an option that would be helpful in many different ways. And so regardless, we're going to keep on keeping on. We're going to just till the wheels fall off, as what we say. Hey, thank you, Carl. Thank you so much for that. Sorry, my voice is going. I mean, I don't even know if it's for talking for these 6 hours, and if it is, then whatever, but I don't care. I'm just gonna do it again and just keep on doing it. But if you guys have any questions about anything, you guys can always feel free to reach out to me on TikTok. You don't need to follow me here on TikTok, but if you would like to, message me on anything and ask a question, I would love to talk to you. I don't know everything. I'm never going to know everything. I'm just literally offering that because it's a part of, like, in my mind, ministry, like trying to serve other people and trying to help and trying to like unpack things. I try not to get into debates or anything like that, because I'm just like, I don't see how this is edifying. Like, I'm not trying to prove that I'm right or that you're right or that I'm wrong or that you're wrong. I'm just like, here's what I believe. This is how I see it. And okay, if you want to see it differently, then, that's you. And I'm just doing me, you're just doing you. So but yeah, we need to receive the word with all readiness, and we need to search the scriptures daily to find out whether these things are so. It's a difficult thing, but it's important to do. And we are told to do it because it's important. That's why Jesus says, have you not read? Do you not know? How do you not know? Do you not read? Like, I gave you the Bible. How do you not know? And that's quite an indictment right there. And so this is something that is really neat. If you guys weren't here for the beginning of this, I made a TikTok video just today. I actually posted 2 within like an hour, which I never have done, I don't think, in the history of forever. But Netanyahu made the statement that they're going to be basically going into Gaza and basically going into the end, which is probably talking about, in some kind of capacity, Gideon's chariots, which was basically what they named the operation. And so it's really interesting to see how all the lines are converging over in the Middle East right now. And what I mean by that is that you have Trump over in Saudi Arabia. You have Trump may also be joining Putin and Zelensky, as well as, trying to broker a peace deal there, which is also very interesting. I like how the article said that he may join. I don't know, but I would highly, highly suspect that he would join, just because if he is there, then he can at least take credit for saying that I did this. Who knows? Maybe it'll be a teleconference. I don't know, but one way or the other, I'm sure it'll probably happen. But you also have, obviously Israel going into Gaza. That's going to, spark a whole bunch of conversations, and a whole bunch of people are going to get up in arms about how terrible Israel is. And so you're just seeing the rise of anti-Semitism. And it's being thrown at you and I from every different level, from people who you suspect, from people you don't suspect. And it's just little pieces of information that just get you to think certain ways and trying to win your heart and mind over in regards to making you dislike Israel. And that is what we need to be on guard over. But yeah, that's what I got for you guys. I believe we're living in the last days, last seconds of the last days. And if you believe the same thing, that I hope you live in a certain lifestyle, a certain way, so that you can try to win somebody, try to witness somebody, try to witness to somebody and try to win them. That is what we need to be doing. And so this was a long one. We haven't done a 6 hour one. This is 6 hours and 11 minutes. That's crazy. That is way too long. I don't know. Was anybody here for the entire time? That is wild. If you were, then thank you so much. He's meeting with the Syrian president tomorrow. Yeah. Oh man. Bratty Fatty, thank you so much for that. Heart or Rose, I wasn't. I was sleeping. That's okay, Amber. You get a pass. We are all on the same team. Absolutely. I wouldn't miss them. I learned so much. Very cool, Flana. Awesome. Boab Rob. I love how Boab keeps coming in here. Guys, pray for Boab Rob. You know, he's a guy from Scotland. Pray for him. He keeps coming back. He doesn't believe what we believe here, but he's very kind and compassionate and helps out in here, and he posts some things, and I think it's super cool. So thanks for doing that, Boab Rob. 4 hours. Awesome, Marty. That's awesome, dude. 4 hours is a long time. That's wild. Laura says, yes, I joined on YouTube first and came to... That's crazy, Laura. I was just about missed a little in the beginning. That's okay, Tammy. That is super cool. Just let me be. 4 hours. My goodness. I really do believe this too. Too much has changed since 2019. No kidding, Melanie. I'm telling you what. I am telling you what. Are you sure we haven't done this? This might be the longest one. This might be the longest one. I think I remember seeing like one on TikTok way back when that went for like 6 hours and 4 minutes perhaps, but I'm not sure on that. But me, I enjoy being here. Shelva, let's go. On and off for a bit. That is super neat. This is Boab's first Tuesday. He's not a social media during the week. Nope, no worries, mate. Yeah, very cool, man. All right, well, that is awesome. I am new and learned a lot. 3 hours. Well, thanks for being here, Carolyn. I appreciate you being here. All right, guys. Well, I have blisters. That's awesome. Thanks for sharing the gospel, Ryan. I've been praying for you. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that so much. That is super, super kind. What time Friday? We will do this exact same one. We're just going to double tap it again. 9. We actually might try to start earlier just because this one, I knew this one was going to be long just because of how long it took me. But maybe we can cut some of it out next time. I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, do we need to say this? Like sometimes I'm like, 250,000 likes. That is crazy. Thank you guys. That is wild. 6 hours. You guys are incredible. But yeah, 9 o'clock ish on 9:30 p.m. on Eastern Standard Time. Thank you. I learned so much. Well, praise God. That is awesome. That is a blessing right there, Lizzie. Yeah, Laura, absolutely. All right, guys. Well, you guys have a good one. If you guys have any questions, feel free to reach out directly. And I'm there, Lizzie. Yeah, Laura, absolutely. All right, guys. Well, you guys have a good one. If you guys have any questions, feel free. All right, guys. I'm out of here. Try to tell somebody about Jesus till Friday. And if you do, I would love to hear about it because that's the kind of stuff that pumps me up. All right, guys.